Hello everyone and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium and maybe a bit different than what you're used to. NA Joust tournament getting kicked off here, making Smite Prime 2 history. D'Lo here behind the mic, joined in the booth with me is my good pal Musi right by my side, and fashionably dressed to the nines, might I add. Tess and Morton, man, your almighty eyes in the sky. Jithan, your man behind the curtain, and you, watching at home. Mwah. Musi, how we feeling?
I'm going to break the ice right away and tell you that while I do have a cute little button up on here, I am 100% just wearing sweatpants below the camera. You better buckle up and get comfy for a day like today. You are not ready for the amount of passion that the players have brought to this Joust Smite Prime tournament. Oh my god. Holy passion. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited, D'Lo. We're going to get a chance to look at it just a little bit. I know you know what's coming. I know what's coming. They don't know what's coming.
Well, what's coming is the prize pool as we get to see what we are all playing for here. We're kicking off with a bang. Check out the amazing agenda that we've got. You already saw the NA Conquest tourney go down, the EU Conquest tourney go down last time around. You saw some Jackbox action if you were sticking around. Saw Biakai, Musi, and Morton, man. Jithan's get up to some silliness. But now you get to see the pinnacle, the peak, NA Joust, all competing for a 1050, some smooth cash prizing for those Joust Disciple killers.
Let's take a look at the brackets then and see who all is playing to win that money, D'Lo. And I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to... Oh, my goodness. So
like
bracket
ants down
for
there,
ants.
Musi.
Yeah, that's,
Whoa,
well, I
I
can
can't even
make
read
out
them.
what's going on here. Somebody's already lost. You can see the little orange there.
It's us. We lost.
That's the passion. No, we're winning. Are you kidding? 7 rounds of Joust? How many teams was it? Did we break 100 teams?
I think we got just to 99, so we unfortunately
99.
haven't crossed that threshold, but just wait. And this is to go even further beyond Joust passion. Musi, it's really funny to see this because obviously, Conk, we still got our passion cues going on. We still got people very much in the competitive scene. Joust enters kind of a weird middle ground where it's not quite for the most casual of players. There's still strategy involved, but it's also not your most high-tier competitive game mode either.
I mean, it really just comes down to those disciples of the true Joust passion of who, you know, really shows up to shows out for this. But I think we have most of the comp Joust players here right now. So we'll get a pretty good idea of who gets to really stand out on top. And it's not just some big players, you know, I saw Paul lurking in the water somewhere, Sunprod, Zapman, like, there's some big sharks in this ocean, but we have some names that are just entirely unknown to this, well, at least to us, but probably not to the Joust scene. They're going to be very devastating in their own right. So it'll be really cool to see how the Joust mains do against some of the Conquest players that are kind of dipping their toes in the water over here, just seeing if they can hang out. But maybe they're not the big sharks. It's a pretty big ocean, and there's plenty lurking underneath the sea.
And you know what, Musi, I anticipate as well the fact that we have these minnows, maybe they're able to, beneath the coral flats, munch on enough little under trimmings and get enough crumbs that they become the big fish. They rise up in the food chain. We'll find out as we hop into P's and B's for our first matchup here. And like you already mentioned, Musi, it's that tale of the big bad wolf versus Red Riding Hood. But, you know, you give Red Riding Hood a gun and maybe, just maybe, she changes things up. Let's go to P's and B's and find out.
Worth noting here for picks and bans, D'Lo, unlike our Conquest sets that we have on Smite Prime, bans happen at the same time, simultaneous bans. So it'll be interesting to see. There's no give or take. There's no back and forth. It's cool. We don't want to play against boom, boom, boom. Very similar to the ranked queues that you're familiar with if you play ranked Conquest at all. So we get to kind of sit here and think to ourselves, what's going on in terms of the players while they figure out the bans. And the players, D'Lo, I think you and I are excited for the same reasons and for different reasons alike. Because who do we got against who right now?
Okay, so like you said, Paul's lurking there and making a quick presence in the first round. Tegvir and Happen by the side. Smite Prime staples. We've seen them clock in, lock in. We've seen them sweep away the competition. On the other side, we have James and Alec. El pesado su mismo, baby. This team of brothers will run you down and run your pockets. You do not want to get caught in the side lanes of the jungle, in the dark weeds, when these two are looking at you. If Alec is on her, it's toast. You're done. You might as well F6. Evil Cold, not as familiar with their game, but if James and Alec are selecting you as their third, it's the highest of honors, and your skills must be the highest caliber.
Evil Cole. So not good Cole, not neutral Cole. Evil Cole. We are evil in this. And speaking of aura, we are pass banning for two goats and Tegvir. That's a crazy name, actually. Poor Tegvir. But Hecate, Odin off the board, Cab, Sobek, Osiris. A lot of tanks just kind of being lifted up and away. It'll be a Guan Yu for Wabi Sabi first.
You know what? The Odin makes sense, especially given the fact that Joust, guys, you're limited to such a small percentage of the map that you're used to. The Odin cage now dominates the entire lane. There's no way to impasse it other than using that Phantom Shell or a leap. Chiron and Cerberus going to be the first two off the board here for two goats and Tegvir. More like 3 dogs and a horse. Heyo.
We can workshop that. And that's okay.
Okay, well,
Naja and Discordia will get picked up for Wabi Sabi. So this kind of is in line with what we understand about the current Joust meta. You're looking at about 2 tanks, 1 damage carry, right? So Discordia, aspect, non-aspect, doesn't make a true difference here in my eyes. She's there to deal the damage. And this Naja could go the aspect and be a good tank, a good setup for the, apple that comes flying down the lane. So we got some 1-2 punch capability from Wabi Sabi and a lot of sustain too with the Guan Yu.
I like the Windfire wheels set up for a very easy golden apple right afterwards. And a golden apple, again, in a Joust map that's that compressed, is that much easier to land and to get the chain effects off. But the issue is you got a Princess Bari there to counter. And that means even if you are caught in those Windfire wheels, the moment you land, you might just get that res.
So I'm curious if we're going to have a damage Chiron and a damage Bari, or a tank Chiron and a damage Bari. Chiron with the aspect does give quite a few strength and int to whoever is standing in that training exercise, that a circle ability that he has, the first one. So that helps ramp the Bari's power up immensely and makes her very difficult to fight against. Early game Princess Bari, maybe not as good. She's always looking to get towards that late game. So the Chiron can help get her there all that much sooner if he's going the aspect.
What's also brutal about a Chiron pick is that training exercise also cleanses you, and Naja has incredibly telegraphed CC. So if you're not getting caught by the Vermilion Sash, you're essentially saving someone from the Windfire Wheels combo, the guaranteed hit of it, and you're forcing this Naja to rip it raw instead, which is a far riskier prospect.
It's going to be... I really like the draft here from two goats and Tegvir, especially knowing that Paul is probably going to be sitting on this Princess Bari, so he'll be able to hit all the giant circles that Princess Bari has pretty reliably. But if Wabi Sabi can execute on their game plan of having that 1-2 punch with the Naja, being able to sit here with a lot of sustain and kind of fight forever, it should be pretty good for them. But also think, too, Kerberos eats so much of that healing, so it gets a little shaky.
Well, we're going to find out who takes it. Two goats and a Tegvir, or two brothers and Evil Cole? Let's hop in a game and find out as we kick off our NA Joust tournament. And man, what a sentence to say, and what a map to be on. A beautiful one, might I add. The Joust map is really unparalleled with the graphical fidelity they put in it. You can't see the fog, but it's misty out there. Watch out.
It does look gorgeous, actually. Look at that. Nice rock formation. Good vegetation overhang.
Minions have spawned.
Nice disperse.
Shoutouts to the art team. Nice disperse. So, taking a quick look at the aspects. Chiron aspect, yep, that makes sense. And we have the Naja and the Guan Yu aspect. Calling attention, 3 Warrior's Axes for two goats and Tegvir. That is because there was a starter item change. Now the Warrior's Axe has adaptive stats. It gives strength or int. So, it's good on everybody. So you might as well build it.
Ooh, damage good so far. James operating off this Naja. And Alec, no surprise, going to be rocking the damage dealer. That's what they do. They frag hard. And there's also that worthwhile notice that these two together, they gain a passive buff. You can't see it on the screen, but if Tess could, they would hover it. That when you link James and Alec on the same team, they instantly just do more damage. It's just natural. Happen. You can experience that real quick. It's a quick route, but James is a bit separated from the rest of the team. And two goats and Tegvir are going to take advantage. Good leap over the wall. Great Phantom Shell to keep themselves safe. And they're going to all be able to survive on each side.
Double Shell plus a Guan Yu does leverage quite a bit of sustainability to the Wabi Sabi team. but Two Goats and Tegvir just have a ridiculous amount of damage and a lot of sustain themselves because they have those Warriors axes. Deals true damage on hit, on a cooldown, something like 12 seconds. And then once you deal that damage, you also get a little bit of a heal. Two Goats and Tegvir hitting level 5 here, Dilo. The snowball can start very early in Joust because they also walked away with that red neutral buff. They walked away with a purple neutral buff. They stole the blue buff. So Wabi Sabi is forever on the back foot. It's an incremental death by 1,000 cuts.
And that's really rough when it's a Bari you're facing against who's supposed to be kind of kept down and out in the early game, but instead she's the one who's soaring. Look at that, 2 belts around her waist, Gucci. And it's not going to be any easier from here. Ultimates in all their pockets. The level 5 difference is going to be big if they try to step up, but luckily Wabi Sabi also have leveraged that advantage. If you're Wabi Sabi, Yuzi, how do you start a fight properly?
It's going to be tough, too, because Wabi Sabi has opted for more of the shells. We don't have any CC immunity. Maybe you can catch Paul out alone here. The other 2 members of Goats backed, but not really willing to go for it, knowing that Paul has beads up. All the CC initiation that Wabi Sabi have can fall flat on its face and opens themselves up to a counterattack.
I'm looking for the madness from Alec to be a big thing. We've seen it so far already, that right there. The root, when it's one person, but if you catch those 2 ADCs, those 2 auto-attack gods within it, they can do quite a bit of damage to each other. Paul's own strengths can be used against their team, so Alec's got to hit these big CC combos, and you're already seeing them make good on that promise, but where's the follow-up?
The follow-up, if you're looking at your mage... Oh, hold on. Kerber Assault, no CC immunity.
Trouble there for Alex, but they do have the erratic evasion to get back out to safety. Can James do the same thing? The Bari ultimate forces Windfire Wheels, double Phantom Shell. Will James go down this go around? One last auto from Tegvir guarantees it. It's first blood the way of 2 Goats and Tegvir.
Health bars are low. Alex still under a bit of duress. Gonna get caught out by the training exercise. It's a double kill for Tegvir as 2 Goats and Tegvir pressure the tier 1 tower.
That's not a training exercise at all, Chiron. You just killed that man. That's not okay.
That's live fire ammunition. What are you doing?
Dude, we said no live rounds. Oh, dear God. Someone's got to fire this instructor. Nonetheless, 2 Goats and Tegvir starting off strong here. 3 minutes in, 2 kills their way, and already saw 2,000 gold ahead just about, and that's only going to get worse. Now the Lost Knights in play, Musi. That tower's nearly already whittled down. 2 Goats and Tegvir could decide to just bleed out the rest of the structure and then even wait to get that objective to deactivate the Phoenix.
That Lost Knight does more than deactivate that tower or Phoenix. It also offers a bit of penetration and some passive gain in terms of the life and mana. Damage coming out from Happen. He's going to get his chops off and then back away. But Tegvir, 2 Goats and Tegvir have the damage. They can't just rip it. Golden Blade in pocket for Tegvir, so this tanky Chiron is going to be dealing quite a bit. But first it's going to be an argument over this blue buff. Drain away more of that neutral farm.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy battle attrition there. Here comes Stygian Torment, tosses back both the backliners. Alec in trouble, and we'll be able to get the backblast of that apple, but where's the damage to follow up? You're going to have the unicorn, but you don't have the kill. Evil Cole going to have to return on back to maybe gain back some more dark side evil wizard powers, as you can see 2 Goats and Tegvir trying to get some power of their own in the form of that Lost Knight. They say, yeah, Phoenix be damned, let's deactivate that tower.
With the Lost Knight picked up, everybody's got a cool green glow about them, and 2 Goats and Tegvir continue around the map and soak up even more farm. If you take a look at some of the level differential too, you can see level 9 is going to be here for 2 Goats and Tegvir. 15% penetration as well, by the way. It's just a lot of stats, especially when you've got kind of a 2-level lead over the bottom 2 players there and only a 1-level lead for your tank. It's going to be very tough for Wabi Sabi to play against that, and you can't even huddle underneath a tower because it is deactivated right now.
On the bright side, I can tell you, just having the insider knowledge on these players, Wabi Sabi by no means are out of it. You can see they're still very much standing far up ahead of their tower, knowing that it's deactivated. It won't save you. Neither will your supports. Alex, the first one to go down, thanks to a really well-placed Bari ultimate. Here comes the Chiron as well. An arrow aimed for the heart. That masterful shot and one last auto from Paul grants them the double kill. Evil Cole just has to watch in horror as the tower crumbles.
Guan Yu by himself, nothing but a breastplate and a sash to his name is not going to be enough to be able to defend this Phoenix. But the cool thing about Joust is that the respawn timers are very short. So if you die, you take the knee, you can come back up for the second round of defense. But with 40 seconds left for 2 Goats and Tegvir, they're going to look for a quick back, buy some items, finish it up, and then go for the next push. And taking a quick look at the items for Two Goats and Tegvir, just to understand where
nice.
the power spikes are. Hold on a minute.
I like the timing there. They made sure that everyone got the backs off, but the golden apple's off the mark, and that's really what you wanted to hit. Paul didn't even really seem too worried, but I love the attempt from Wabi Sabi to divide and conquer based on Two Goats and Tegvir's own confidence. Now it's only the Cerberus on the front lines, but they don't seem to like that strategy any longer. Happen can tank and spank with the rest of them. Only dropped down to half health despite having the focus of all three members, and that paralyzing spit does more damage than anything Alec can dish out.
He does have the Stampede in pocket too, so he can get his teams in that fight. He can get himself out. Plus, with that HP and mana regen, it's done now, but it was taken away before. Even though Happen fell down to half health, they're still going to be able to get themselves back up to snuff. I really like the way that Two Goats and Tegvir have been playing the map so far this game. If a camp comes up off cooldown, we are just picking it up and grabbing that gold.
Oh, wow, what a great madness there to actually divert them away from Evil Cole and James. But does that mean that James can get out? No, instead they Vermilion Sash on in. It's a great beads, though, to immune the Wind Fire Wheels. It falls on the killing spree. Evil Cole last time around was on the back lines watching, but now has a front row seat to the fight. They decide they're going to sell those tickets online and quickly get back to base because they are low, low, low. Phoenix could be next up.
That's that beads that I was worried about that Paul was holding on to. All the CC immunity that Two Goats and Tegvir have really turns off the amount of CC that Wabi Sabi are working with. Because think about where their big CC abilities are attached. You have a Guan Yu ult, a Naja ult, and a Discordia ult. Those are long cooldowns, so as long as you can play safe, you get a lot of value from just one singular purification beads.
And look how much value that Ghastly Breath gets off because there's no easy stuns. Unless James decides to Vermilion Sash the Cerberus, which is not an appealing option, you can't interrupt that damage. You can root them, sure, but you're still probably in the range of the cone, which is a big problem when Happen's already doing so much damage while taking so little.
Two Goats and Tegvir. The Lost Knight is back up, so that's where I expect the next fight to be. Kind of feels like a no-brainer decision, right? Hey, this giant objective gives us 15% penetration as well as health mana regen and disables a Phoenix. I'll take 3 to go, and it's already dead, by the way.
Yeah, put that in a box. That's going to be easy peasy for Tegvir, but now the dog's on the prowl. Trying to see if they can find some kibble right after. Alex in trouble. Now Alex in the sky. Woof, woof. But nice. That's a pretty good Aegis there to keep Alex safe. Unless that soul expulsion over the wall says otherwise. A golden apple right off the backboard. It goes wide. Paul George on the field. And Paul on the field is Bari taking the kills. Evil Cole might be next up. It's an easy peasy double. And a Phoenix right after. James and Fountain can do nothing.
Only sitting here at 9 minutes so far. As Two Goats and Tegvir are looking to speed up this game. You still have Lost Knight buff for a little more than a minute here. They could go for that Titan.
Titan is under attack.
El Pesador. Now's the time to show your powers. Is blood thicker than oil? We'll find out as they manage to get this dash off and actually force out the relic as well off the Cerb. Some low health there for Happen, but you can tell they have no intention of backing down now. Maybe even use that as a bait attempt. As now Chiron giddy ups forward, looking for Alec in the back line, but the Vermilion Sash is beads away, and Tegvir is not dissuaded from their prey. Alec falls once more.
Your Titan is under
Titan
attack.
down to half health here. No ults available for anybody. And with 5k health, looks like it's going to get burned away. But with the Guan Yu ultimate in, forces the beads away from Paul.
And here Vermilion Sash, but comes too late, still does not get the CC, and Paul's got death immunity, baby. Wish James could say the same. Titan once again starting to get whittled on down, dropped to about a quarter. The apple is applied to the Cerb, passes it off to the Chiron, says, here, heard you're hungry, buddy. They are not going to appreciate it, but nonetheless, the Titan is still at its last legs. A few more autos, and Guan Yu's at its end. The evil's been expelled, and Tegvir goes in the back line to finish off Alec, or at the very least, keep him away from them doing the dirty work to the rest of its health bar. James sends him up to the sky, but Wabi Sabi aren't even granted the kill. It's Two Goats and Tegvir granted the dub.
They had healthy control of the map there, even from the very beginning, being able to scoop away not only the red buff, but then the blue and then the purple buff. It keeps Wabi Sabi on the back foot from the whole game going forward there. And it's a very tough position to find yourself in. It's why fighting over these neutral camps is critically important, even as soon as the first wave.
I know Paul's getting a call from Don Chepe, their father, in just a second. Are you bullying my kids? That's not okay. Someone call the principal. Superintendent's going to get involved, but that's going to have to wait for a little bit longer, folks. There's still plenty of more bracket. A whole, 97 more teams to check out? So stick around, guys. More Smite Prime action after the break. I'm muted. There it is. I'm back. Welcome back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. D-Lo back here on the mic with it unmuted this time. Musi still here with me in the booth as we watched with unfortunate horror as our good friends on Wabi Sabi just could not get the leg up on Paul Tegvir and happen. But that's what's happening sometimes. Tess and Mort, your almighty eyes in the sky. Jithin's behind the curtain. You watching at home to hopefully see some more competitive Joust action in the future. There's 97 more teams, though, so I'm sure we'll get some good stuff going.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, shut up. I hate you.
I'm one to talk. But no, I think it was a good showing for Wabi Sabi there. But I think knowing that you do have that Paul team kind of lurking around in the waters, it's going to be scary for anybody who has to go up against them. I'll be curious to see how the bracket looks after this round if we get a chance to see it again. But before we get to see that, we get to see some slash lines, and boy, 506, 0011, 604. Nobody took a single death from that team, huh?
I'm looking at Amazon right now, guys. All the Warriors axes are sold out. I think this team bought them all. So make sure to place your pre-order for some more of those. That genuinely might be what we need to see happen as people begin to adapt and understand. You know, we are in the midst of what is still a kind of burgeoning meta. People are starting to understand as the dust settles, but do they understand what that means for Joust implications? That's the real question. As we hop into this bracket, we can see who else might fall victim to Two Goats and Tegvir, or the many other amazing teams that we've got lurking in the wings.
Yeah, it looks like okay, bro.
Oh,
It's
gone.
And it's gone. Well, I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
for my financial strategy going forward, I mean, I actually bought up. I went to like Costco recently. I bought out like all the Warriors axes that they had there. I'm actually selling them now. Instead of being able to buy it at a retail price of 650 gold, I'm actually selling it for 1,500 gold. So if you want to be able to buy a Warriors X in your games, you can send me 1,500 gold, and I'll get that over to you. Still sealed products, sealed Warriors X, so I haven't been used before, so you can still, buy it. But yeah, just anybody out there, just throw me a DM. We'll get it taken care of for you. But jokes aside, D'Lo, Warriors X is going to be a very consistent thing. And I will make this educated guess. The team that builds 3 Warriors Axes is the team that's going to win, as a general rule, right? It is that good. The fact that Warriors Axe gives you not only strength, but also int, the strength or int, the adaptive stat, means that anybody can build it. And it was already very good. So you should just build it on everybody. And what's important to note here is, and I don't know if Joust functions with the same rules as Conquest for roles, but the support passive isn't attached to items anymore.
Yeah, I don't think that there are roles assigned in Joust, but hopefully that would not be the case. That would be ridiculous. We're going to hop into P's and B's here. We're going to reverse Godlike up against the bakery. So again, some players that you're very familiar with on the side of the bakery. They're cooking up Cheerio, Aurora, and Donut Doug. And you have reverse Godlike, Samson 11, Hudson, and TGY 15. I got to say, these are players I'm not too familiar with, but maybe they might just surprise us.
Hey, they might be names that we don't recognize from Conquest, but there could be people in the chat right now going, is that Hudson 2126? Oh my god! That guy owns Joust! Cinema! This is our moment! So, I am expecting big things, if I'm being honest. Real quick look at the bands. So, Achilles, Sobek, Kabrakan, Zeus, Aladdin, Hercules. So, tanks and Aladdin. So, and a Zeus, who could build tank with the Warriors X. So, sky's the limit. Ooh.
Truly is. Hecate, Chiron, Hua Mulan, Naja, Osiris. I'm seeing a lot of CC, and I'm seeing, again, a lot of CC muted. I feel like the Chiron just honestly is a hard counter in some ways to Naja, especially in a map and a setting where it's so easy to see all the action that's taking place. It's not like a Conquest fight where there's multiple layers, where you have the back line and the front line. It's just the line, and Chiron can very easily see what's happening and take action in response to ensure that no one's getting caught out by that CC.
I really like Chiron too in Joust, especially because you're always thinking of needing 2 tanks, 1 damage dealer, right? That's the general mindset that you go into a draft. Well, Chiron is a tank with the aspect that can kill towers because of Golden Blade. So you have this character that's scaling off of the protections, like that's how they're going to be dealing their damage, but they also have the autos to be able to actually shove down a tower when push comes to shove. So I really feel like Chiron with the aspect's a very strong pick to look for in Joust, even in addition to all the reasons that you said.
Plucks and pulls and stuns on each side. Between this Hua Mulan and Osiris, I feel like the initiation is just a lot easier for Reverse Godlike. So honestly, if they're looking for a means of getting in against these very well experienced and high pedigree people on the side of the bakery, I think they got a pretty solid composition for it. Hua Mulan can initiate with the grapple, or Hecate can start things off by switching up the places with the portals.
The thing, too, about Joust is that you're not working with as much gold as you are in Conquest. You're not scaling as much, so an early Ancile could be very good for Mulan as well.
Very true. Let's see if the bakery can try to sustain themselves and keep the doors open without all that extra gold. As we hop into game here, Reverse Godlike, the bakery, D-Lo, Musi, Morton Man, Tess, Jithens, all your good friends here in the booth, and you watching at home to see if Hudson 2126 can bring it home for their adoring fans.
Or Samson __11 or TJY15. These are some pretty solid names, and already looking at some of the items that we have here. 2 Warriors Axes on each side, a Conduit for the Hecate, and a Merlin going with the Sands of Time. So we are deviating a little bit from the plan, but honestly, I don't hate it for the mages.
Well, at the very least, it's tied up, so we don't know who's going to win this game just yet based off the Warriors' axes alone. Maybe this fight will decide instead. Bede's already off TJY 15, and maybe TJY 16 will have better luck. First blood goes to Cherio.
That is a tough one to give up, as well as the fact that the red buff went the way. Oh, actually, the red buff wasn't even finished yet. So after Bakery shoves this wave, they get to take a quick look at that red buff, clean up that neutral XP. The question is, where can you go after the fact? I do appreciate the fact that Reverse Godlike is taking a look at their own blue to protect it from being stolen.
That's really smart, because we saw just how much of a steamroll there was last time around once Tegvir and 2 Goats grabbed every single camp on the map, including the invade. So Reverse Godlike got to make sure not to fall for the same wily tricks. They, after all, did make it into this round for a reason, so you got to give them their credits, give them their laurels where they're due. We'll see what they're able to get initiated here. If you're looking at this Mulan, who are you trying to get that sick, nasty pull onto?
I'm looking at somebody that doesn't have beads. If we look at the relics here, Bakery has none. So everybody could be a target for this pull, but the Merlin looks especially juicy just because they don't have a Warrior's Axe. They do have that Aegis that they have to bait out there, but if we can get an early Ancile on this Mulan, you pop it. Then you throw out an ultimate, or you could throw out your arrow to silence them, but the stun's already there. I wouldn't worry about that too much, but I'm really stuck on this Ancile tech, by the way, Dila, if you can't tell. But it's gonna be about
build here.
Yeah, a little Ancile for the soul and mind here from Musi. But the long and the short of it here for Adilo, pull that Merlin, bait out that Aegis, kill that guy.
Bingo. Donut Doug actually getting hit by the collateral off the triple plate vision.
Oh,
And
very
it's
nice.
a great portal opened up as well, but the Phantom Shell does keep him alive for a bit longer. Make it 2 Phantom Shells, and Samson's instead the one who goes down. Chiron can't find the kill in the Centaurus. That means Hudson 2126 will indeed fall. TJY 15 gets a nice bird's eye view of the chaos before they descend down into death itself. Aurora with a double, and it's a deicide.
So much sustain for the Bakery. Whoa, here comes the Mulan though with the mastery.
Goes right through Vermilion Sash. No stun, no fun. Cherio's instead dead, and Hudson will take their head. Samson gonna eat that ring, which does slow them down and means that Aurora's guaranteed the escape of the other 2 members of the Bakery. But nonetheless, Reverse Godlike trying to get a bit of reversal there of the momentum by at least getting something on the board.
I like the aggression here from Reverse Godlike, knowing that they were going to be looking towards that left part of the jungle. You know where they're going to be. Just run at them. Like I said in the last game, the timers to get off of your respawn are very low, so you do have a chance to, even if you take an early knee in a fight, respawn and get back in there before the enemy cooldowns are all the way up.
And the CC immune ults of both Hudson and Samson are actually great responses for Vermilion Sash. That's what Samson exactly needs to do. Vermilion Sash comes out, Divine Mastery goes literally right through it, instead delivers damage of their own right. It's fantastic play for the Mulan, but TJY 15 unfortunately is not positioned next to their tank, and that means they easily go down. Sickles start getting off to work as they begin to chop up and hack up Samson. It's a double kill for Cherio.
Osiris with the aspect becomes a character that just throws out so much damage, especially when you have that Helm of Radiance there as well. Gives you a lot of int scaling. Remember, Warrior's Axe also gives a bit of int, so all his abilities are scaling with that int damage. Basically, you throw out that ultimate, you get to throw out 2 more sickle strikes as well immediately because of how it works with the passive. So it does a lot of damage. Bakery taking a look at this Lost Night, and nobody's here to contest it.
It just blends so well as well, that Helm of Radiance. Getting all those physical procs for the 2 physical members of Reverse Godlike. Aurora managing to distract the enemy for long enough to guarantee the Lost Knight, but also that purple buff. 4 minutes in, it's 1-6, and about 3k ahead. The Bakery showed no signs of stopping.
15% penetration and 0.8% health and mana restore per second. So even at level 9, these characters are going to be doing a pretty significant amount of damage and will have a crazy amount of sustain, especially for Aurora, who built that Yogi's necklace. So stack that Yogi's passive with it as well. This Nausea is going to be very, very tanky.
15%, 0.8% of the regen. Guys, remember these numbers. There will be a quiz. You're going to be seeing it 99 games in a row, so please make sure you're keeping up on the numbers. Look at the numbers here on this damage from Cherio. Spirit Flail and the ult. There's so much to deal with. The portals open up, but no one steps inside. It's a good sidestep there from Cherio instead to keep himself safe. Tower will crumble already.
Got about 60 seconds left for this buff to make a good push and an ultimate available for Donut Doug. That's not how Merlin works, Musi. I got baited by the diamond. And Bakery, looking to bait out Reverse Godlike, goes in.
Got the beads already, as well as Centaurus. And look at that damage there from the Merlin. Samson could not escape the void. The yawning abyss that Donut Doug calls into. And Samson, unfortunately, looked at it and blinked. An easy kill there guarantees even more pressure, though it does seem like we're going to see some resets spent from that hard-earned gold.
Yeah, a lot in pocket here. That gold doesn't mean anything until you spend it. Just like real life. Money's there to be spent, so go ahead, treat yourself, buy that cheeseburger. I'm already thinking about mine that I'm going to have later today.
Aww.
Bakery, thinking about that dough that they're racking up. All those kills that they found. Reverse Godlike, though, it is a very difficult situation to be in, but with a Mulan and Hecate, you do have pretty solid defense, especially with an open the gates. Just have to be able to catch Bakery in a pretty horrendous mistake.
Yeah, the fact that they have no beads as well, no CC immunity here for the Merlin, though the Nausea is a bit of a different story. The issue is you have to bait out the flicker. That TP gives you those frames where you can just barely eke out from the portal's grasp. But nonetheless, I do like the fact that, like you mentioned, Reverse Godlike have a lot of depositioning tools to pull the Bakery out from where they feel comfortable. But that Osiris certainly feels just fine where they're standing. You do not want to go for them. They have all those protections beneath their belt. Got an Uni Garb as well. That guy's not dying.
And an upgraded shell there for Aurora is going to keep everybody nice and healthy. Unlike the Sakate, who is just soaking up every last bit of damage. It's going to be forced to back off. Bakery at this point, D'Lo, what we're seeing here is they're going to go and strip the map of some neutral farm, pick up the red buff, rotate over to that Lost Knights up in 10 seconds. We're just playing the patient game that guarantees you a victory. What happens after we get that Lost Knight? Well, we get that regen back up, we get that penetration back up. Cherio can 1v3 here, by the way. I'm not even doubting that for a moment. So it does feel like Bakery's going to begin their final walk down towards this Titan.
One more Lost Knight. What's the numbers there, guys? 0.8 and 15% penetration. Keep it in mind. You see it get put to work right now, but it's a good portal opened up. Puts Cherio beneath the Phoenix. The issue is the Phoenix is deactivated. Sleep on the job.
My gosh.
DJY15 sleeping for 20 more seconds, but Hudson does manage to escape. The Windfire wheels catch out Samson, and Cherio just begins to hack away the Phoenix before turning their attentions right back to Mulan. Divine Mastery does get them out of danger, but does not get this team out of the pickle.
Keeping my eyes open for where this minion wave is for the Bakery. It walks up now, so now we get to deal some real damage to that Phoenix, or some real damage to Reverse Godlike. The Cherio up in the front there soaks up so much damage and just deals a ridiculous amount out there in turn.
And that regen, man, it just continues to rear its ugly head, allowing the Bakery to stand strong. This is a 24-hour open Bakery. Call it McDonald's, man. They just say put the fries in the bag, put this Titan in the pillowcase, and we're good to go. The Universe Ring does get some solid poke damage off as well. The other issue that is Joust is that you're all packed together makes that ability that much easier to get maximum value from. And Merlin started to deal out max damage there to Samson as well. Vermilion Sash on in, and the Universe Ring once again is utilized to get Hudson back to base, and this Titan slowly being leached of its health.
Bakery waiting for their opportunity to go in, playing for ultimate cooldowns. If I had to guess, Aurora and Cherio want those so that they can eliminate a body really quickly, but Samson looks for the engage.
If the bees are on the left side, but it won't save TJY15 for long enough. The portal's just opened a bit too slow. Samson considering whether they want to use it to redive on it. Indeed, they take the initiation. It's a smart play there, but Aurora is the target, or is it going to be the Merlin? They get stunned up and locked down by the Naja. That's a problem there for Samson. They turn their attentions back to the tankier Naja, and that might be where you hang your head, buddy, as it's rolling on the floor of the Titan room. A bit more pokes all that's needed. TJY15 does get the shutdown, but it's only a consolation prize. The Bakery take it all. They move on.
It was a pretty swift and brutal game there from the Bakery, but Reverse Godlike did a little bit better than the last team that we saw going up against some of those bigger names. So you got to give them their laurels. I like the aggression. I like the fact that they tried to stay competitive. So good stuff all around so far.
Plenty of good plays on either side, and like you said, they still managed to dig in their heels and give them some scraps, get some kills on the board, and that's what matters no matter what the disparity in skill might be. And we still got plenty of more skillful players to show, so once again, folks, stick around. More Smite Prime action after this. Hello everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. We continue to move on and march forward with this tournament as 99 teams are going head-to-head to win that 1050 cash grand prize. D'Lo here behind the mic, joined with my friend Musi in the booth. Tess and the man, your almighty eyes in the sky, and Jithan's your man behind the curtain, which it would be really nice if we could just descend it on top of Musi's panel, but I don't think we have the technological capacity for that. Sick. I love this. My favorite. Thanks, Tess. Anywho's, guys, we've seen so far two juggernauts up against two relatively unknowns in terms of the competitive scene, and we can continue to see that dominance of that trend as sometimes just having the bigger name, it's for a reason. It's because they make the bigger plays.
We are coming closer and closer to the realization that tanks are also broken in Joust. And I feel like as we continue along in the bracket, D'Lo, we're going to see maybe even some triple tank shenanigans, just because I feel I'm going to be on this horse all day, by the way. I'm on the horse. I'm staying on the horse. On this horse, I will ride. Warrior's Axe is very strong. And if you can build a Warrior's Axe, you're a good character. And all the tanks can build Warrior's Axe. So, W-Axe.
Stop beating that horse. I think it's already dead, Musi. That horse is dead. You're still punching it. Stop it, Musi. They already know. The Warrior's Axe goes crazy. It's actually true, though. And it is a point that we have to repeat because it is fundamental to understanding of how this dynamic is and why there are differences in between how you play competitive Joust and competitive Conquest. There are marked differences, and there's also the market escalation when it comes to the skill level that we've seen between these two teams. Well, speaking of the teams, we'll see that bracket, Musi, that we've really been able to parse a lot of information from, so we can check out what the landscape looks like. Yep, that's good bracketing.
Oh, yeah. I can really... So the thing about this bracket, too, is it's a bracket, right? And on this bracket, we see teams, names. I should have brought my super glasses.
I like how
it's lagging the particle effects out as well. It's actually just breaking everything. There's a lot of jokes to be made about like, oh wow, the bracket's so low. Dude, it is the best thing in the world to have like 100+ players sign up. All right, not even 100+ players, 100+ teams, right? Because you got at least 3 on each of those teams.
Yeah.
To see 300 Smite players pull up on a Saturday afternoon to go at it with the best of them. It is W passion, right? And I mean this in the strictest sense of the word. So you really have to, and for everybody that's signed up, even if you're not, if this is your first time in a comp experience, dude, kudos to you. You showed up, you showed out. That's huge. So, I don't know. I just got to really shout out all the love and the passion for the game so far. Like, you could joke all you want, but it is really cool.
Twitter doomers eat their hearts out, and picks and bans lovers eat your hearts in. I don't know.
In?
But we're going to be going into it. Sure. Out, in, either way you want it. We got picks and bans here for you. Zapman Deadlock up against For the Vibes. No Zapman present, all right? So don't sue, please.
Oh, okay.
We're just reading the names, all right? He's not here.
So we're just lying,
Kydon,
okay.
Sunprod, it's not. I guess so. I don't make the names, buddy. But For the Vibes up against them. And once again, Musi, it's the same trend. These are names we've seen before. Kydon, Sunprod, Snatty versus people here. For the Vibes. Love to see it.
Offset Paladin is a goated name. You're a goat in my eyes. That looks epic and cool. Sin and is that Mani or Manny? Manny X Eli?
It's two people
Said
combined into one. Like they're like an amalgamation. It's
Oh, like Vegito.
Yeah, I was thinking more like
Or
a marriage into Fear and
Gogeta?
Hunger.
Oh,
But-
okay. I don't
You know
know
what I'm
Ball.
talking
I
about?
haven't played that one. No.
Ah,
I
alas.
check all the boxes to know that one, if you know what I mean, but I don't know that
Yes.
one. Taking a quick
Unfortunate.
look.
Well,
Some of the bands here. 12 minutes. But Cab, Guan Yu Akate banned away from Zapman Deadlock. Achilles Artio Naja. So some of those picks that we saw already today are off the board. So we're going to get to see some newer sauce. The Osiris is old, but what's new is over at For the Vibes.
oh, yeah, the Hoonbots and Scylla. Okay, that's interesting to see those two make their presence known. I mean, Hoonbots, of course, always has great team fight presence, but I will say I wonder if the value is reduced given the fact that there's just less people to hit with that big circle. Nonetheless, a giant fear, always welcome. The issue that I can also see present with it is the order of operations. If you're that Scylla, you want them all packed together. If you're the Hoonbots, you want to separate them for the fight.
Well, or you could also think about it this way. Fear no evil is this giant circle that guarantees a fear on at least one person, so
That's true.
instead of thinking, oh, how many people can I affect with this? It's who can I isolate from the rest of the team so that this one character is set up to get knocked down? And if we want to talk big AoE Ultimate Stilo, well, your prayers are answered because of the Vulcan there.
Yeah, actually, I'm seeing on both sides kind of crazy. Osiris, E-Set, the E-Set especially, like, alongside the Vulcan, two of the biggest secure
The
ultimates in
actual
the
power
game.
couple.
The Lost Knight is like, gulp, I'm in trouble. But I will say again, For the Vibes, they do have a bit of homework in terms of making sure their PEMDAS is correct. If you want that Vulcan to have maximum impact with that Earthshaker, they either need to be targeting the person that's already hit by the Fear No Evil, or the Hoonbots maybe should wait for the middle of the fight, like you're always suggesting, to drop their ultimate, so that way Vulcan can get their big AoEs off.
I mean, you do have the Scylla route that sets up quite a bit for the Vibes as well. I'm
Bingo.
assuming that they're going to be going the aspects, so pick up a Yogi's necklace, got a little bit of tank action going in there. A ranged route and cripple, incredibly strong, especially against characters like Eset and Chiron.
We'll have to see if For the Vibes can make that composition work up against the higher pedigree players. We'll hop in a game and see if maybe they can reverse the trend, because so far, Musi, it's unfortunately been like kind of as we've expected. There's not been many large plot twists, but I would love to see a wrench thrown in that gigantic bracket.
This is what I was expecting to see. Oh, never mind. We saw a little bit of a change there. Offset Paladin going the Sands of
lost.
Time instead of the Warrior's Axe. So we were so close to it. Yeah, and they lost. If that happens, that means my theory is correct. I'm the smartest Smite boy around. That means I get to have pancakes for breakfast tomorrow. So fingers crossed there. But everything is kind of what we assume. Double shell, a lot of tank, a lot of sustain. Everybody has aspects for Zapman Deadlock.
Minions have spawned.
The triple tank is already here.
That is interesting to see triple. I've never seen a game where everyone has had aspect going on, but it makes a lot of sense for Mani Eli because you want to set up easy CC, right? And there's so many chains that are possible. You have the easy stun off the slam, then you have the root, then you have the meatball knockup. Like, you're in hell. You cannot do anything at that point.
Actually, I think we're in like Britain or something because of where the Joust map is, Dilo. Hell's a Norse goddess, and she's not even in Smite 2. So, how about you check that real quick, Dilo? Yeah, thinking about that.
Easy.
Thinking about this red buff too.
I'm messaging Tess right now to try to find a way to turn off your mic in behind the scenes. But nonetheless, to see a split here across the map. This is interesting. The red buff was completely seeded by For the Vibes, not having confidence to actually contest them directly, and instead they just want to early secure their blue buff to make sure there's no invade. And now instead we're invading the backline. Sunprod eats the stun, but that Hoonbots does have aspect, which means they do a bit less damage than you might expect.
that CC may come in handy later, and especially if this Humbots is looking for a lot of 1v1s, that's where the aspect really starts to show up, because it confirms all of your damage very easily. However... oh, no, I got that mixed up in my head, Dilo. The aspect is good for the team fights. I was like, what am I saying? So the aspect will be good as we progress through the game, so this Humbots can maybe look for a double or even the fabled triple stun for the Joust players here. But it is interesting that they gave up the red buff right away, because this is an incremental death of 1,000 cuts, right? All it takes is a couple neutral camps, and suddenly you are down a whole item, just because the vibes, or rather Zatman Deadlock, will be able to back and finish theirs first.
And you know what I'm going to say again, man? The fact that they're up against a Chiron just feels annoying, because that training exercise right there, if you're not landing that CC on top of the Chiron, which I do like the fact that we're seeing that happen repeatedly, Sunprod can actually easily bail out their teammate instead. So getting up to try to evade the damage, and actually they evade the knockup that way as well. Being displacement immune in that sense from Sunprod is a really solid counter to the Vulcan.
I really like the way the Vibes has been playing this poke game. I mean, this Hunbots gets in there, gets their stun off, and then leaves, right? You throw down a little bit of health before backing up and playing the game all over again. And with these Warriors Axes, they can keep themselves pretty sustained to continue trading back and forth with these ranged abilities. Although, Manny now could be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, look at that silence. Just does so much to keep that Hunbots on the front lines when they don't want to be there. And I really am looking towards this Scylla and this E-set, because yes, Mounty has that Stab Slam for easy engage, but they're going to eat a lot of poke in the meantime, whereas Scylla and E-set with their Spirit Ball and the Sikkim can each get off that poke and start off the CC chains while keeping safe. Nice little double stun, but again, no follow-up.
Snatty as well is able to throw out some pretty non-committal abilities, I think is the best way to describe it, where you throw out a circle, you back away, that's that, right? You get your damage off. We get to see some quick backs here. No blood so far, which is different than what we've seen all day, Dilo. But we do get to see some very familiar items. The Hunbots is going Yogi's Necklace, so it's definitely a tank Hunbots, focusing more on CC and survivability. He'll need that to go dive on the back line. Sunprod looking at that Golden Blade that we were talking about earlier. So Zatman Deadlock do have the capability to take a look at objectives and towers.
Sphere of Negation being built up here by the Osiris does worry me, in the sense that Mana Eli going this tank side of the damage spectrum means that there's not going to be much physical damage to worry about. Magical is a different story, but the Earthshaker going to be shrugged off thanks to the Phantom Shell, and now it could instead be the Hunbots in trouble. Sunprod, with a few easy basics, forces them to somersault back to safety, though I do like the attempt from Vibes.
If there's one thing that I want to talk about really quickly, it's the fact that we have a Book of Thoth for this Vulcan. It's a little concerning. Book of Thoth is a scaling item. You need to get stacks on it before it becomes really relevant.
Oh, God.
30 intelligence is not that much out of the box, and it's not going to help you kill anybody right away.
Well, hold on a second, though. Eset's going in trouble, but unfortunately, have a monster off the mark the first bite at the very least. Let's see if we get the second course instead. A great circle of protection restores him back to a solid amount of health, and you really need your Vulcan back in the battle, but they're still on sabbatical in the fountain instead. And now it could be trouble for the Scylla once more. The Masterful Shot not going to find the mark, and that means he stays safe for a bit longer, and the Spirit Flail can't get it either. Still about 5 minutes in this game. No one's died yet.
Important cooldowns taken away from Kaidan there, though. Without that circular protection, taking a look at that Lost Knight will be tricky, because you want this E-set to be able to confirm that away, knowing that For the Vibes has not only a Scylla ultimate, but a Vulcan ultimate as well. The objective fight could get kind of tricky here. This is the closest game we've seen so far today, Dilo. Like, this is looking pretty good.
I'm really liking the respect that Zatman Deadlock is giving for the Vibes, and they're doing it right back. Snatty in a bit of trouble, maybe. Needs some solid damage there, but forces out their ultimate to get the CC immunity. About a quarter of their health bar taken out, but that Warrior's Axe will restore it right quick, don't you worry. Unless, maybe try to take some chunks out of your health bar instead. Signal comes through, and the Spirit Flow does some solid damage on top. These silences keep finding the Hunbots' head to prevent them from leaping away, but leap away they do.
The Yogi's Necklace will help them out quite a bit. If they're going to get silenced, then they can soak up some extra damage and maybe not lose all of their health bar all at once. Also keeps them sustained in a general rule so that they don't have to back as frequently. So far, the next big objective to take a look at, Dilo, is either going to be that Lost Knight or the Tier 1 tower, which it looks like the Lost Knight is going to be the call from Zatman Deadlock.
I don't know, they got the 3-point shot. Steph Curry here on the Vulcan. If they're able to launch that from half court, that could be a big issue. Kydon's got their ultimate ready as well. But it's Snatty on zoning duty. Here comes the Earthshaker. Unfortunately, off the mark does force them to reset. And in the meantime, still in the backline, does solid damage there to Sunprod, forces out the beads. Mani gonna try to separate, pair alongside the Scylla. That means Vulcan separated from the rest of the team. Beads forced out here from the Hoon bots, and the Fear No Evil drop just to guarantee safety. But all 3 Centaur's shots still not able to find the mark, and no 2 available for Sunprod means that this battle, this fight, this game is still deathless.
Didn't have the follow-up arrow from Sunprod, but you settle for your consolation prize of the red buff. Really good play there, too, from Zapman Deadlock. Vulcan ult alley-oop goes for the backboard, but somebody took away the ball entirely when they dropped that Lost Knight, so the damage becomes turned off, I guess, is the easiest way to explain it. Just damage immune there, as nobody is holding on to that objective. So good macro play, good objective fight so far from Zapman Deadlock.
I would have loved for that positioning of the Earthshaker to be a bit more targeted onto the players as well, so at least you're getting value even if you don't secure the objective. But nonetheless, that's me really kind of nitpicking here, as for the Vibes, again, are really doing a solid job up against a team that you would expect to have a very firm handle on the lead so far. 7 minutes in, it's 0 kills, but only a less than 1,000 gold lead here for Zapman Deadlock, despite having some pretty solid dominance over the macro game, and you're going to see them try to implement it once more as they return back to Lost Night.
Purple buff also respawning. Snatty's positioning here should tell for the Vibes what's going on, because he's all alone. Here comes Scylla for the steal.
The TP in from the Hoonbots as well in the backline. Sunprod could be in trouble if they manage to find some follow-up to the CC, but follow-up is not what they have. They do, unfortunately, get up right into the crush, but look at Snatty just whittling down this Vulcan. Death by 1,000 cuts. Beats in their skull, and it's a first blood there, this time for Snatty.
That's gonna burst open this Lost Night here for Zapman Deadlock. Snatty's gonna have to fight a 1v2, maybe a 1v1, maybe a 1v nothing. Hunbats jumps over the wall. Lost Night is confirmed. 15% penetration, 0.8% health and mana per second, and that tier 1 tower has been disabled.
I've got a really solid observation for you guys. This Osiris is confirmed a problem. Sphere of Negation, Brawler's Beat Stick. This is disgusting work, and it's all because of the fact that this Hoonbot's Spirit Robe and Yogi's Necklace, he's not doing damage to you. So you don't have to worry at all really about the physical damage side of the spectrum. That means I can just keep on stacking these match prots and I'll be just dandy.
Especially too with this Brawler's Beat Stick, the longer that Snatty's in combat, he can get percent increase on his protections as well as his intelligence, which is how he does most of his damage. Hold on, underneath the tier 1 tower, I think Vibes forgot that it was disabled.
Oh, that's trouble there for Eli already. Beneath the circle of protection, more of a circle of absolute demolition as they take down the Monkey God first. Tower getting whittled down, and Snatty able to just eat up all of the abilities you want to try to toss at them. That's going to be breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Tower goes down, and Phoenix very well might be next.
The snowball begins here. Zapman Deadlock just off of a pick and a Lost Night are going to take away that tower. But with that tower golden pocket, with that kill golden pocket, definitely feel like you want to be able to back up and spend that before you try to push it to the limit a little too hard. This could be an opportunity here, though, for Vibes. Snatty's in the base, so take a look at that red buff.
Good stun. Force out the beads. Or rather, CC immunity instead from Sunprod. Again, that Chiron just has so much value passively, able to get their friends out of so many sticky situations. Easy red buff secure, and despite having the numbers advantage, for the Vibes don't want to press it. And I'm curious, Musi, for your opinion. Monty Eli's been doing these backline dives to try to get Sunprod a bit low, but again, they're tank Hoonbots with aspects. So where do you want to see them positioned ideally to make sure they get max value in the fight?
Honestly, the thing that they've been doing, I don't hate it too much, just because if you think to yourself, okay, well, is there a squishy that we can jump on? I mean, look at their items, Dilo. There really isn't. There are 3 tanks. This Hunbots is going to be looking to jump on that Chiron because they've got the CC immunity attached to their kit, and maybe that'll be the easiest one to burn down. I mean, Iset has an aspect that makes her very difficult to deal with. The Osiris will just kill you in turn. Like, it's pretty hard into this team composition, especially now that they've got their items online. What we're really looking for is going to be that follow-up from the rest of 4 Vibes. When Manny goes in, looks for that stun, We got to get that damage out from Sin, but how is Sin going to do damage? We have a Book of Thoth and a Chronos Pendant, a Gem of Focus, notably, no penetration.
What I'm looking for really is a time machine to go back and get this Scylla, a Warrior's Axe. And Mani, unfortunately, getting axed apart here, but a good Fear No Evil buys them a bit of reprieve. Not enough, though. The Spirit Flail separates their soul from their body. Hoonbots first on the kill count for this fight once again. But Scylla and Vulcan are still putting up a good effort. That's a really good Sikkim Crush combo. Unfortunately, it's stopped in its place by a well-timed Spirit Bomb. Snat in the front lines. Gets the sickle, can't find the kill. Earthshaker from way down deep, and it's an airball.
Well, at least it hits the minions, so the Phoenix push, is back on. The whole time this is happening, Sunprod solos out the Lost Knight. And now with, say it with me, D'Lo, 15% penetration and 0.8% health and mana regen per second. Yeah. Means we get to stay in this fight a little bit longer and get a lot more damage off.
And again, they have the man advantage. Do they decide to push it is a question. Seems like this time they might change their mind. Eli finds the stun. Instantly the CC immunity there from the Chiron. And Muzi, you're right. That's why you have to maybe dive Sunprod instead. Because they can't save themselves. But they certainly can for Kaidon. And that ensures both of these members on the front line stay happy and healthy.
For the vibes, their Phoenix is disabled, so they won't be able to hurdle, or rather turtle underneath that Phoenix. You have to back up and defend your Titan. That's going to be tough to do because there's a lot of AoE damage from Zapman Deadlock as well that your Titan gets caught up in the mix of it, so it's going to be a tough defense.
Muzi has some beans for you. Things are looking rough for that Phoenix. It's dropped down to about half health already, and Offset Paladins on the front lines trying to stop Sunprod, but you have really no business doing so while Sin is in the back line getting eviscerated by Snatty. They're looking at the Titan. Wait, is he in the Phoenix room? I got very confused there for a second. I thought the Titan left his room to go find some more snacks and morsels outside of base, but no. Titan's still relegated to their appropriate spot. They've been grounded so far, but now they're being punished by their parents. That's going to be Osiris and Iset. Trying to give them what for, a good spanking so far. Delivered about to a fifth of their health bar. But at the very least, you have all three members from the Vibes. But right now, the Vibes, Muzi, they're looking rancid.
20 seconds left for this Lost Knight buff. Can Zapman Deadlock push in on this Titan room? Or are they going to be forced to back off here? You do have an ultimate available for Sunprod, but in terms of a teamfight ultimate, not as swingy as, say, as Snatty's or Kaidon's.
This could be trouble if they try to dig in their heels a bit too hard. A silence there on top of the Hoonbots as the Earthshaker finds absolutely no one once again. And then I'm a monster. That's a Scylla with Aspect. That's a Scylla with no Warrior's Axe. I have no reason to fear what you're capable of. Beads forced off the Vulcan. It's a good Fear No Evil. Buys him some time, but you need damage a lot more. 3 tanks slowly whittling down that Titan, and Snatty will take one more kill to go. That's going to be a victory for Zapman Deadlock.
It's a tough one. It is a tough one indeed, but it was pretty close for a long time. Joust is one of those game modes where it takes one mistake and suddenly the game gets flipped on top of its head, but well played to both teams for giving us what I think has been the most competitive set so far today.
Scylla didn't want to pay that 1,500 gold fee that Muzi was shelling out for those Warriors Axes, and you know what? That's what happens. You died. So, scalpers rejoice and everyone else weep bitter tears as we see once again the Warriors Axe strategy take its hold, and Muzi is indeed confirmed the smartest Smite 2 boy. But we have plenty of more smart Smite 2 stuff to talk about in the future, guys. Stick around. More Smite Prime after the break. Hello everyone, welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium and the Warriors Axes are expensive and flying off the shelves, baby. Business is booming here for D'Lo and Muzi in the booth. Tess and Morton, man, your almighty eyes in the sky. Jithin's getting mogged behind the curtain, and you sadly watching at home. Muzi, how we feeling?
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I went into today, I was like, all right, some Joust games, it'll be all right. It'll be a good time, it'll be fun. This is immensely entertaining. I'm having a great time today. I can't even front about it. I can't even lie. Joust, it's kind of hype. It's kind of hype when these games go the way they do. It's a little more in-depth than maybe I initially anticipated. Joust players, I'm sorry. I didn't know the ball that you were playing with. I might queue a couple games for the funsies of it, so I'm ready for even more today.
Well, you have all the Warriors Axes you'd need to do it for sure. And speaking of, let's take a look at the item builds, the player stats. Muzi, anything catching your eye?
3 Warriors Axes for the team that won. I mean, what do? Mike Typhon for Snatty? All right, bro. What?
Whoa.
What's going on here?
Want to be like
Not
Mike?
too shabby.
What can I say? It's certainly
Big
not.
Mike fan over here.
Big Mike fan over here. Big things happening when you get that Mike Typhon going. And the builds, honestly, were really solid there from the side of Deadlock. And I think that the compositions as well, we're noticing something as well, Musi. It's not just the Warriors axes that are always on the winning team. It's the Chirons and the Osirises as well that have really been super valuable amongst all these games.
Also taking a little peek at the damage here too. Just seeing that the Vulcan damage wasn't where you want to see it. I attribute that to the fact that if you're going to build your damage character in this tank meta, building your penetration sooner rather than later might be the play in Joust. It's a 4th slot always in Conquest, but in Joust, maybe a little sooner. Oh, hey, the bracket's back. Who's next, Elo?
I love the
Any
gray.
favorites on this bracket that you like here? What teams are you seeing here that you like?
I like the gray combined with the orange accents. I think
More
it looks
mouse
really-
bites.
More mouse bites, more Warriors axes too. I mean, as far as that last game goes, there's one more point I want to hark back to what you said. That Book of Thoth being built, right? People need to keep in mind that we're here for a good time, not a long time. Like, genuinely, there's no commitment, all right?
Yes.
Situationships
We're not
only.
failing.
Situationships only, folks. Like, we are
Up down
not
like a
here to put a
pogo,
ring on
like-
it. For real, like, lower your expectations. You guys are not going to see long-term commitment out of anyone. So you get that Book of Thought, you're a sucker. You're getting left at the altar.
Yeah, they got the divorce papers at hand already. Like it's cooked from go. We gotta just go to the next one, right? So
Yep.
I saw somebody build a Totem of Death in one of the first games I think we saw, and I think that might be a good shout for Joust just because it's a little cheaper than Opshard. You get a similar effect, so if you can play a mage or a damage carry that's able to utilize that, that's some early penetration you can get online. Or you can just go all Fizz characters, have an Oathsworn Spear, and just be like, good, did it, done.
For real. Just assume that every game will last 10 minutes and you should be fine. P's and B's coming at you in a second here, and we'll see if that patterns that we've seen so far continue on there. It's been a lot of tank bans on one side, a lot of cabs, a lot of Sobex, and then you see some of the usual offenders, the damage dealers. But again, I think Chiron and Osiris are two you really, at this point, have to look at. The numbers do not lie.
Taking a look at some of the players that we see here, I don't recognize any of the names, and that makes me very excited. We don't have any of the Conquest Prime players here. We got some other folks here. Attire, Tasty Taco, Mexi, Gyaru, Sentio, and Leto. Goated names. You get 20 Musi points for these names. These are looking pretty saucy. A lot of personality to be had here, so interested to see how that personality translates itself to the battlefield. Thank you so much. All right, go ahead, Dilo, your turn.
He's accepting his Oscars soon, guys. Stay tuned for that one on the next Smite Prime broadcast. But nonetheless, Buzz, Three's a Crowd. Like you said before, the bans, it's not going to be back and forth action, so we're going to be waiting for a second longer before we get to see. And the fact that these teams are maybe a bit less known in the comp scene, I wonder if that means maybe they just splash around a bit more in the Joust pool, or maybe they're just not very comp experienced at all and have had a different bracket run than others who've kind of been slated up against Paul and the rest of the gang very early. But no, we are actually seeing some pretty solid bands here. It's the Cab you expect, the Sobek as well, and that Osiris. So some different front lines might be for the order.
Chiron's still available here. And that seems to be the throughput winner of all the games we've been watching. Buzz could have it here for first pick, but there is still picks like Hecate that's available. The Kerberos could be there too. I mean, we saw that put in a fair amount of numbers. There's a lot to look at. And it is going to be the Hecate that gets locked in initially by Buzz. So that leaves Chiron open, as well as things like the Nausea. There are a lot of really solid picks. The fact you can only have 3 of them makes drafting really hard sometimes.
My question is, like, even though Hecate has been banned, as the Eset and Sylvanas get locked in there for Three's a Crowd, do you want to prioritize your backline damage dealer when this is a tank meta, or do you try to instead get the first picks off for those frontliners that have also damage beneath their belts, like that Eset, like that Sylvanas? I feel like we've seen so far the teams that are prioring their frontline are seeing greater success.
I feel like you could go either way with it because there's so many good front lines, and the fact that the enemy team can only pick so many of them away from you you can get a little loosey-goosey with how you're playing,
That's
and
true.
prio maybe a little bit of comfort, but also some of the bigger real top pick, top ban contenders. Like Hakate is a very fine and easy top pick here for Buzz, just because she does fine against pretty much everyone, right? She doesn't get particularly hurt by too many other characters. She will be constantly good. She has a good ultimate. She's got some safety, plus with her magic shield that does well into the mage tanks that are looking really good so far. So I really like the Hekate first pick, honestly, now that I talk myself through it even more.
Well, that's a fair point. I'll concede that the Hakate has been certainly useful, especially in a game mode where you can find yourself beneath a structure for quite some time. The Open the Gates is just a uncontestedly fantastic team fight ability, and alongside Ganesh could certainly provide some solid stuff. I like the fact that they can really lock down this Sylve quite easily. Can't really lock down the on her though. That's going to be a bit of a tougher story. But as well, I want to shout this Apollo from Buzz. We're neglecting the Chiron on both sides instead for a character with a global ultimate on a map that's like this big.
This big. Hey,
This big.
it's a good size for a map, okay? I don't need you disparaging my map size, man. Let's
Jesus,
calm
average
down.
size, all right? Average size map.
But Apollo, I think, does pretty well because they're a ranged character that uses Golden Blade, can build tank, and can still be in the thick of it, and still has some really good uses, especially
That's
with
true.
the aspect as well. So maybe you lack some of the utility that you had with the Chiron initially, but you do have a crazy good brawler who does pretty well early game due to the fact that he's able to throw out those so beautifuls so consistently. That is if he goes the aspect. If he goes non-aspect, you're gonna have to sell me on it a little bit, because I'm convinced at this point that a Warrior's Axe into a Golden Blade on an Apollo, followed up by something like a Berserker Shield, will just kill a lobby, right? If anything,
Yeah.
I'm looking at this on her with a little bit of concern, but maybe not as much as other hunters. He has Prot Shred in his passive, so that's not too shabby. Oh, we're in the game. Whoopsie daisy.
We'll see if these brawlers are able to actually get the fight on
Oh.
or unless they just get beaten with a stick instead. We'll find out. Buzz, three's a crowd. And we see the aspect being built up there by the Apollo. But, Musi, the real question is, how many Warriors Axes do we see? Tess, you're blocking it. I can't see.
Mort, get out of there! Oh, speaking of seeing, looks like the tire got pulled in by the Sylvanas, and from the right side.
Watch out. Ganesh got that remove obstacles, can easily knock them back up. But already seeing the relics offline. It's an agility actually for that Apollo as well. That's atypical. Interesting stuff there. But, again, Warriors Axes. How many do we have? I see... What?
2.
1 on the side of Buzz. That's going to mean they lose. Well, that's unfortunate. But they win this fight at the very least. Get the first blood. A tire dashes on in and chops down the tree to size. Could be trouble if the Honor has no leap. It's a good mez. Was the CC to follow. Instead, it's just going to be the Ohm coming in from the Ganesh, who is rocking the aspect Musi, so no silence, just damage.
While we don't see the full stacking of the Warrior's Axis from Buzz, we do see that War Flag, which saw a few changes as well with the starter item, patch that went through. And I feel like this War Flag could get pretty good, especially in Joust, because you're getting constant benefit here. 0.5% movement speed, 1% attack speed, up to 6 times. So you're getting 3% movement speed and 6% attack speed just by clearing a wave with your team. Your Apollo, with that starter, you are going to be charging up your passive so much and getting off so many so beautifuls that you just get to toss out a ridiculous amount of damage. So I'm on board. I don't hate that from Apollo specifically. I don't hate that at all. And if for some unholy reason this game gets to a stage where people are level 20, then he gives that aura to his team, and we're all swinging big.
I really just want to see us do what Buzz already done once before. Take down the Sylve. It's just so immobile compared to an Osiris, compared to the other front lines we've seen be operated so far. It's so vulnerable to the Ganesh slow from the pillars to the knockup as well. And that's what this So Beautiful needs to lead to, Musi. More CC, more damage. It can't just end with the Mez. Oh, in fact, might end or start with the Mez rather, and then into portals. Mexi grabs up the Sylve and instantly takes them out. That's exactly what you wanted to see. And it's unfortunate though, is that Gyaru had that CC Mune ult. Just got caught with their pants down.
Speaking of ultimates, Wander's going to throw his out, but already getting pressured in. Attire's putting a lot of damage on top of this tier 1 tower so early in the game, Dilo. And the Lost Knight hasn't even spawned. You know, the more I think about it, Buzz's team composition, their relics, their starters, it's a little different from what we've been seeing winning so far today, but I'm seeing results, and I'm liking what I see.
Yeah, maybe we have to change the Warriors Axe NASDAQ or something, because stocks are actually dipping, plummeting even. The economic scene is crashing, as you can see. The fact that 2 starter items of that variety do not just win you the game. 3's a crowd. Really got to play around their CC. You have such good long-range forms of it. Non-committal, like you said. The Sylve Root, the ESET Bomb, plenty to do. You just got to land it on the right target.
Don't fear them, friends.
Lost Knight is up. Red buff's going to be coming up soon. Pulls off the mark.
Sylve's going to be going down as well. Yeah, that Pills is going to be put up to try to slow them down, but falls in the sky. Just got to find the right time to descend on down. So beautiful is that kill, as Attire takes down Gyaru once more. Sentio does eat Triplicate Vision, but doesn't have the Mez. A great bees in response. Just barely saves Sentio, living on a sliver.
So far, the pressure from Buzz has been immeasurable. You can measure it, actually. If I were to measure it on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd put about a 6 or 7 so far. There's quite a bit. Tasty Taco eats up Leto as well, so that completely opens up the map here. Could TP over to the other side, take a look at that Lost Knight, or settle for that purple buff. 3 as a crowd has a team that's very good at defense, but from what we've seen so far today, D-Lo, defense doesn't matter when the enemy team has a Lost Knight and can just shut down your structures anyway. And if it comes to it, the Lost Knight can even disable the Titan. So you really got to make sure that if you're going to fight, you cannot just hide. You got to get out there. You got to get active. That's what Buzz is doing.
4 minutes and a kill for each one for Buzz, and about a 2k gold lead their way. Gyaru's been having a rough time of it. Is nearly every single kill for Buzz so far. It's just because, again, that lack of mobility. And you know what I'm also seeing, Musa, that you called to before? I saw a gauntlet of thieves being built up here from the Sylvanas, and that's like looking for a spouse on Tinder. You can't be looking for that much commitment in a location where it just does not make sense.
Yogi's necklace is there, hot, free, single, ready for you. They're not looking to scale. Open the gates, catches no one, but it does do damage.
The Phantom Shell is going to be able to save the Ganesh for a bit longer. Gyaru once again gets rejected, gets reported, gets blocked. Sentio's going to join him. It's a double date of destiny and death. Mexi makes it one more. It's an easy peasy deicide. 3's a crowd. Buzz agreed. They'll kill them all.
The golden rule. Buzz stand together strong to take a look at this tower. And with the minion wave pushing in there and a golden blade in pocket for this Apollo, it is short-lived for this world. Holy cannoli, D-Lo. I mean, this is actually insane how fast this game is going right now.
Sell the Warriors Axes quickly. Everyone, I don't know, buy Agility Relic. Do something else.
Sell!
Quick, while it's at the market peaks.
The pro players are wrong.
Everyone was wrong. Paul's got no idea. Buzz now with 7 kills 6 minutes in. And if your 3's a crowd, Musi, things are starting to wildly spiral out of control. But maybe this corner camp could be a wise idea to get the jump on someone. But they pull the trigger a bit too early. And now you're left with no cooldowns, left with no health. Sylvanas is in trouble, baby. Circle of Protection dropped and popped early. That's a lot of value down for nothing. ESET forces out the beads and going to be taking that quick portal travel. It's the frequent flyer miles there from Attire. It's a so beautiful finding, too, and Mexi starts with the kill on Gyaru. Sentio's up next, and his Honor's got nowhere to go but home. Buzz continuing to fight to the nines.
It is unfortunate the Sylvanas just has no movement to get away from the dash stun from Tasty Taco, from the dash mez from Attire. Even Mexi's able to get a pretty easy mez off with their triplicate form in purple mode. Down goes the Lost Knight. So Buzz will disable the Phoenix on the side of 3's a crowd. What I'm getting at here, D-Lo, is that these fights are almost always reliably a 3v2 because Gyaru has just been getting picked off every single time. Of the 9 kills, Gyaru is 5.
Yeah, and hold on. Might be seeing that change up just now. Tasty Taco's in trouble, but that Sphere of Negation just gives you such a tanky shield as well as the Dispel Magic, and they're going to be using that to portal them back on in. It's a double mez there once again from Attire. Circle Protection popped early, but it's a solid disperse. Can you get the kill is the question. No, that obstacle just got removed. Tasty Taco on the killing spree.
Attire and Mexi looking to push forward on top of Yaru as well. The Phoenix is disabled, so
Save
body
me!
block action here, and he's got nowhere to go. Down goes Sylvanas. Were they in time for the deicide? Not quite. Sentio's back up, and Leto soon behind. Oh, they got it.
This is trouble for the
Just
bird.
barely.
They did get the accolade. We'll take it. Add it to the ledgers. But the question is, can Three's a Crowd even get one kill on their numbers? A solid impale to start things off, but that means the Spirit Bomb's off the mark, and the Mez comes right on time. Solid disperse, better portals. Mexi takes down Leto, and the Phoenix Siege resumes.
Who are these guys? Sign them to a team. Get them in there. Attire gets in there, and a dash on top of Sylv as well. Yaru's already half health.
This is trouble, man. They're supposed to have sustain, but they can't even stay in the lane for longer than 2 seconds. It's a good pull. The Titan can start to do a bit of damage, but not quite enough to really force anyone back. And now we can start to whittle down that juicy Titan health bar.
We do have a lot of gold in our pocket, though. Buzz has to be careful not to overcommit here, because if
True.
they die, the shutdown gold will be immense for Three's a Crowd. Looks like we get a little bit of an opportunity to take a breather, reset mentals. Unless you're Tasty Taco, you're basically clearing a wave. But taking a quick look at the items here, D-Lo, and kind of checking in with where we're at here. Never mind, Honor's about to die. I'll miss you.
This is trouble. The food chain's been realigned. This is not an herbivore. It's actually a wild predator elephant. And that's going to be the portals that swallow up Leto whole. Attire goes in with the So Beautiful. Dispel Magic finds good damage while protecting the Apollo, and Mexi will have their head. A double kill, and I don't know what to tell you, Gyaru. I think this might be all she wrote for you, too. A few more autos. That's all it is. And Gyaru's dead, too. One more deicide in the pocket, and a victory. Buzz, go to infinity and beyond.
I mean, we were worried about that Apollo ultimate, how useful it would be. Hold on. Leto, are you that cat? Can you make it
Tasty
happen?
Taco? I don't think so. Not enough kitty treats in the bag for them to get motivated to take that defense on headstrong. Buzz, take it, and Three's a Crowd. Put up a stalwart attempt. They still can't get on the kill board, but nonetheless, we salute you, soldiers.
It was well fought, well played. I mean, that Apollo ultimate, like I was saying before, while it wasn't getting, cross map value until the very, very end, still a wonderful initiation tool and really made this Apollo just a crazy threat on the field.
And the first time we get to see a team with less Warriors axes win a game, not clickbait. Oh my god, Jithens, get the thumbnail ready. And also, get yourselves ready. Get some more tea, get some more water, get some more drinks, beverages, refreshments, and snacks. We got plenty of more action packed to the prime for you. Stick around. More after the break. Hello everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the Warriors axes are always premium, except for the times when they aren't. I'm D-Lo here behind the mic, joined my friend Musi in the booth. It's Morton Man and Tess, your almighty eyes in the sky, and Jithens wondering why he hired us for the job in the first place behind the curtain. You watching at home. Muse, how we feeling?
Feel pretty good. I mean, that last game was... it was a little bit of a the old 1-2 punch there. The snowball started very early on. It just never stopped, but that was still pretty fun to watch and watch it go down. If you were ever doubting whether or not Hakate is a good character to pick up, D-Lo, I hope that game kind of showcased what she can do. She can do a lot of damage. She's got to build the right items. Book of Thoth? No. Spear of Desolation? Yes. Sometimes the quick, short, easy route is the way to go. We want our money. We want it now. We want the instant gratification, right? I'm just eating the marshmallow right away, D-Lo.
Inshallah, Sylvanas will have better luck next time around they're picked. Unfortunately, just was not able to get out from the clutches of Mexi and Attire and Tasty Taco, who just have more mobility and more long-range damage to be able to lock them down and snuff them out. But would you look at that? What are we fighting for here, Musi? It's not only that 1050 cash prize that is oh so sweet. It's also the pride, the ability to show your stuff and strut in all those casual queues and tell all of your e-girls and boys and non-binaries that you too have a Smite Prime badge.
You not only walk away with that Smite Prime badge, but a legendary Smite Prime champion title you'll be able to slap onto your profile as well. Make everybody else shake and quake in their boots so you could just have all of the sauce on your profile.
And museums, speaking as people who have these badges ourselves, it feels awfully nice to have them, beneath your belt. It feels pretty cool. It feels pretty neat. You're dripped out to the nines. We didn't earn it, mind you, by playing the game. We suck, but nonetheless, we have them. Haha. And we have a bracket here for you as well. And easy, I'm seeing this bracket. I will say you can actually see that names are getting filled out, so there is some progress. I can mark that, but beyond that, I really don't have to tell you guys at home. It's a bracket. It sure is.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds left. Question mark?
I believe this is
so.
quarterfinals, if I'm not mistaken. So we're starting. The end's in sight, guys. The light, you see it at the end of the tunnel, but we still got a lot of walking to do. But hey, I'm happy to be on the journey here with you. I'm happy to have Musi here with me too for it too. And we got this time around a bit more of the Juggernaut versus Juggernaut kind of matchup here. We've seen sometimes some, minnows, like you said, swimming up from the bottoms of the reefs up against those big sharks. But now it's going to be shark versus shark, baby.
Hey, Shark Week, ooh ha ha. Let's get into that, right? The teams that we have, it's going to be Zatman Deadlock versus Two Goats and Tegvir. So yep. I expect to see a little more leaning into the triple tank setup, a lot more Warriors Axes going on this time around, maybe not so much going for damage in the sense that we traditionally understand it, but a war of attrition is what I feel we're going to see, similar to one of the games that we saw previous today where there were no kills on the board for a little bit, nothing really happened, and then all of a sudden, the game's over.
Well, all of a sudden, pick some bands. Boom. Let's hop into it and see what we got going. Once again, the fact that these players are of that upper echelon of competitive play means they're knowers. They understand what gods need to be banned off, and they probably understand the priority levels as well. We saw Hakate get banned out by Two Goats and Tegvir prior, and they actually passed ban. I don't anticipate against Zatman Deadlock they're going to make that same play. They can't be cocky.
No, not this go around. Unless you're intentionally leaving up pretty much everything. I would assume that we're going to try to take away things like Hakate, maybe a Chiron with the aspect. Odin as well would be pretty solid to take off the board. Eset's going to be pretty good. I mean, she's been looking really solid so far today. So it's going to be at least one of the things that I talked about. We get to keep that in the pocket, but Hakate makes a lot of sense. Hercules is sneaky sauce. He recently had a change, so now he's going to be even tankier. So taking him off the board, very relevant, especially when these fights are just health bars slapping each other.
Dude, I saw Hercules commit war crimes in a jungle practice where his cooldowns can be insta-reset upon using his ultimate. It's like, if you build him correctly, it is disgusting what you're capable of. So I'm not surprised to see he has not graced the field yet so far. Merlin being that top pick. So I'm using, once again, it's not Akate, but it's the same line of thought and the idea that we secure our backline damage first. But you know what that leaves open? Eset, Chiron, still up for the taking.
And it's interesting, too, because I was going into this thinking we were just going to see the tank slap fight, but Merlin's pretty good here, too. He's one of the mages that can just shred a health bar, so definitely something to keep in your back pocket so that you can have that, especially when Akate isn't necessarily available. Giant AoE damage circles, great for sustained fights, which is most certainly what we're going to see, knowing that Zatman Deadlock are definitely looking at a couple of more bigger health bars down the line here.
Big things, big health bars, big damage, big pluck. Sobek not banned for the first time we've seen all day. Don't know how that slipped by me, but nonetheless, that means he's going to be slipping into the murky waters of this game. Princess Bari right by his side.
Sobek has quite a bit of potential now, especially with the starter item changes, the adaptive stat, being able to scale up the int for this Sobek. But also, his passive changed recently, so as he ramps up his passive, not only does he get protections, but also a little bit of cooldown as well, lets him constantly throw out extra abilities. And the pluck, if we can pluck the Merlin or anybody else who we can lock down afterwards, then it would be pretty good. But it's not going to do too well into that RDO with that giant AoE cripple field.
That's so smart. That is so smart. Alongside, again, the Chiron, it's added airbags here to this 747 charging down the lane at you. Chiron can cleanse it if it does manage to somehow hit, but the Entangling Vines, like you said, Yuzi, the dash doesn't get CC immunity until it collides with the target. So if Artio stands in front of their team while a charge prey is about to hit them, it gets canceled instantly. No damage, no nothing.
And even if the Charge Parade does manage to connect, if a Chiron is ready and willing, the training exercise, like you said, can also just give a little bit of CC immunity. Suddenly the Sobek pick gets completely shunted out of the water. We still have an Execute, which can be pretty solid. And we see the Hou Yi here for Two Goats and Tegvir. So we're not interested in tank slap fights. We are interested in plucking and killing, or setting up a lot of CC and damage, and then just kind of eliminating a health bar.
Okay, so the Hou Yi's solid in the sense that the Suns are really good in a Joust map. It instantly blocks an entire lane path. There's no wiggle room, really. So Phantom Shell might be forced out here from Zatman Deadlock for that purpose. Chiron and Artio have no way around it aside from that, so that's really solid. Merlin, even then, that might be a bit sketchy if it's placed properly, and the Flicker can't get past. It is rather short after all. I'm still worried, though, just about what this Sobek's potential engage can be. How else do you engage? Is it going to be on the Hou Yi, I guess, to dash on in instead? Even that gets snuffled out by this cripple. If this Artio performs well for Zatman Deadlock, I really foresee a difficult fight for Two Goats and Tegvir.
It's going to be really relying on what our damage carries are able to do, because we're investing so much, quote unquote, into this Sobek to deny them the chance to play the game. Math would tell you that that gives more opportunities for Princess Bari and Hou Yi to play instead.
Well, we'll find out if they're going to be capable, if they're up to snuff. Which of these juggernauts will fall and which one will rise up through the bracket? Game's coming at you right now to find out. You know what I'm also noticing, Musi? It's two potentially auto-attack reliant gods between the Hou Yi and the Bari, and in a meta where you can just build tank items on top of tank items, you can just get an easy Spectral to slow down that attack speed. Oh, maybe speed up the Ricochet speed. Bede's already forced out and Snatty forced into the grave. What just happened?
I mean, that is the benefit of getting out of the base right away and looking for that kill at this early level. Happn's still able to get a lot of value out of Sobek, especially because the Artio just wasn't quite ready to respond in time. And now with Beads forced away from Snatty, Two Goats and Tegvir are going to have a pretty solid first wave fight as well.
Oh my god, somehow these entangling vines just aren't grasping him quickly enough, but Chiron barely able to get out. The hover comes right through, and it's Tegvir over the wall. Two Goats and Tegvir, maybe add my name to the list. Paul, though, will be able to take down Snatty instead. So Tegvir, you don't quite get that accolade just yet. It's an easy blue buff steal, and Two Goats and Tegvir begin with a relentlessly violent start.
Am I just not seeing something properly here? I wonder if... Dilo, when Happen goes into Pluck, were the vines already out, or would they come out after the fact?
I'm not sure. That's why I'm a bit confused, truthfully. I figured that Happen should instantly be stopped in their tracks, but maybe they were able to grant the CC immunity quickly enough with his wait for the vines to go down. Double kill for Paul. Triple kill for Paul. Less than a minute in this game. Already a deicide on the board for Two Goats and Tegvir.
We have level 5s for Happen and for Tegvir, and not even a level 5 for anybody from Zatman Deadlock. 5 kills down? It just passed the minute mark. This is like a nightmare scenario for Zatman Deadlock. A 500 gold lead is a lot to be able to deal with when you're playing in Joust. 1,000 off the rip? Or maybe a little bit close. 1,700!
Oh, no, 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 no,
Oh,
no.
no!
This is trouble. I mean, you have some forms of counterattack in the form of that Artio, but the ricochets are ricocheting and Snatty is stunned in place. Ow! Take a sip from that potion, buddy. That hurt.
Yeah, alright. So this is gonna be a game of all time, I fear, because...
Ow!
What are you talking about? You're getting a Warrior's Axe proc with that ricochet too. You got the Bari ricocheting as well, so it's just not safe to stand anywhere.
Ow!
Oh, he just keeps doing it. Ow!
We're playing pinball. This hurts. The entangling vines are already down. Sobek is lurking in the waters. The sun's come crashing down. And Prodigy's burned away. The triple bounce for Snatty. Nowhere is safe. This horse is about to be turned into glue.
It's gonna be pretty soon when we get to see early items coming out from Two Goats and Tegvir, and they're gonna be there. Or rather, they're going to get there far sooner than Zatman Deadlock. This first back from Two Goats and Tegvir is going to be incredibly detrimental to Zatman's chances of winning. They're going to back now, pick up Golden Blades, pick up Yogi's necklace. Yup, there's the Yogis for the Sobek. Show me the Golden Blade. for the Hou Yi. He hasn't backed yet. And a Chronos pendant for Paul. I mean, if you're already just constantly spamming abilities, you're already ahead. I don't hate it here at all.
You do if you're a Zapman Deadlock fan, I'll tell you what. About 3 minutes into the game, 6 kills. So it's slowed down, at least a little bit. But with Sobek entering from stage left, that might change rather quickly. He's forced out, and the Entangling Vines does not seem like these vines are active in the moments necessary to save them. You can't even save yourself. Sunbron's already dead, courtesy of Tegvir.
Lost Knight's up. 2 goats and Tegvir. Honestly, could look at it. Maybe we settle for Snatty first, who is dodging and weaving all through these abilities. Kaidan and Snatty just watching them like, okay, bro. No, it's fine. I'll just get my blue buff.
Uh-oh. Kaidan actually does manage to grab that at the very least, thanks to a well-timed flicker to escape the charge prey, but can Sunbron is the question. The dash does save them, and Two Goats and Tegvir are at complete liberty to begin whittling away at these health bars, whittling away at the tower, and when they so please, start to look towards this Lost Knight. Zapman Deadlock, what is their fight plan to ensure they don't lose the next 3v3?
Stop dying. Stop dying right now. I don't know how you make that happen, but either we just need to respect. There it is. Now it's working. That's the one. All right, now kill that guy.
Please? Nope, not even gonna be granted that luxury.
Nope,
Centaurus through the wall, but the Bari ultimate ensures, well done by Paul to peel for their support. Now it could instead be Tegvir in trouble. Are you a goat, Tegvir? Let's find out. A great push against the wall! Snatty goes down, but finally Kaidan grabs something for the board for Zapman Deadlock. Tegvir just got a bit too big for their britches.
Paul was forced to use their Aegis as well. And you want to talk about what needs to happen for Zapman Deadlock to win? That initial engagement getting turned off, Happen not being able to get a pluck makes their team fight very hard to play afterwards. So as long as Sunprod has the timing for the pluck, for the cripple, the fight immediately becomes good for Zapman Deadlock.
Dude, I need more cooldown. I need more cooldown on that Entangling Vine stat. Please, I need a Chronos Pendant on your side, buddy. You've got to have that uptime be constant. And when you're using that life tap right there, that's just more time that Sobek knows you're not dedicated to the Entangling Vines. They find the time to use them now, but Tegvir is able to instantly hover dash right back to safety, and now that cooldown's offline, and Sobek is lurking.
Zapman Deadlock, I don't know if you know this, but there's a Sobek behind you.
Feels like he's everywhere, man. He's in front of you, behind you, he's robbing your pockets, he's taking your blue buffs. Like, what can't this man do? And it's the reason why we've seen it banned every single time, and the first time it's not. It's the reason why it's first picked by Two Goats.
Two Goats and Tegvir. Can't forget Tegvir in that sense. He's been doing pretty well for himself as well. 3 kills so far. He's got the Brawlers with the Golden Blade. So not only does Brawlers ramp up your protection scaling, but it also gives you percent strength scaling as well. But the protection scaling paired with that Golden Blade means that the Golden Blade is going to be hitting harder the longer that we fight. So far a good time.
Oh, not a good time there for Snatty. The Vines come up just a second too late. Sunprod seems to have maybe slowed reactions, realizing a half a step after Zapman Deadlock are going to be targeting, or rather, get targeted by that pluck. Sunprod's got to make sure to position next to their backline with that Entangling Vines, otherwise there's no point to the character. Now, Lost Knight up for the tap. Snatty is back from the grave, but can they arrive quickly enough is the question. Happen isolating this Merlin. The flicker's already down, the hover comes through, but Snatty is present, and the damage is good. Kaidan's going to be the first to fall. The Phantom Shell popped, but can you even escape the Suns? No Centaurus kill means no life for Snatty. It's a double kill there for Tegvir, and stay a while. I have no intention of leaving. Paul takes down Sunprod for one more deicide. Two Goats and Tegvir go to the Lost Knight.
Yeah, Lost Knight's going to be easily scooped up here. Now I'll go straight to the T1 tower and disable that. And now that we've got this buff, you've been saying it all day, D'Lo. You've been doing your homework. What does it give you?
15% penetration and 0.8% mana and health regen, baby. They don't even need the buffs. That's just added sauce on top. The chocolate drizzle on this Sunday of blood and death and destruction. And you can see they're jumping for joy. They're well fed. They're feeling good. Zapman Deadlock, man. They still somehow have their tower, but I don't imagine that'll be for long.
Take a look at the damage, player damage numbers on the bottom left side of the screen there. 10k for both Tegvir and Paul. Who's up next closest to that is Snatty at 6. And the Merlin right after that at 4.6. It's just too much damage from the GOAT and Tagveer to be able to stand up against if you're Zatman Deadlock. You can't defend this T1, by the way. You can make a soft defense here, but that tower is as good as dead.
You know, it's like genuinely a bit of a blessing. Now that the tower is dead, as the Entangling Vines come through and manage to save the Chiron as well as the training exercise. Now that tower is dead, there's one less thing for this Hoi Yi and Bari to bounce off of. Thank God. But does that mean that Chiron's safe? The bells come right through and no bounce even needed. Snatty gets trounced instead and the bear gets sailed through the sky and ripped off their pelt courtesy of Tagveer. Merlin, the last one left standing, but luckily can hide behind that Phoenix for a little bit to ensure that the abilities don't reach him.
Happen tanking this Phoenix right now. You've got Prots, you've got a Lost Night buff, but you can't take it for too long. Passes it over to their buddy Paul, and now the Phoenix is dead as well. A lot of gold to be had in the pockets of Two Goats and Tagveer. They're already fairly up in gold, 6k or so. So that means that they're gonna have about 2 items over Zatman Deadlock once they finish this back, and that's gonna make them very, very difficult to fight, let alone kill.
Someone call a tire on the Apollo. We need a handicap match. Someone else is that the theme music I hear?
Oh, it's over
oh
here.
My God, I don't believe it. No, they need assistance. Zatman Deadlock is on life support, but they are trying to make a wily, sneaky play here on the left side. Does seem Two Goats and Tagveer might recognize that if they position to the right side. Chiron makes their entrance, but maybe a bit too early. Doesn't seem like the Merlin knew that the curtain call was ready, as now the fight's already split on up, and this Chiron's quite low. Sailing through the sky, Merlin's in trouble. That shell won't save it from some execute. Won't save it from Paul either. 1 kill already. Snatty might very well be next. They turn their attention instead to the RDO. This bear's about to be cooked up into a stew.
Meanwhile, half horse, half man, all dead. RDO soon behind. Divine? There are 17 kills in this game, and Paul hasn't suffered from a single death. The only one who's died is Tagveer, and that's why it's 2
That's why
goats
it's
in
not a
Tagveer
goat.
instead of 3 goats. Exactly.
Bingo.
You're gonna die in a Joust
Answered.
game? SMH.
Embarrassing. How could you? Not my goat, certainly not anyone's either. But nonetheless, is looking to be a victor in this matchup at the very least. 10 minutes in, 1-17. Disgusting. 6k their way. Two Goats and Tagveer carry on fourth. And Zatman Deadlock, at the very least, the fire waves give you extra farm?
Question mark? Well, you know, it's unfortunate too, because Two Goats and Tagveer are going to be able to take a look at this Lost Night and get that fabled 15% penetration and 0.8% health and mana.
Health and mana regen.
For the next 4 minutes and 11 seconds, Two Goats and Tagveer are effectively immortal. You know who isn't immortal? Zatman Deadlock getting pitched in the mid lane.
This could be trouble, but the red buff's going to be the first priority. It's a big toss-up instead for the Chiron. Doesn't the Giddy have to get on out, but the mark's been applied. Can they find the snipes? Great, Suns. Block that Merlin's approach. There's no tower to retreat on back to, buddy. No safety at all. Kaidan, instead of the warm embrace of death, Snatty will shortly join them. The Entangling Vines save Sunprod for a bit longer, but it's going to end up being a surrender instead. Enough of the bloodshed. 19-1 is enough. Two Goats and Tagveer are just too damn good.
You know, it was a brutal blood bash from start to finish. Not even a bloodbath, a blood bash, right? Because with minute 1, we grabbed this guy in a horde, boom, 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 just completely knock him down flat. You are never going to the races again. You are never going to be a racehorse. We're going to go boom, 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 boom. It was just done.
What now,
there.
Sunprod? What now?
Wait, what are you doing now? Huh? Go back to school. Like,
It's a 16-year-old, guys. Guys, leave him alone. He's a kid. Again, like Sensei Broad and Don Chepe in the back, like just watching their children be slaughtered.
No!
Tagveer is a baby killer. This man's insane. He's just murdering anyone who steps up against him. But nonetheless, we got more Smite Prime action coming at you guys. Hopefully, some more competitive games than that one. We'll be finding out shortly, though. Stick around. More action after this. Hello everyone, welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium, and man oh man, have we gotten some good games here so far in stream. D-Lo behind the mic, joined by Musey in the booth right beside me, Tess and Morton, man, your almighty eyes in the sky, and Jithens, your man behind the curtain, watching in horror as Tagveer continues to fill up high school classrooms with the dead.
I mean, you know, Tagveer's out there, he's Two Goats and Tagveer. What do you do, right? It was just a brutal game to watch, I think. And you definitely expect more from players of the caliber on the other side of the team there. But I think what can also happen is that the other team's just not going to make a mistake, and they know how to push a lead better. So as these top teams start playing against each other more, then the disparities and the snowballs also become more intense.
Dude, I just can't believe that the Artio pick that we really had a lot of hopes for. I mean, in a sense, we were correct, Musi. We said that a lot was riding on the Artio pick to stifle the Sobek. And you made that call out. You said the one time where we saw Entangling Vines do the job it was meant to do, the fight went beautifully. The question is, how many times did that happen? It never happened. It just never, ever happened again, Musi. And as we step into the bracket, it's going to be sad to see Zapman Deadlock not be joining us. Oh, never mind. No bracket. All right. Well, then, screw me, I guess.
No brackets to be had. I mean, be honest, Elo. We're looking at that bracket. Are you seeing anything on that bracket?
Dude, I'd rather look at these stats. Look at the damage output by Tegveer and Paul. Just disgusting. Paul on the Bari pick. It's been interesting to see that one. No damage for us, apparently, at all. We've got nothing here, but we got some stuff to talk about nonetheless. The fact that this team clearly is going around this Bari-centered backline. Both games that we see now from Tegveer and Two Goats has been using that Bari with Paul, and that makes sense. Paul's been using that Bari ever since its advent on the Conquest Smite Prime Qs as well. But the question is anyone going to have the gall to either take it away from them or ban it either?
I almost feel like the Bari is going to get through pretty consistently. What I'm really focusing on is the fact that we had this Sobek that we thought was going to get shunted out immediately, right? We were like, the Sobek doesn't get to play the game for sure. Artio and Chiron, and yet still found a lot of presence, still found a lot of value. The plucks were still happening. And at the point where the Artio was getting those entangling vines off in time, when the cripple was coming out in time, at that point it was already too late because we already got our value from the Sobek.
Yeah, at that point, you really need all the investment made right there. We got P's and B's coming at you once again. We'll see if Sobek ever gets to rise to the occasion of actually being on the field. Wouldn't be surprised if we don't get to see it. It's Border Patrol up against the Bakery here. Adapting to do in SAP 7, Cherry Aurora Donut Doug. Once again, very well-known players here, but we know just how that matchup can go, as we've seen before.
SAP 7, if I'm not mistaken. SAP 7 has played in a Joust tournament before. Am I crazy? Am I nuts? Was he in the Christy Dixon one?
This name is very familiar.
There was a Christy Dixon Joust tournament. I'm almost positive SAP 7 played in it. Because it went on really late. Yeah! Yes. So, SAP 7 has the knowledge. They're going to be the comp player with the most competitive Joust experience. So I have big eyes for SAP 7 here. I feel like they can lead the team. They know what's going on. They know how to play the map. It's not a hard map to play, but they know how to play the map. And with that, I feel like Border Patrol is going to be pretty good in terms of the experience arena.
I feel like the comms can really make or break it, though. So hopefully, as well as their skills, they also have the picks to go alongside it. I'm unsure, Musi. I'm unconvinced, actually. This is something we don't get to talk about, or haven't got to talk about, rather, just yet. Is first pick a gift or a curse in Joust when you get to decide two-thirds of your comp on the other hand? Cabrakan, for the first time not banned, for the first time picked up on stream. Border Patrol take that one, but what do the Bakery get in response?
You do still have the Hecate that's open, the Merlin that's open. Hecate, maybe not so much here, because Cabrakan walls are going to do fairly well
Chiron?
into the Hecate. She won't have anywhere to go. Chiron's still open, but again, another character that can get kind of locked down by the Cabrakan a little bit here. So I like the value that the Cabrakan pick brings, but it looks like Bakery throwing caution to the wind. It doesn't matter as long as the Cabrakan doesn't touch us. It's an Hecate and a Thor locked in for the Bakery.
I would have liked the Chiron for the sense that, yes, you're correct, the Tectonic Shift does still find you. However, at least that cleanse of the training exercise would be so good against the double stun that normally he puts up in very quick succession. That would instantly provide a lot more safety, but what do I know? Border Patrol likely going to get that Chiron themselves in that case. I can't imagine they let that go to the wayside because the Bakery will surely scoop it up right afterwards. But with this Thor pick, first time we got to see that join the squad, Musi. What do you think that provides in terms of value?
I mean, an actual, literal, not even a semi-global ultimate, but on a map like Joust, just a global ultimate to be able to have on your team. long range poke with the wall and the hammer. The hammer's a little committal, right? Once you throw out that hammer, you know, you don't really have any more movement, but the wall, very good, especially because Kabrakan and Achilles don't have a way around it.
This is interesting, the Achilles pick. We've seen that banned before as well. It's, again, just the idea that characters that can execute better on Warriors Axe are naturally going to rise to the top in terms of priority. ESET is one of them as well. The Bakery grab her, and that means that we're actually going to see no Chiron despite a lack of ban. That does, though, also mean big, big circles for the Bakery.
Big circles for everybody on the Bakery. Maybe a little smaller average size circle for the Thor versus, you know, the giant open the gates of the circle of protection that Akate ESET have. But I really do like what Border Patrol's composition does here. There's a lot of lockdown. And for characters that can't get away from the Kabrakan would be able to hold them long enough, soak up some Merlin damage into them, and then the Achilles can come through with that execute as well to just eliminate a health bar. Achilles is a great answer in a tank meta when instead of having to play all of a tank's health down, you only need to put it down between like a 30% threshold. And then at that point, you just get to do it all over again. So Achilles finally getting to hit the field here, I think, is going to bring some big value here to Border Patrol.
It's a fact that a lot of players, I think, do forget when laning up against an Achilles, is that fact that, yeah, you're playing with 75% of a health bar instead of 100. I'd imagine players of the Bakery's experience should hopefully keep that well in mind. And you keep well in mind to keep at the edge of your seats as we hop into game. Border Patrol versus the Bakery here, folks. Border Patrol, first time they've gotten to grace the stream, but they've certainly worked long and hard to get up to this point in the bracket. A lot of mighty teams have fallen. We've seen it so far.
Taking a quick look at the starter items, it's been a pretty heavy talking point for us today. Mages have Sands of Time. Everybody else opting for that Warrior's Axe makes a lot of sense. Even though relics look pretty consistent. Shells for our tanks, but beads for a Merlin and Aegis for Akate. Akate has to go that Aegis because of the execute that Adapting has. So Donut Dug will be able to save themselves from that ultimate unless Border Patrol are able to pull it out even before that. What Aurora doing? He's out there sightseeing.
Minions have
Admiring the amazing graphical fidelity of this Joust map, Musi. It's like, look at the dragon in the base. Look at how the dynamic lighting.
Pretty.
When you approach the Chaos side, the lighting becomes red, Musi. It's really neat. But yeah, SAP7 is kind of taking a little tour of the map, and in the meantime, we're taking a tour of the damage numbers. Look at that double ESET Spirit Bomb. Dispel Magic actually did a great job at warding off some of Cav's pressure, but it's a Phantom Shell and a great stun there from Aurora. They're going to be able to find that kill to do it. SAP7 maybe took a bit too much time on their scenic stroll.
Unfortunate. And you did have a player missing there from Border Patrol, I believe it was, that was off kind of doing their own thing for a little bit. The Bakery.
Got the blue.
Or no, it was the Bakery, because they got their own blue buff. So Bakery won that in a 2v1 or 2v3 initially. And that just comes down to the CC that they're able to have in their back pocket. Everybody from Bakery has either a mez or a stun or something bigger in the forms of their ultimates, which Aurora just got his.
SAP7 did grab the enemy blue buff in that meantime, so they didn't get nothing for their troubles, but losing First Blood for that cost, I'm not sure if it's a worthwhile trade. We've seen how quickly these snowballs can develop in a map like Joust.
Already, just that extra 500 gold from First Blood. Go ahead into Bakery. They get a quick early back off, so now they'll be able to have some tier 2 items. No tier 3s quite yet, and level 5s for everybody on board means that this fight gets crazy.
Land down. Thorol comes down on top to open the gates, but there's CC immunity in the Fatal Strike, so the portal's not going to be too much to worry about. That's one big circle offline, and Deduin still retains their ult as well. It's a long-range Spirit Bomb. Again, the non-committal CC between Donut Dug and Cherio is something to really behold. Even the Thor, that easy wall that finds a stun from halfway across the lane, it's going to be a lot to deal with. I anticipate a lot of Spirit Robes.
Spirit Robes, Yogi's Necklace. Bracken walks up, looks for that ultimate. They got somebody locked in, but Shell will be able to keep the ESET safe.
Yeah, I mean, even if the shell wasn't applied, look how full and healthy that health bar is for Cherio. They stand at the edge of the tower line, just daring someone to try to take them out. Again, guys, you got to remember, even though they don't have Aspect, this is not a Smite 1, he said. This chicken is tanky.
Got that Warrior's Axe, little Ring of Dispel, so we're probably looking at probably a Chronos Pendant. If not a Chronos Pendant, then a Pridwin, but it's a little early for a Pridwin. So this, he said it's going to be it's going to be a Kronos pendant. They got the other ring there. So constantly throwing out those spirit balls. Those silences too are actually going to be very important. Deduin is slow immune, but adapting sure isn't. And if Deduin's going to try to walk up or get their tremors off, and Eset's silence interrupts it entirely. Bakery's composition, I do like it quite a bit here. I like Border Patrols too, but Bakery is just very much, or I should say, a little more effective earlier in the game.
It's also more effective without investing as much. Kraken's an all-in kind of god. What do you do when there's able to launch triplicate visions, Mjolnir's attunements, and spirit bombs at you from way over yonder? It's going to be an easy engage on this red buff, but can they finish the job? A good stun ensures the Sap 7 can't get hands on it quickly enough, so that's going to be free pickings there for the Bakery.
We're just waiting for this Kabrakan to be tanky enough that they can walk through all of the range, non-committal damage, and CC that Bakery throws out there. A rotation over to the Lost Knight? No, the purple buff, but it looks like Border Patrol is here to match it. Let's see if they can take it away.
Full diamonds on full diamonds, but unfortunately that was more of a diamond in the rough. I'm still in the rough there for War, misses the ultimate. Donut in the back line though, finding good damage there, catches the cab in the middle of the circle protection, but even when it's popped, that Phantom Shell is going to actually absorb a good amount of the damage, so still, no one dead quite just yet. Priority there, the side of the Bakery. They do grab the purple buff, and they also grab some solid poke. No bodies yet, though.
Thor ult in the backline of Border Patrol did cause a bit of chaos and disruption for that Border Patrol backline, and that opens up the opportunity for Dota Doug to let loose their ultimate after the fact, because if there's any beads being used, it would have been used for that Thor ultimate. So the old 1-2 punch from the Bakery is alive and well, even if they weren't able to... Did you see something, D'Lo?
Shield splitters?
I must have missed something. Shield splitter?
2 shield splitters?
Oh! The tech has reached the Joust lane. So shield splitter is really interesting here. Recently it got buffed, so the stats are a little better, but the projectile that it fires is like constantly up. It's like a 15-second cooldown for a little bit of damage, but it also does really well into shields. So Achilles, Eset, the Hekate, anybody that grants themselves a shield, you throw the shield splitter on them, and that projectile does extra damage to them as well.
That's really solid stuff there. A good shout from Yuzi, and also some good awareness from Border Patrol and the Bakery both. But got to make sure to hit that skill shot, and both are going to be able to make a lot of good value out of it. Like you said, yeah, I think honestly the value gets a bit more there for Border Patrol, since we have 2 magical offensive characters, the Merlin and the Cab. They really want to make sure that Dispel magic from the Hekate is quickly dealt with. Burst that bubble, then burst the god underneath.
When we talk about skill shots, think too who has the shield splitter. Adapting, Achilles has a stun that you just get point blank range, so you can't miss the shield splitter then. And Aurora with this Thor, you throw the tectonic wall. If you can hit that wall, if you can hit the hammer after the wall, then you can surely hit a shield splitter there too, right? So the damage that you're confirming, it's not even a skill shot. It's just an extra button that you press while you're already hitting your abilities.
You know what, speaking of Thor's here, Mort, can we check, is Kabrakan's Tectonic Shift and then Thor's is Tectonic Rift? I'm nearly positive, but I really want to get my ego boosted, so if you can just let us know what the deal is there, that'd be a... Yes! I am the best! I am the smart... Give me your crown! I am the smartest Smite 2 boy now!
My pancakes! No! My red buff! Says Bakery.
Oh!
So they're gonna try to contest this. Uh-oh!
Thor's going to try to find a kill at the very least if they can't get the buff. Sap's already in the back line. Once again, a scenic stroll here for the Merlin, but you're neat on the front lines. He says, I'm going home, man. That's too much for me. No one dies, but a red buff does go down. I think that was Border Patrol who nabbed it.
TKO, Sap 7 had to back during that fight. That means that purple buff will be prioed here by the Bakery. Down it goes. And it's this game of, you know, small little victories that add up over time. Bakery walking away with purple buff in response to Border Patrol finally getting their first red buff means that Bakery is still going to be ahead in terms of gold and experience, because overall they've been winning the map, right? They've been winning the small little buff camps and poking out and getting their waves and everything like that, whereas Border Patrol are just barely behind. And after so many small steps forward, the Bakery is going to be looking at the finish line, while Border Patrol is going to be looking at the dust left behind.
7 minutes in, man, this has definitely been one of the closer Joust games we've gotten to see. It's what we more so imagine when you get two juggernauts faced up against each other. But it's Border Patrol who are ceding lane control over to the Bakery. Because again, the Bakery just kind of pepper and assault you with that right there. Spirit bombs galore. Also worth noting these Spheres of Negations, another worthy target for that shield splitter. Doon's going to have that on board, as well as, of course, those shells, well pointed out there. And the erosion, man, we hate shields. I'm going to pour a barrel of oil on shields and burn them alive.
I'm gonna take shields out back and have them broke. Like, just destroy them. You got the erosion here, like you mentioned. So anytime these shells get popped, we're getting more procs for our Kabrakan. We're throwing out shield splitters. This is the tank meta that we've been alluding to all day. This is it. This right here, just a bunch of big BV boys slapping each other around. You got a Yogi's necklace for to do it as well. So he's just got a bunch of health. Expect all that and more.
Daring them to come forward another step to do it. Just they're hip-hopping around, man, because also, you know what's worth noting, Musi? No Chiron, no tower damage. They really can't do too much here other than just kind of wait. They can, sure, I guess an enhanced E-set auto, whatever, man. There's really no rush here for Border Patrol because unless Bakery are going for that Lost Night, this tower is going to be standing pretty strong.
We made it. We made it to the pinnacle of Joust. The tanks, hold on. Oh, nope, they'll back off.
No, we did. We did make it, you're right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we said we made it. It's all right. Welcome to Tank Joust. You're gonna be here for a bit.
Look at Issa, just complete fine. I don't know, man. I'm not convinced. That's a circle of protection right there.
Oh, yeah.
She is just fine. Musi, you forgot what game mode we're in, buddy.
My fault.
Welcome to Joust.
I forgot.
Welcome to Woa.
Joust. Welcome to Woa. Oh boy.
Oh wait, hold on.
Small win by the red buff?
Nah, I keep forgetting, man. I keep forgetting where I'm playing. I keep forgetting where we are. It's Smite Prime NA Joust Torty, baby. Hold on, open the gates. Does pull back in the cab, but that's the target you really didn't want to hit. Some solid damage there, but really only fluff and filler. Donut Doug could be in danger. Is one of the squishier people to target on the Bakery. Half health here for both the mages and the back line. It's a silence on top, and again, that Oral just bit off the mark, forcing the Mjolnir's 2-minute right back out. For all the flash and fight we're seeing, it's more filler than actual results. Still no one dead.
But Cherio doesn't have ult. Aurora and Donut Dog don't have ult. This could open up the potential of a Lost Night for Border Patrol, but they're going to settle for that purple camp instead. Go for the safer win so that they don't lose out too much. The gold is essentially tied up at this point too, Dilo. So the initial spark and fire that Bakery had is not quite here. Got the shield splitter. The helmet negation, dwarven plate for adapting. Like we are tanking it up over here.
Oh, maybe not though. If you are Sap 7 in the back line, the double stun there from the Rift as well as the Spirit Bomb does quite a bit. Forces Sap 7 once again on sabbatical. But now who's left? It's an Achilles and a cab. You're just not going to kill them. So the fact that Sap 7's able to escape is literally all they need for Border Patrol to keep hope alive.
Stuns out. We catch the cab again, who soaks up all the damage. Health bar looking pretty low, but
whoa, good portal. That's what you needed.
Back in.
Trick Aru. Deduin's in trouble. Has the trembles and also has tectonic shift, but you might instead need to be clicking T to see the damage that it all did to you. Aurora takes him down. Deduin finally going to join the Bakery on the second of their death board. Border Patrol able to catch them out a bit too confident. Even though Border Patrol are very tanky, they have to remember they're not quite immortal.
They don't have CC immunity to deal with that open the gates, so as much as you can get away, you're going to get pulled back in. Now we're turning our attentions to the Lost Night. It's Sap 7 on a hero's journey to try to stop him.
They have beads in pocket, but they decide to forego it. Having confidence they can escape or maybe save you for the Anvil of Dawn that's about to land on top of your head. Some solid damage being output here by Sap, but I think that's going to be all she wrote. A few more swings from the hammer. Donut Doug snipes away the kill, or maybe confirms it, you could say, as well. Double stun there from Aurora. Leads to the portals, dragging back in one, but Donut Doug swaps places, trying to ensure their own safety. Good silence, but adapting is in hot pursuit, and you have half health bar. It's all I need. It's a great body block attempt, but an attempt's all it was. Cherio goes down alongside, and Border Patrol get 2 kills to add to their ledger.
The Achilles finally showing off the value of that execute. And the whole while, Border Patrol stopped the Bakery from taking that Lost Night. Are we gonna go? Are we going for it? Deduin walks up to it. The purple buff is down. This could be a pull here.
15%.
Not too shabby.
15% pen, Muzi. 0.8%.
Oh.
Health and mana regen.
We have a Merlin.
That,
This Merlin
Yeah, we
shreds
have-
the subjective too.
tons of turn and burn. Thor is going to be present potentially, but not without dedicating them Mjolnir's attunement. They get the stun off. Like, get out of my way to the Achilles. That's just rude. Trying to pull it away. They actually turn their attention instead to the Thor, but the Lost Knight's still being
no.
pulled. Donut Dunk
Oh,
secures
no.
it for the Bakery, managing to stall for long enough. What a great play by Aurora to turn Border Patrol's attentions onto them. Now they're glowing green, spooky, mystical. This could be a rough fight if the Open the Gates lands the right targets, but it won't find a home. Instead, Donut Dunk considers portaling back in, or maybe just full frontal assault on top of Sap 7. Circle protection keeps them all safe and at high health, too. Phantom Shell popped as well. Full health bar is here for the Bakery, but can they get any kills on top? Yes, they can. Sap 7, no safety beneath that tower. It's been deactivated.
That Lost Knight play. The Merlin. The damage that we need from Fire Stance Merlin. Instead of turning it on the Lost Knight, it went and got turned on top of Aurora. That's all the time that was needed for Donut Dog to walk up and steal that away. Unfortunate. At that point, you gotta think to yourself, you're either dropping that objective and fighting, or you are burning it. That low health, you do not want to burger flip that. That is just not in your best interest. And if you are gonna burger flip it, put your best burger flipper on the grill, man. The Merlin, try to shred a tank, it's not gonna happen.
Listen, the Bakery know how to deal with buns, all right? And unfortunately, that was a bit of a buns attempt there to try to secure that objective from Border Patrol. They end up losing it. They get flipped on their head instead. Now the Bakery, 14 minutes in. It's 2-4. Might not be high and flashy in the kill board, but we're seeing a lot of good plays here from both sides. And about 1,500 ahead here for the Bakery. They can start to try to make some bigger strides forward. On the gates of this Phoenix, though, it's going to be a harder case. Once again, it's just that long, drawn-out siege. Sure, you can try to tickle this cab, but they're really not going to be feeling any fear unless all three members dedicate their attentions to taking them down. And Border Patrol, having recognized that, I think, are going to start to play a bit more safe.
We are reaching a level in this Joust game that we don't typically get to see. People are almost level 20, which means that starter upgrades could be something that's coming up here, or a small engagement.
Or Blink in the back line, trying to take down Sap 7, but Thor's used all of their cooldowns. Sap 7 knows they can easily walk away. The front lines, it's going to be trouble now for our friends at the Bakery as they watch their front line go down. A good stall there from the Spirit Bomb, but Cab is slow immune and there's no way out. They deactivate the walls just as quickly because the Phantom Shell is down. Silence there, not going to save you too much, and you're playing with only 3/4 of the health bar. You got to remember, but Adapting does have that Fatal Strike down, so the Bakery can at least be a bit more audacious with this defense attempt. They do manage to try to hold on to this tier 1, but now ESET's dropped down to low, down to 0. Sap 7 takes out Cherry. Towers next.
Big turnaround here from Border Patrol, but you have to try to keep this going. If you can get a pick on top of Donut Dog, that would be good too, but no minion wave to push a Phoenix, and it's looking like maybe you have to take a couple of steps back and reset yourselves because that Lost Knight just respawned.
I mean, Cherry was dead for 18 seconds, but I do think that would be a bit too rich for my blood. Seems that Border Patrol agree. Going to spend that hard-earned gold to get back into things. Now it's near even. 300 gold is all that separates these two teams. In one swoop, all it took is the fact that Aurora on these ults, I'm not going to lie, Muzi, been leaving a bit to be desired here. Diving in the backline is the right idea, but you got to make sure you find the right damage onto Sap 7 to ensure they die in just one ability rotation.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes they're just a little bit off the mark, but it does do its job in the sense of putting pressure on top of the Merlin. You know, you just have a Thor appear next to you. I think any mage is not thrilled at the prospect of standing next to one of those. You're just kind of like,
stuff.
oh, hello, who invited this guy? Terrifying stuff. It's a horror movie. Also, shoutouts to Yaller Flare covering the entire Joust map with the flare. That's I think the best relic you can have, or relic option you can have. I think it's the only one you can have too.
Yes, correct. In the new changes,
changed
they
that
actually made
recently.
it no wards. That way, because that'd be just ridiculous. If you want a ward, you got to go out and buy one. You know, back in my day, we had to buy our Joust wards, and you see that's why that bush is covered from both sides. They recognize the importance, especially with players as wily as these. Bush camping and bush traps are a very viable means of catching one of those players off guard. And you know what happens if 1/3 of your team is dead? It's going to be curtains from there.
Does not look good. Game's super even right, like incredibly even right now, D'Lo. Like neck and neck. Both Phoenixes are up, which means that Lost Knight has to die before anything else can happen. And it's going to be like a fire giant dance, but with way higher stakes, because this can just end the game if you could walk away with that 15% penetration and 0.8 health and mana regen per second.
Mana
But most
regen.
importantly, crippling the bird.
Yeah. I mean, Musi, you talked about the fact that Joust is a map that normally has very short death timers. As these game timers tick on longer, that becomes less of a factor, and it's more of your regularly scheduled programming where you're down for 30 seconds, you're down for 40. And all of a sudden, so many more possibilities are opened up when you have such a significant man advantage. Donut Doug separated from the rest of the team. Thor waits in the wings. And it's a reset being called here by Deduin. Does that leave any opportunities here for the bakery? No, they're going to hit their resets too and buy some more items.
Both teams are looking for the perfect fight, and they're not really going to settle for anything less, especially with so much at stake in terms of prizing and even in terms of in-game. Like you said, D'Lo, the timers are starting to stretch out a little bit longer here. If one person goes down, then they're going to be out of not just the first fight, but potentially the second fight as well. So you have to be very, very careful when picking and choosing how you want to engage. Especially if you're, a Roar looking to go for a Thor dive. Like you said, you got to make sure it hits the mark.
I mean, usually then the question becomes, what is the ideal fight? Might be right now, as Aurora is in trouble already, forced to use that Mule as attunement, and that thing's not going to let you back easily. Thor's got to make a decision. If they're going to stand 10 toes down, and they do, they go up in the sky. You do have an ability to get that, let's say, portal off, but it's off the mark. Only grabs into Kabrak, and you're really going to invest everything on top of him? I guess so. Aurora tries to put the money where their mouth is, but Cab slams the shields down on top of Cherio's head. They're already dead with a thundering crash. Merlin begins to burn them down away. You're only playing with 3/4 of a health bar, and Cab looks to reduce it down to smithereens. Seems that they can't overstay their welcome, though. Adapting's low, calls for the retreat. Border Patrol, once again, take a solid skirmish.
Donut Dog, what they want to do here is just try to stop anybody else from Border Patrol from backing here. Looks like the Achilles was able to get their back off, but with Cherio up in 20 seconds, that means that BP is going to be taking a look at that Lost Knight to try to shred that down. So remember, Sap 7, burn the Lost Knight, not the Aurora, and I think this looks really good for Border Patrol.
Doesn't seem like they're listening to you, Musi, but maybe, just maybe, it'll still work out because it's a really solid stun there from the Achilles. Sap 7 is going to be able to take down Aurora for the killing spree, and Donut Dog trying to put a staunch resistance around the blue buff, but it's not going to do too much. Sap 7 licks their wounds, turns back home, and again, 40 seconds off the clock here for Aurora. They can just keep on bleeding them dry. It's a slow drip feed, but one that Border Patrol have no complaints about.
Bakery still have good fight around this Lost Knight because you do have that circular protection with the E-set, but Aurora getting picked out there is a pretty rough sign of things to come. Border Patrol has been building to play for the late game, right? You've got this Book of Thoth for Sap 7. It's got the items online. We got double penetration here in order to deal with all the tanks, so Obshard plus that Totem of Death. So we are online. We are in the fabled, 20-so minutes of a Joust game where you're like, all right, we scaled, we did it. But now what? Now, I mean, Deduin's still consistently or constantly looking to catch out either E-Set or Thor to stun them down. Now that Merlin can shred them away, it's a viable target. We don't have to worry about the Kate as much. Then we just start playing around this objective fight. Take the Lost Knight, run it down mid.
You know what's the issue, man, as well? Like, Aurora's in the sky when they're in these Anvil of Dawns. They're literally not present for the fight, so they have to really quickly descend back down. Otherwise, you're abandoning Donut Doug to the wolves. And we've seen the numbers play out. Donut Doug is more liable to die beneath the Kabrakan dive than Sap 7's been liable to die from Aurora trying to find them, but just because of the fact that Hecate does not have an escape. They do now have that blink, though. Maybe that changes the odds.
Saying that blink, more so to get in than get it out, but Adapting's going in.
They got their own blink as well. In fact, they got a portal right back into base. It roars in the sky. Adapting's poked out just by a little bit, but Cherio's taking quite a brunt of damage as well. Descends on down, but it's an instant dash away. Sap 7 stays safe, stays healthy, and once again takes their parade back through the jungle.
Oh, there's a Kabrakan ult to try to lock somebody in there. The damage looks pretty good.
But is it going to be enough? They're able to break through the one wall. Roar in trouble, actually within the execute threshold. Isn't even necessary. Adapting will take it nonetheless. A Roar, this time out for 50 seconds. Border Patrol turn their attentions to the objective.
More and more we look for these picks, and waiting in the bush is this Kabrakan, rounds the corner, finds damage, and while that happens, Lost Knight's gonna die.
This time around, Sap 7's got no Thor to be distracted by, and it might be Hecate who's actually bitten off a bit more than they could chew. That Phoenix will not save you, pal, but that shield maybe could. The Flames will pursue, and the Merlin continues to dive through. The Blink manages to save them just barely. But Aurora's still dead for 15. The Phoenix is the next target. ESET's got to try to put up a stalwart defense.
Phoenix is down. Donut Dog and Cheerio around the corner, but they're still
Great
looking
dodge.
for some more damage. Donut Dog is going to round about, see if they can go for a pincer maneuver.
Doing so low, but the Spirit Bomb just not enough. Kabrakan too healthy, and Muzi, he's got, say it with me, 15% penetration and 0.8% regen.
Health and mana.
This guy is just going to be able to stay alive forever, no matter what you toss at him. Aurora's back in the fight, but just too little, too late. At least a red buff can be your solace.
You know, you take your little victories when you can. But at this point, if you're Border Patrol, you're just starting that long walk down that mid lane, finishing up whatever last items you want to get. We got a Rada Tahuti there for Sap 7, so that's a little bit of an int spike there. Adapting into doing their builds have been online for the past like 5 minutes, let's be so honest. And they're ready to just start rolling it down. We got full item builds. We got 30 seconds left of the Lost Night. Run at them. Run at them and win. That's kind of what you're looking at right now.
Open the gate's going to be so important in this situation, just to try to find someone. But these blinks. Merlin has got a blink. Killia's got a blink. Everyone's got a blink. In life and in the game. And that means that you're able to easily escape out of that portal's grasp. And if you grab the Duin, I don't think they mind. They want to be up close and personal. You can see it right now. Cheerio brought down to low, but is able to escape, get back in the fountain. Now it's Sap 7 in trouble in a Roar in the sky. But where do you descend down? Cheerio's already dead. All you can do is watch. And the flicker gets him back out. The blink right back, but you're not James Harden. Step backs won't save you. Maybe step back in a fountain instead. It's a good stun, but the beads and the flicker in response. Aurora's already dead, and Donut Dog might be the dessert on the menu. Border Patrol begin to whittle down that Titan, and there's no friends left. But Donut Dog at least gets one kill off before they will fall nonetheless. Border Patrol take the victory.
EU supremacy, Border Patrol. It's taking them a minute. They are tanks. There it goes. They'll have it. And Donut Dog Aurora, the Cheerio team was looking pretty good last time that we saw them as well. So we'll be curious to see how Border Patrol do against their next opponents. But so far, that has been a little more true to form of the high-level Joust games that I think we were expecting going into today.
Yeah, tit for tat. You know, a lot of back and forth, a lot of blow for counter blow. Very measured, very well paced. You know, there was definitely a lot less chaos than I'll say with our friends Tegveer and Two Goats. But nonetheless, it was still a satisfying conclusion and very good play from both sides. And we'll have more good play to talk about, folks. We're starting to get near the peak, the pinnacle of Smite Prime action. Stick around for more. Hey everyone, welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. We've gotten to see every kind of way you want your Smite to be served in this Joust tournament so far. We've had absolute stomps. We've had brilliant, tense games, nail-biters as well. At this point, the sky is just the limit. It's D'Lo here behind the mic, Muzi joining me here in the booth, Morton Manites, your almighty eyes in the sky, Jithin's the man behind the curtain as well, and you, watching at home with bated breath to see what we get served up next.
Pretty excited to see how the day continues to progress. I think we finally saw a chance, or we finally saw an example of what we're going to see for the rest of today, right? You got your one mage, they've got double pen, and, well, the rest of them, it's a lot of survivability. Adapting into Duin's builds, we're looking pretty snazzy. Great responses to the shells and the various shields that Bakery had because of those erosions. Shield splitter as well, just to get some extra damage off. I like it. Like it quite a bit. Spirit Robe as well. Tanks that build together, win together.
Yeah, Warriors Axe is not even necessary there for SAP 7 to get their damage deeps off, and they did a really solid job with it. I think that Donut Doug had some amazing ultimates, but the issue was, one, the evasiveness of Border Patrol. You were only catching to do with that ultimate, right? That just really feels rough when that's the last person you want confronting you all up in your backline's face. Aurora on the other side of the tank spectrum just was not having the easiest of time getting the kills off on Sap, who was very slippery and evasive. But let's slip on over to that bracket instead. Now that we can start to kind of cut out the white noise, Musey, we can start to actually see the real teams that we're going to be looking at here as we narrow our view down to the final. Yeah, right, Musey, you want to read some team names? I know you've been itching to do so for the entire day. Go.
We Dem Boys taking on in round 4. That's unfortunate. Mystery Machine, that's another good one, but they lost to I Love You Punch, so shout outs Punch, you are loved. Let's see, Meep Mop got taken out, that's unfortunate.
Dang
Zatman Deadlock lost. Oh yeah, we saw that.
Whoops.
Crow's team lost. Buzz has been going all the way here. And Buzz was that one team that we saw with some players that we didn't recognize right away, so I kind of want to see... I want to see how they do up against two goats and Tagbeer. I think that'll be especially interesting.
Well, I don't think we'll have to wait much longer to find out what the real Fight and Failure is going to be about. I'm looking forward to it, Musey. We've gotten last game around, I think, our most competitive of this bunch. And it's fun to watch the stomp as well. By no means will I complain on either end of the spectrum, but you really can't beat good competitive Smite where you're at the edge of your seat wondering which team's going to win. And looking across, I feel like we have a good population sample to test out and get some conclusions from, Musey. What are the big patterns that you're starting to read from the days preceding so far?
Warriors Axe for tanks is like an obvious go, but for mages, we're looking at other options. Things like Sands of Time seems to be something that we're willing to invest into. And kind of depending on who you're playing against, you have to kind of decide, are you going for the hard and fast gameplay or slow and steady wins the race, right? Because we did see the Book of Thoth built on that Merlin last game, but it actually had a chance to scale. So it wasn't actually all that bad of a pickup for the Merlin, right? So if you're going up against a team and you are confident enough that you can end it within 10 minutes, like we've been seeing earlier today, then in that case, Warriors axe out everybody, run it down, build items that are very good early game, that fall off a little bit towards the late game, that give you just a bunch of things up front that you want to win fights right now. If you can drag the game out, play to scale, right? You can drag a game out for 20 minutes. You're going to hit level 20. You're going to have your relics, your upgrades, everything you want and more. Play for that level 20 then, because you know that you can just drag the other team there kicking and screaming.
Yeah, it really depends on if you're willing to utilize the patience. I feel like it's interesting because Conquest maps, naturally, it goes on for 20, 30 minutes, but something in a lot of Joust players' brains is just not wired the same. Their frontal lobes just have some different neurons attached where they're like, this game's gone longer than 5 minutes. I'm bored. Yawn, tired, bored here. Yeah, so if Buzz, I imagine, they have players, and we're getting word actually from the streets as well, that Attire is a known Joust slammer. So our best reporting there. Thanks, Tess. But that fact makes me confident that they would also be okay with letting the game drag on a bit longer. So I don't anticipate any crazy, weird, foolish engagements this go around. As we hop into P's and B's, we'll find out if there's any crazy, foolish God picks or God bans. Let's see.
And when it comes to God picks, D'Lo, the Chiron aspect was very popular in the beginning, but maybe has fallen from favor a little bit here. Consistently, Akate and Merlin have been the mages that have been on the winning teams. And when it comes to tanks, I think Bracken could definitely make another showing. Achilles is a wonderful shout that we saw from the last game, having an execute. Very, very strong. Not too bad. Beyond that, I know that something like a Kerberos would be sweet to kind of go in there. Everybody's going to be building tanky, building healthy, having some of that life, not life steal, but like, there's a word for it that I've forgotten. Life trade, life
binder,
gain, life circle of life.
Circle of life. Sorry.
Nice. And any more of that song, if we get copyright struck down and the channel gets deleted forever. So we're gonna Unfortunately, we cannot sing any more Disney songs. But we can take a look at some of these bands, D-Lo, and it looks like both the teams agree with our assessments, because no Akate, no Cabrakan, and definitely no Osiris.
Yeah, they double ban it, so Osiris no longer allowed in the entire tournament. If you play him, you are just dead in real life. Be careful. Mercury. Whoa. Mercury?
Yeah, whoa. 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 Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. I was like, whoa, what are we doing? But the Apollo is something that we saw from Buzz the last time that they were on screen. It was the War Flag and then Golden Blade, Berserkers with the aspect. So step one of running it down, and also another character with that build that functions pretty well if we do drag it out to level 20.
But Musi, did that need to be their first pick? Was that going to be contested? I don't know if Buzz should be putting all their chips in on that when there's still big threats like the Chiron available. Well, I guess they didn't want to play the Chiron, but there's still the Achilles, for example. I think Buzz are kind of saying that like we have all of our chips in on the fact that this Apollo gets picked, and if it doesn't, then we are cooked. For that reasoning, I could understand it, but I don't like what you're giving the enemy team, which is, again, the Cerberus and that Achilles.
But we do still have the Scylla that gets locked in there, and the Ganesha.
Same comp.
So this is the same comp that we had before.
Interesting. Okay.
So they just know what they want to play, and they're going to run it.
Yeah. They just clearly have a lot of comfort. Okay, so Musi, then in that case, maybe there's like a hole in the meta that Buzz have just identified and sussed out beforehand. Why do these three gods work so well in the current landscape? What is Buzz seeing that I'm not?
Ganesha has, especially with the aspect, a lot of damage that they can have in their kit, but also they've got the dash that goes through any walls that could be made by Two Goats and Tegvir, so you can break through those. But you've got a setup with the Ganesh stud. You have a setup with the Root Cripple from Scylla. You have damage to pour on from Apollo, but also a dash mez that you can use to enable the other two previously mentioned characters to chain all of this CC together and to chain all of this damage together. Buzz has a lot of lockdown. They also have a lot of objective burn between the Apollo with the Golden Blade, but also the Dharmic Pillars from a Ganesh, especially with that Scylla Crush. You just leave the circle on the ground to, get rid of some of the prots of whatever's standing in there. Buzz, they have a team composition that fulfills a few roles on the Joust map. That's not to say that Two Goats and Tegvir don't have a composition that do that by any stretch of the imagination. They have a I will just kill you comp, right? Achilles, Kerberos, a lot of CC, big CC as well. Prot Shred, survivability, and the Princess Bari ult 2 is very annoying to deal with when you just need a little bit more damage off the back end.
You know what I will say? Buzz, they got an interesting way about things. I mean, the Scylla is in some means similar to the Hecate that Mexi played prior, but they banned that away this time, so that's not even present. But Scylla, much like a Triplicate Visions, and actually more consistently, long-range CC that really can set you up for some prime plays alongside the Ganesh and the Apollo. I'm really curious to see if Buzz can make a splash amongst some of the greatest and latest names in Smite Prime fame. We'll find out as we hop in. Two Goats, and maybe Tegvir can earn his place amongst that title.
Taking a quick look as we jump into game. 3 Warriors axes for Two Goats and Tegvir. So we're not interested in scaling. We are interested in just letting it rip, roll tide. But for Buzz, again, the smorgasbord, right? An axe for Ganesh, the Sands of Time for the Scylla, who isn't going aspect, by the way, as different from before. And then, of course, the War Flag for the Apollo. Aegises and Shells, and again, that Agility Relic for Apollo, too.
Oh, Tegvir trying to actually catch a tire off mark, but that Paralyzing Spit not finding all 3 hits means that the stun will not find the mark either. Keeps them safe for now, but that was nearly curtains already. Buzz got to make sure they're not caught lurking, or they might get caught lacking instead. Red buff. Heavy contention here. Two Goats and Tegvir are going to have priority over it. Happen. Keeping those 3 heads on a swivel to make sure that it goes down without anything going sideways. And just got to see that pressure. So already, Two Goats and Tegvir leading foot with the advantage. And it's higher once again, having to take the back foot and quickly retreat back using the moves.
Got that dash, but also the Agility Relic. Happen jumps over the wall, catches the Apollo out. Oh, but a good mez is going to keep a Tyre alive who has dodged death so many times already.
That was super close. Man, seems like Two Goats and Tegvir have already got their target marked. No Kali on the map, but they might as well have it the way they're just trying to gun down this Apollo. Blue buff stolen, but the target's going to be the Cerberus for the counterattack. Maybe not the best one. Sure, it was a lot of good CC chained together, but what's the result? Half health? Nah.
Purple Buff will be the next point of contestation between the teams here, but Attire all by himself.
Wow, what a great mez, but the slide actually activates Bari right back out of it. That might have been a mistake. It looks cool, but, you know, looks better. First blood on top of Paul. Two Goats and Tegveer back to their regularly scheduled programming.
Back to that regularly scheduled purple buff as well. They'll be able to scoop that away. You're 100% right, D'Lo. Two Goats and Tegveer know the target, right? So many times in these fights, Attire has been the focus for that team, but also Attire swinging out by themselves a few times in order to go for a cheeky play. But if you're going to swing out for a 2v1 against, you know, Tegveer and Paul, you better make sure that you actually hit the king, because otherwise that swing back is going to be very gnarly to deal with. And Attire is one of the win cons for this Buzz composition as well. The Apollo needs to be able to crank out crazy numbies. If they're not able to, it's going to be a very tough scenario for Buzz.
This comp on the back foot, I just really don't like what it's capable of. The fact that this Ganesh really has very minimal peel as well. Keep in mind, folks, that's an aspect. There's no silence there to ensure that the Serb gets off their back. But at the very least, I will say, there's a lot of interruptions there for the Serb's Ghastly Breath. You have an easy mez to drop them out of that channel. That's some solid stuff at the very least. You also, of course, have the stun for remove obstacles. So there are options here, but if Buzz take any more of a backslide, I think things will get ugly very quick.
You still have the opportunity to stall the game a little bit here if you are Buzz. Ultimates are online and available. Just gotta make sure you find the right target. Taco's eating some damage here. Now they're out of position.
Yeah, I don't know why they're going up that far. They're just going to cup at the Stygian Torment and tossed right back. I'm a Monster finds no one. Tasty Taco gets gobbled up first. The Bari ultimate ensures no one will die, save for Attire. It's a double kill for Paul. They're 3-0.
Yeah, unfortunate. Tasty Taco walks up and to the right towards that red buff corridor, and that cuts them off entirely from the rest of their team. I wonder if Buzz is maybe going for a little bit of a flank maneuver. Tasty Taco turns attentions towards themselves, and then that enables Buzz to walk up, but giant AoE ultimate Kerberos just lifts everybody up and carries them to the damage.
Red buff at least secured for Attire, but does that save you from the backslide is the question. I'm curious what the initiation is going to be, because again, it could be the Sikkim from distance, or it could be the remove obstacles, but I feel like we're just dumping too much damage on Happen, and that's exactly what Happen wants. The question is, how do you even get to the big juicy Paul in the backline without eating half your health bar?
And as well as putting all this focus on Happen, Happen has that Spirit Robe too, so when you put so much CC on this Kerberos, they're actually just regenning health directly after the fact and getting tankier because of that Spirit Robe proc. So makes it even harder to shred them when you use your chain CC on that tank. So it's just kind of not the target that you actually want to find, at least until you have some penetration available.
Unless it seems Tasty Taco trying to tangle a little bit with him inside the bushes. But we'll decide to wisely retreat back, knowing their backline is no longer present with them. 4 minutes in. 3 kills to 0 in favor of Two Goats and Tegveer. Haven't leveraged too large a lead from it, but with Lost Knight available, that can very quickly change. Again, solid damage, but who's it on top of? It's happening. Now you're out of position, and now you're dragged back in. Tasty Taco does drop the pillars, but the Monster does not find a home, and Attire in trouble. A great body block from Mexi, forces Tegveer to swivel, and that keeps the Apollo alive for a bit longer.
But that does open up the Lost Knight for Two Goats and Tegveer if they want to take a look at it, because of the fact that Buzz has to back. But it looks like they'll settle instead for a purple buff that gets stolen away by Mexi. So good job to the Scylla, still staying aware and playing the map. Buzz down, but not out. They've still got the Moxie to put up a fight.
You know what I like about this Mexi Scylla non-aspect is the fact that all that damage is centered on that one I'm a Monster bite, which is great when you have a lot of CCs set up for it. The issue is that CC's always being used defensively instead of offensively. Buzz can't take the initiation, which means there's less time and less real availability to line up the proper shot for yourself, which is why that damage hasn't found a good home.
It's also unfortunate that the Scylla is going to be relying on hitting that late game in order to be truly effective, right? That's what she's known for, being that monster that hits you when she's level 20. Are they going to get there? Are they even going to have the chance to really come online? And a Soul Reaver, it looks like, is going to be a pickup next for Mexi, which is interesting, if that is what that is, because there's not enough health.
Oh, Taco. Not enough health to stand up. to that Cerberus. Has to dash back once again. It's Higher eating a lot for their trouble as well. Eats the stun too, but luckily the Bari ultimate a bit too late. The moves get them out to safety. Scylla responsible for trying to hold down the fort, but just as quickly turns tail and runs. Tower dropped down to about a third of its original health, and Buzz doing a solid job at evading, but they haven't found a counter blow.
Just waiting for that right moment. All right, ulting back in. But if you choose to fight now, I don't know. You could have used that ultimate to fight then.
Seems they just wanted to maybe gain back some pressure, force Two Goats and Tegveer to stall, I guess, for them to ball. Like you said, Musi, this comp is one that's supposed to scale, so Buzz, I guess, in a sense, are happy if there's a stalemate in lane, but and also I've got to imagine, where's on the mind when you're just operating from a game state where you feel like you're behind? That impatience can start to set in if you're just tired of seeing results not go your way.
But I do like the fact that Buzz are able to take away both that red camp, confirm their own blue camp.
Very
Looks like
true.
Tasty Taco pressured out a little bit in their own lane, but it should be okay. But you're right, D'Lo. Like, it's going to be tough playing on the back foot, but there is also a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. Like, you know that all you have to do is just get to that late game, and then you get to really play the game.
I wonder if that's going to force Two Goats and Tegveer to maybe try to make an audacious play for the Lost Knight. As long as Tasty Taco does not get a bit too audacious with their positioning, you should be fine. Now it's instead the Cerberus maybe a bit too bold with that ultimate, finds no one, and a solid poke here from Taco. The pillars lock Paul inside, and the Bari ultimate as well will not find too much. It's a good cripple, but do you find much else?
Okay.
It's an Aegis there from the Cerb, and a good of a monster actually. Finds damage right after, but again, it's going to sink into the tanky hide of that curb, so happens just fine for it. Buzz have got to select a better target.
And I see it was a Book of Thoth, not the Soul Reaver that Mexi was going for. So we really are just looking to scale and get there. And scale is what we need to do. That Scylla ultimate only did 300 damage or so, so without penetration, hitting this Cerberus is just not really what you want to do. Like, he's just going to shrug it off because we soak so much CC into him. Spirit Rope gives him an extra 40 prots. He's healing 4% more. They've got that Shell of Rebuke there upgraded too. So they're just taking less damage in general.
Shield splitter once again back from Achilles, and you see double match prots here for Tasty Taco between the Sphere of Negation and that Genji's guard. That means that Achilles, you can't underestimate Tegveer. He might not be a GOAT, but he still hits hard.
Yeah, I mean, he's out there, he's trying to make a name for himself, right? He's trying to show up, be like, guys, I can be a GOAT too, see? Go, my shield splitter. Happen and Paul are just like, yeah, all right, little gup. You sit down, little gup. Why, you know, take a load off. You'll be all right. Let the big guys handle it here. Paul needs to be checked at some point. And you asked me earlier, D'Lo, how do we get to Paul at the back line? And I don't think an answer is going to present itself immediately unless Paul puts himself out of position in such a way that Buzz can capitalize.
Solid Stygian Torment. Again, the Tire is the target. The Mez, though, instantly interrupted, and that means the Tire's in quite a bit of trouble. Fatal Strike just barely finds Threshold in the moment where he's charging it up, and now Mexi could very well be next. This is a good sentry over the wall to ensure safety. Tasty Taco has no threat of death, but again, you lost your number one. Your first pick, first to die. 3 deaths, in fact, for Buzz and that Apollo. That's rough stuff to see.
That Cerberus, the stun that they threw out, caught a Tire's dash too. So there was just no movement options available for this Apollo as they were trying to get away. And I like the restraint that Two Goats and Tegveer are showing. You get that T1, you get that red buff, boom, you back, you spend your gold, you hit your next power spike, we just go right back to it, right? Lost Knight's open, but 2 people are hanging out near these camps that are also very pickable.
10 minutes in, 0-4. Two Goats and Tegveer. I'm having a hard time securing buffs up against Mexi. I will say that Sylla's been doing a very admirable job staying alive, but also keeping their team in the game when it comes to the neutral farm. But gotta make sure that you're not overextending, pal. Stay right next to my friend Tasty Taco instead. Worth noting as well, Paul is having a, once again, lights-out game here. 3-0 on this Bari. Just seems so inaccessible, Musi. The moment you even try to step up and get them low, that Bari ultimate comes and shatters all your hopes and dreams.
They've got that Robert Tahuti and a little bit of penetration too, so even if you do try to get to her, she's going to deal a lot of damage. So it's just nothing that you want to be around. Stingy and Torment to start the fight. That looks tough.
Don't want to be around that either. Mexi's the first one to fall. Just amazing placement from the Serb, and Tasty Taco might be just up next. The Aegis is going to buy him a bit of time. Not enough, though. Tegvir takes him out. That's going to be an easy retreat. The Bari ultimate guarantees safety for Tegvir. Can't say the same for this Phoenix. Attire's going to have to try to put up a hasty defense, but those autos are not finding the mark.
Paul's going to be taking the Phoenix for a little bit here. Phoenix still sitting up. We don't have any minions to, like, tank it at this point. Oh, no, we do.
Oh, no! Good double mez. Gets him out, but unfortunately, the So Beautiful is a bit off the mark. I don't know if that would have killed, though, with Aspect nonetheless. Feels rough to not see that find a home against this Achilles. Tegvir, deathless so far. Everyone, in fact, deathless so far on Two Goats and Tegvir. And now they can retreat back, but Apollo is in the sky. It's not flying, it's landing with style. But nonetheless, they had people in the back of the car. The Uber X carpool is going to be able to try to take out Paul. No ultimate available, and now the Sidewinder as Ganesh begins to tie the noose around their neck. One last auto, the Ganesh kill. Shut down, courtesy of Tasty Taco.
Good use of the Apollo ultimate there to just get everybody out of the base after the fight and back into the mix. Also worth noting that Phoenix still standing. There were minions underneath that Phoenix. We were dealing the damage we're supposed to be dealing to it, but because we're all building tank except for Paul, well, maybe our objective shred isn't as good as maybe we're initially hoping for it to be. That's why this Apollo pick does pan out here for Buzz. Golden Blade and attack speed means that, hey, if they can stick onto a Tower of Phoenix, they can in fact kill it when the time comes. But whether or not you'll have that time remains to be seen. But with that shutdown on top of Paul, the clock does appear to be in favor of Buzz to get a few more seconds before the coffin closes.
Yeah, the fact that Paul was the one who actually got left behind there feels great, since it's the only person who would have given you that shutdown gold, and you can see that resulting on the gold charts as it's 13 minutes in. 1-6, but you'd expect dominance on the gold charts from it. You're not going to see it. It's only about, what, 2K down? And still Buzz feel like they have means to try to fight and stand up. But when it comes to a full frontal assault, that's just where the advantages don't lie. Apollo does not have an ultimate that's really good when it's a neutral fight, where everyone's just staring each other in the face.
It's good for sneaking. It's good for snaking. It's good for getting in there, but not good, like you said, for walking up slowly and making something happen. Paul teleports over to that left side. Looks like mostly just for safety. As long as Buzz can just not get picked out here, they can get some more levels underneath their belt. This Apollo and this Scylla especially gets a scale, because the Scylla's got their Rada Tahuti online, with that Evil Eye as well. And there's that shard, the Obsidian Shard. For Mexi is right around the corner if we can just get her there.
I'm just worried, Musi, about Happen. Lurking in the bushes, ultimate in pocket, I see no beads, no talisman, and only one CC immune ultimate. That's why Mexi's only died once so far. I'll be seeing it right now. Already, great paralyzing spit, catches the Scylla and tosses him back, but the follow-up was not quite there from the Achilles. Distracted a bit with the Apollo, who's now in the sky. Trying to pull off a little escort mission here for our friend the Scylla, and will succeed. Attire actually manages to bail them out quite handily. Solid work by Buzz.
Mexi's gonna have to take the back here, which does leave a 3v2 scenario.
Oh dear God! Attire nearly at the end of the spear, but the moves just barely bail them out. But that was scary, man. Paul's able to so effortlessly land these stuns and a ton of damage alongside. It's really disgusting.
Now you have this Ganesha walking up towards Paul, but no team behind his back means Tasty Taco takes a lot of damage.
You can't be that far up without your backline present, but a great So Beautiful. The crush unfortunately lands into the Aegis. That's what Nixie needed. And now it's an Aegis from them in response. Can you finish him off with a So Beautiful? One last auto could do it. The crush dodged once again. Paul dipping, diving, dodging, but the wrench finally hits him. Attire gets the kill.
Dude, Buzz has got the Moxie, I'm telling you. They know that if you lose somebody, you can just run at them again. And the willingness to commit to the W key mentality is starting to level the game out a bit for Buzz, or at least just keeps them relevant in this game. Basically means that Two Goats and Tegvir can't do anything.
That's a good mez, but again, the issue is that the crush was already used. So at that point, Mexi's really got nothing to do but just stare. You know, let their dogs just kind of wag their tails and look at each other. Yep, roof. 15 minutes, 2-7. Buzz mounting a bit of a counter-offensive under this hail of autos. That tower could find itself in trouble. Attire can easily tank these tower shots too, and Ganesh is back up, but so is Serb. Best be careful. Buzz have to retreat.
Look at how much attack speed Attire has, too. The Shogun's a little questionable in my eyes just because the stats it gives aren't great, but hey, more attack speed for the feed is good. I would love to see Attire hit level 20 so that we can get this banner online. And then you can just slap on like a chin size or something as your only damage item. Suddenly you're able to kill tanks as well. Not too bad. The scaling pick for Apollo is going to be there soon, but it's going to be a Malice first. So now we have on-hit damage. So that's good too. I like that as well.
Most damaging ability in the game in Tasty Taco's pocket. Could very well be what we need to secure this Lost Knight from the hands of Two Goats and Tiger unleashed. Paul's on the way. Tasty Taco's already present. Again, you got to make sure you're not too far up, but does manage to dodge a significant amount of damage there with that dash. Unfortunately, can't dodge Stygian Torment. Now Paul's got damage to spare as well, but managing to dodge the majority of it. Mexi actually gets out to safety, and Apollo's in the sky. But where they decide to send down on top of, it's going to be Paul, but I'm a Monster's off the mark as well. Everything being thrown here at this Bari, but nothing landing the mark, and instead it's the Fatal Strike, not even necessary. A killing spree here for the non-GOAT Tegvir.
But you still have Attire fully loaded, both harps in hand. They got the extended banana clip, so you can just hold left click forever. Harps Akimbo. There you go. That's a new movie. We'll get Daniel Radcliffe to be in that one as well. Two Goats and Tegvir are going to take a look at that Lost Knight, but I don't know if Buzz knows what's happening.
You're a wizard, Attire. I'm a what?
A what?
Well,
a wizard.
I'm losing this game at Joust right now. I'm just Attire. I'm just dead. It says Tasty Taco. This is trouble. No business being up that far. A Sundering Arc and a bell to the back. Paul takes him out.
So Attire's going to go for the... No! Attire abandons the split push in favor of what? You lose Lost Knight and... Oh, unfortunate. Unless... Oh, the Scylla tried to go for the steal. It didn't quite happen, and Attire and Mexi are going to be here on the defense. Paul can't push in quite yet, but the bird is crippled. 15% penetration for Two Goats and Tegvir. Some health and mana regen as well. How much, Dilo?
Well, I believe that's going to be a nice 15% pen, and then a 0.8% mana and health regen, which does indeed allow Two Goats and Tegvir just continue to stack. Thanks, Mort. Continue to stack up the sustain in the fight. Cerberus, of course, already has it. Achilles, too, and it's just not going to get any better from there. 18 minutes, 2-9. Two Goats and Tegvir 2K ahead, but it's not really the goal that matters at this point. It's just more so the positioning and the fact that this bird's weakened, deactivated, and damn near dead. I don't know what Buzz can really do to save it.
I mean, Attire's got that War Banner online, which I was hoping to see, so the holding left click is about to go burr really fast. If Attire can stay alive, then they should be able to deal quite a bit of damage here.
It stacks the grave to the entire team as well, but Attire's in the front line by themselves. It's not just Guns Akimbo, it's the Alamo. Attire decides to go in, but much like Davy Crockett, they're going to be falling in the history books. Paul takes him out, Bird's next.
Yeah, unfortunately not where you want to stand your ground because the Phoenix is not going to be there to save you. Tasty Taco, next on the chopping block, consumed. Truly a munch.
Wow. What a great blink there from Paul just to make sure Mexi could not have any hand on them. I'm a Monster dodged as well by the combat dodge. That's what it's for after all. And now all Mexi can do is try to stand 10 toes down just like their dead friend Attire did. And much like him, they'll meet the same fate. It's a deicide. It's a victory. Two Goats and Tegvir move on.
I mean, if you are Buzz, you got to feel good about the fact that you made that game last as long as you did.
Yeah,
especially because Two Goats and Tegvir were... I mean, they were putting it down pretty early from the very beginning, but Attire, you know, Buzz and everybody stuck it out super hard, and they were, I feel like with a little bit more time, they might have been able to swing that.
Scylla, Alec, James, and Sunprod can all talk about during recess tomorrow how Tegvir is just the GOAT, even if the team name doesn't say it. We got more Smite Prime action, though, coming at you to see if they continue with that same dazzling fashion. Stick around, guys. More after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium, and so is the production quality. That's why we're giving you both sides of that semifinals bracket here. You're welcome. D'Lo here behind the mic, and Musi right by my side in the booth. Tess and the Mort Man, your almighty eyes in the sky, and Jithens, that man behind the curtain. Unfortunately, some tech difficulties did result in the other semifinals match at the 30-past-minute mark, coming to a close, and now we're going to see a little reset action. So don't worry, guys. If you were looking to get that Benny Q vs. SAP7 matchup on your screen on the Smite Discord, or rather Twitch channel, Your wish has indeed been granted, and your vocal cords, well, either ours, might not be thanking you for it, though, too much. Once again, D-Lo Musi here in the booth, and it's looking to be an interesting one here, Musi. We're near the top, the cream of the crop, the best of the rest, and picks and bans are coming right at you.
Well, we don't even have to wait. We can just jump right into it. Why bother holding off when we can just have our time to talk about the picks leading up to this point? Border Patrol and I Love You Punch are going to take some picks off the board here. Already we talked a bit about how Warrior's Axe is very good, so characters that can use Warrior's Axe are going to be very good, but mages have found their place in this meta as well. Things like the Akate and the Merlin are very effective at dealing with fellow tanks and being able to shred them down, but mostly just throwing abilities out in the middle of a team fight and having them easy to confirm. And because everybody's building shell and the like there, your CC is going to be effective. That makes Akate's open the gates all that much better. The Chiron that we saw initially has not really had its chance to shine again, which makes me wonder if that's a flavor of the month type pick, less than an actual mainstay of a team comp. But Osiris, it's probably not going to have its chance to come through. The holy light of chip for D-Lo here. You thought I was going to take all the camera time? You're going to sneak a snack in there, buddy? All right. I know we've been casting and seeing some Joust for a long time, but you know, we had like 20 minutes in between games. You couldn't have done it then, right? You're gonna do it right now. I'm talking about picks and bans for the semifinals of Joust Smite Prime. It does not get more important than this. D-Lo, you're gonna eat a chip? No, take a bite. Take a bite, D-Lo. Go ahead. And give him the whole thing, while he takes his bite of chip. There you go. Yeah, and the mic's picking it up too. Do you feel proud of yourself? Yeah. Cabrakan first pick for Border Patrol makes a lot of sense. Osai, Kerberos, Aphrodite off the board. Naja, Hercules, and Newt as well, which does leave up the Artio and the Guan Yu, so it is going to be tanking and spanking all the way along with a lot of healing and sustain between Artio and Guan.
Bro, Raw, chill out. Like, ow. Ow, ow, ow.
That's what he says. That's how he laughs.
For real, dude. Oh, I'm getting two'd on spam. That's crazy. Discord, you're going to be locked in there for I Love You Punch. I got Snacks music because that game went for 30 minutes before the lobby had to be reset. I am anticipating this is going to be a slog fest. Cab, Merlin, Hoonbots, I see a lot of CC. And if that Hoonbots likely does indeed go that stun bots aspect, more tank to spank with, more CC to play around with, it's going to be up to these backliners to really make sure that they get those DPS across, and it's going to be up to also good targeting, good coordination to ensure that bodies actually drop.
One thing about this composition is I do enjoy the Cabrakan into the Artio, just because Cabrakan can root immune through the Artio 3, which means that Cabrakan can still get a chance to kind of run at somebody here, but Guan Yu into Cabrakan doesn't have a lot of ways to get away from the Guan once he gets on that horse, so kind of a give and take here so far, but you're right, it is going to come down to these backliners and whether or not they can get properly harassed by the tanks of the opposing team. If Humbots goes the aspect here and builds tank, that means that he can jump on top of this Discordia and help hold him down with the Cabrakan as well in the Merlin damage. So, you know, what do you do?
Well, what we do is we hop on into game. Border Patrol versus I Love You Punch. We'll see what ends up being the result. They've certainly had a lot of time to understand their matchups, understand the players that face them down. Enemies maybe becoming friends, maybe becoming more than friends. We'll find out as we hop in game.
Who's Punch and why do we love them? Find out next time on Smite Prime Z.
Ooh, some decent damage already being applied to doing, but adapts on the front lines and indeed has that aspect. So again, it's the idea that this Hoonbots is a bit more of a front line than your typical assassin playstyle. They're not going to 100 to 0 anyone, but they are going to set up good kills here for Sap.
Have spawned.
And taking a quick look at some of the items here, I mean, Warrior's Axe, yeah duh. But also, the Sands of Time is interesting here, especially for Zav on this Guan Yu. Gives him a lot of healing, which Artie is going to need. They took a solid chunk of health there, but that trade will be all that comes of that. Lots of cooldown there for that Guan Yu. So imagine that with like a Heartward Charm or something along those lines, and suddenly we are super healing all the time.
You know, the fact is that when you have these double magical comps, where the backliner happens to be on that magical hitting side of the spectrum, I feel like it results in these games being slated and kind of leading up to these longer slogfests because it's so much easier to counter build against it in ways that you don't really have to worry about the physical side of the spectrum, so I can just front load all my match prots and you'll be just fine. To do it could be in a bit of a spot of bother. Great madness there from the Disco. Does force that Phantom Shell out, but even then, Border Patrol is not really looking too worse for wear, so still no bodies dropping.
I wonder if we'll see the amount of shield splitters and erosions that we saw from Border Patrol last time because of, you know, the shells and everything that comes out there. But I Love You Punch doesn't have as many shields, so maybe won't get as much value here. Red buff's going to be looked at. Looks like Deduin finds the stun.
Deduin just like found the stun and just stared at Benny Q right afterwards. I'm pretty sure they have the
yeah.
2 up. I guess so, yeah. I mean, you can't regular farm, so you might as well get some aura stacks up there as well. I'm just curious as far as when the first body drops. It's got to come from, I guess, a potential overinvestment from Deduin. And this is the moment where Deduin is going to be the most killable possible. The earlier it is, the more liable you are to actually take out this Kabrakan. But even then, right? A full kit dump there from the Disco, and Deduin's still just fine and dandy. A solid invade at the very least from I Love You Punch.
Like we said before, the incremental cuts, the small wins, is how you're going to walk away with a game. But both of these teams, if the if the story that we heard about this game and the game that we watched previously tells us anything how this game is going to go, it's going to be a slog. It's going to get pretty long in this game before real bodies start hitting the floor, because both of these teams recognize that Joust is very snowbally once you let it get away from you. So the risk assessment here for engagements is basically going to be, do we run the risk of losing a fight? Yes? Okay, then let's not go for it. Let's play it safe. Let's be chill. Let's get our waves. Let's get our farm. Maybe we'll look for a little bit of poke, but nothing too crazy.
I don't know, Nika's hitting the reset there. Could have been a bit of a risky endeavor. You see all the CC now get stacked on up to knock up there for the Merlin. Force of the Phantom Shell, but that does mean you're immune to the walls placed in front of you. Deduin trying to catch the Barrelakin, won't succeed. Again, no one's dead.
So, and that's a lot of what we're going to be seeing. And because we're kind of expecting to scale, we see Betty Q does have that Book of Thoth kind of locked down in there. Sap 7, that looks like a Spirideso. Yep, finished up. Yogi's necklaces for Deduin and Nika, so the tanks are going to be tanky. And a shield splitter for adapting on the tank Hunbots. So that all makes sense. And there's that hardware charm I was talking about. So feeling pretty good about understanding of how this game is going to progress. It's going to take a pretty big mistake before somebody dies.
Nika can try to get the entangling vines off, but Deduin only has movement speed stims and a whole lot of damage. So that's not really going to do too much when you're on the receiving end of Kabrakan's dive. What it will do a good solid job of, unlike the Sobek, is just there's passive value when you have that entangling vines, because if adapting's in the back line or if Sap 7 is trying to get away, you really just need to keep up the vines, and it just limits an ability for them to escape. Whereas the Sobek, you're more so trying to predict when they're going to use that charge prey, so at least it makes Nika's job a bit more streamlined.
But I do feel that Nika's going to have a tough time in this game. We've been seeing it already, but where you could just go on this Artio, just like right now, loses half their health bar to this.
Ow. That does hurt quite a bit. Entangling Vines down to the Fear No Evil, interrupts the
good
dash.
ult.
Now might be their chance to get the kill, but it's a great root and stun that ensures Deduin cannot get anyone. Some good peel being output here by the Disco and the Guan Yu to make up for Nika.
Now we're going to argue over this red buff. Deduin plays the wall.
As all.
Stop punch from contesting it, so it's another small victory there for Border Patrol. And they're going to look for many, many more. The pacing of this game is going to be pretty slow, but if anybody's going to die first, I really am looking at Nika, who has been the one to soak all the damage from Border Patrol.
Double stun.
Good stun.
Good damage too. Nika could be in a bit of trouble if Sap 7 manages to wrap around quickly, but in the bear form, a bit less liable since that dash is still available. Deduin, happy with the damage they've wrought, decides to back on it for the blue buff. Can't let this one get stolen again, but I think it was actually once more. Now it's a good cripple. Forces the beads out from the Merlin. Sap 7 no longer part of the fight. It's a tectonic shift to force them to step back. Deduin needs some solid poke, but again, no one's going to die for it. I do believe the invade successful there for My Love You Punch. A solid victory. Once again, though, a small one.
I wonder, you might be only slightly mistaken, because I think Merlin does have that blue buff.
Oh.
So,
L.
L. L Punch didn't steal blue. No, I'm kidding. But I think it goes to show that both of these teams have a lot of respect for each other, and respect given and earned, because even under duress, Border Patrol is able to sneak out the things that they need in order to stay even through this game. Punch is going to have a small bit of leverage here, but the question is, when can you take that leverage and do something with it? BennyQ just finished up their Chronos pendant, and Sap 7 doesn't have their second item online, so this could be a moment where I Love You Punch could seek to force something while they have a small advantage.
Yeah, my question is then, Musi, what are the terms and conditions, the checklist of criteria that needs to be met for either of these teams to find a kill? Outside of obviously a massive misplay from an opponent, what win conditions are there for us to decide, yes, this fight is worth the risk?
Guan Yu should ult Merlin within the next 60 seconds. The Merlin has no beads. So we need to find a way to get him to use his blink and then jump on him.
Hopefully that can be the case. It's been a relic trade merry-go-round as far as we've heard from the last game round. And you know what, at the end of the day, when each relic is so valuable, only 3 of them on each team, it makes sense why that becomes the kind of barter system that we play with here. Sap 7 needs a lot of poke stepping up. Maybe further dissuading the potential re-engage. Adapting does get the double stun, but again, no damage there to follow up since Sap 7 was kind of being corralled in the back line. And this Disco seems to have their mark made out for them, really trying to keep Sap 7 on their toes.
30 seconds left until this purification is up, so the window is closing for I Love You Punch to try to make a play for Sap, but Sap is doing a good job with positioning, making sure that they're okay.
The Fear No Evil, I'm not quite sure if that was on the mark, but nonetheless, Adapting did drop it. Again, a great madness there from BennyQ is what starts this all off. The fact that Adapting and Taduin are stepping up so close to each other means that they're liable to get hit by that unique form of CC. That can cause quite a pickle. A good root there. And you can really stack those on top alongside the life tap, but again, nothing really to worry about so far. And again, the fact that there's no ADC typical gods with a lot of auto attack physical damage means these towers are going to be just fine.
Yeah, and the amount of sustain for both teams means that we are just going to be sitting here. It looks like we're accomplishing something, but in reality, we're not. This is just wave clearing simulator for a bit until it's time to go do a camp. So the blue camp is going to be up on Border Patrol side. That's going to be a point of contest station. So maybe I Love You Punch can make something happen here.
Sap 7 wrapped up the back. The vines are up. The damage is on top of this Disco, but the apple's been applied to the right target as well. Sap 7 would be in trouble, but the Tectonic Shift blocks their path. BennyQ, one auto from death and first blood, one there by Adapting. The beads to ensure no stun finds the mark. Sap 7 stays safe and now goes right back in. Not too much mobility available here. The Guan Yu dash is already down. Monkey Somersault slows him down a bit further. Taduin, slow immune, but not stun immune. They get stopped in their tracks, and likely going to be the end of the death timers at the very least, but those heals can try to keep this Guan Yu back in the fight to maybe whittle down Sap 7 again. No, we're just going to play merry-go-round, hide behind the skirts of the Lost Knight instead. It has begun to be pulled, but by Nika, not the best case scenario for it as they take that damage from the OBJ as well. Discordia, present but no ultimate, and Adapting, retreating beneath the force of this Guan Yu now on the horseback. They're going to target down Taduin, but they're back to full health already. Putting in overtime with that Yogi's necklace. The damage continues to drop on down this time. The golden apple applied to the Hoon bots, and gonna be finding their own death as well. BennyQ garners revenge. And Sap 7's got no mana left to play with Taduin. Little life left to play with as well. They do dodge the root, at least from the Disco, but they can't do the same from the Ardio. Phantom Shell expended, and one last root. Cannot compute. Double kill there for BennyQ. Sap 7, no mana, no friends, no life. Triple deicide for BennyQ.
And the game cracks wide open here, because that means the Lost Knight can be picked up. I Love You Punch does have Prot Shred attached to the Guan Yu, that Tallow Assault. But do they have the damage to actually finish it off? Because look, Adapting is right around the corner here.
Scary stuff, but no ultimate. And also no somersault while those vines are present. Down to 600 health. BennyQ is able to secure it for the Border Patrol, so all their labors were for fruit. But Adapting still present. Taduin stepping up. Sap 7 making a beeline as well, but to the mid lane, so not much stake put into this fight, knowing that they could easily disengage, and they will. 10 minutes in, 3-1. About a 2,000 gold lead here for Punch.
With that T1 tower disabled and 15% penetration and 0.8% health and mana regen per second. Oh yeah. So it's in the pack, it's in the bag, it's in the pocket. But more importantly than that, the amount of gold that I Love You Punch was able to get from that fight, from the engagement, but also some prio on the map, because while you have this buff, Border Patrol can't really walk up to you too much, so you get to bleed what little resources are available on this map for your side of the team and already exacerbate the small gold lead that you started with here. This T1 tower is toast.
Yeah, gold begets gold. Fight begets fight. Boonbots tries to walk up, but can't somersault in thanks to those vines. But now they're going to step right in. Doon's in trouble already. Not invincible quite just yet, and they have Mamersha. Momentum on their side. BennyQ turns tail and decides to go for the tower instead. Border Patrol forced to flee for their lives and forego the structure.
I Love You Punch playing this pretty aggressively. They get that T1 tower. You have the debuff for, or your self buff for about 30 seconds left. You can't get this Phoenix, but maybe you can put some damage into it. Sap 7 doesn't have a lot of mana, so he has to back up soon.
The Tremors come through, and the Doon trying to face tank. The Golden Apple nearly on the bounce back actually finds the mark. Adapting having to reset. And Sap 7's low on mana once again. Actually, a very important resource that we haven't gotten to see come into play too often, but with a character like Merlin who can be very mana hungry, that battle of attrition begins to take its toll. Adapting's back from the fountain. Sap 7 might have to trade places. That means the fight on the front line's gonna have to be stalled for a bit longer for this bird to stay alive. Adapting goes in, somersaults out.
I Love You Punch still maintaining this siege as this Phoenix falls below half health. Ultimates are available for Border Patrol to try to make a play here, but I Love You Punch's sustain is just too much. Even without that buff, they still look very strong.
The backline dive, the Fear No Evil finds the beads off the disco. The Golden Apple did decent damage off on Adapting, but not quite enough to sneeze at it too much yet. Tectonic shifts on top of BennyQ, but a Phantom Shell is the instant response. They're going to be just fine. Has the leap as well. Conviction being provided on top. Sap 7 can't catch up to provide their damage in the meantime, which means they have to just try to back on out as the RDO forces them away. BennyQ can rejoin the fight with ease because, again, those conviction heals keeping them alive. The battle of attrition is not faring in the way of Adapting as they have to once again somersault back to safety. It's a good stun there from the Cap, but better from the Guan Yu on top of the horse. No cripple necessary. The damage nearly enough from BennyQ's unruly magic to finish the job. Merlin's got magic too, but you're more of an apprentice, buddy. I'm the Archmage. Nika takes him down. Adapting trying to find the counter kill, but will not get any success.
Zav is just too healthy, and with that breastplate Genji's guard, the heals are always online. I Love You Punch making all of these pushes too without having backed initially after getting that first T1 tower. So when they finish this back, they're going to have a lot of gold in pocket. If you're Dodoon, you want to try to delay that as much as possible or set up and get what other farm you can on the map. That Lost Knight is respawned a bit ago.
I feel like Love You Punch, man. They said, listen, guys, I got plans in the evening. It's Saturday night. I'm trying to hit the town. I do not want to get another 40-minute match. We're trying to speed run this jaunt to the finish. 3K ahead now, 13 minutes in. It's looking to be a possibility. This Lost Knight is up for the taking. But Border Patrol, I've got to imagine, would put up a defense for it.
Or you could take a look at this red buff too. I Love You Punch just not in position. Looks like they were trying to figure out what they wanted to do with their lead. They do have some solid items online. The team beads available for Zav, so now we have a good answer to the Hunbat's ult as well. And think to yourself, D'Lo, what else could we be team beating? A Kabrakan? No need, not really. It's single target CC for the most part, so this means that Adapting just has less combat capability on the map.
It's the window that once again rises. The team Bs are down, then maybe get some good value off of it, but wow, good bounce off the apple. Drops down Sap to a bit more than 2/3. The root going to be easily taken out there by Cab, just walks right past him, but the Phoenix is slowly starting to move down as well. It's a good double stun there from the Hoonbots. Great stun as well from Dodoon. Can they find the kills? The question. Zav nearly brought down to 0. A Phantom Shell is the earnest response to keep him alive, and conviction heals as well. Dodoon, though, continues their pursuit, happy with their works.
We've been so focused on I Love You Punch's items, neglected to see that Sap 7 not only has the Totem of Death, but an Ob Shard as well. Double penetration online already. So this Merlin can shred through both the Ardio and the Guan Yu.
Worth
Oh,
noting.
he's sick with it.
But unfortunately, the apple can also shred through that health bar too. Sap 7's got to really be careful. BennyQ clearly, again, has got their sights set on the Merlin in the back line. Stun. Finds Ardio once more. It's the root as well, keeping this Hoonbots in place. And then doing the exact same thing to do, and all these cooldown reductions from Conviction so useful for this Disco to constantly output the hard CC necessary to kill anyone in their path. Adapting might find out the hard way, but is barely able to escape courtesy of their own Phantom Shell, and actually it's Nika who goes down instead, and the Phoenix still survives.
Getting a little bit too much here, but a big cab wall locks two people in.
If they do force the leap out from the Disco, the Root is going to be in pursuit to try to stop the Cap from doing the same thing. Hoonbots gets a somersault off. There's no cripples left, but there's also no stuns available quite just yet. Kabrakin's got to turn back. We'll settle for the tower.
Nika's still dead for 17 seconds here. If you're Border Patrol, this could be a Lost Night pull. Everybody's fairly healthy and has their damage online. Shoutouts to a Book of Thoth and the 4th slide. Big ups from Sap 7. But with a Merlin to shred this down, you could be able to get it before Punch gets to you.
The turn and burn. Super necessary. Zap's present, but a great fear no evil. Tries to turn them back to doing. Manages to grab it. Do they stick around for the fight after? Absolutely not. No way we wanted to really risk anything further. Once again, it's that cost analysis benefit ratio. Do we stand to gain something, or do we stand everything to lose? Border Patrol decide to take their winnings and head back home.
I think I Love You Punch kind of did some bad math when it came to trying to force this push onto the Phoenix, because now the tables have turned. Border Patrol with this buff, a little bit of extra pen. Already, Sap was shredding through Nika and Zav. They'll be able to do it even more effectively now with effectively 3 pen items on their build.
Border Patrol need to genuinely make sure they're positioning solid to body block the shots that come in. Those autos from the Disco are the only real hope to easily take out this Phoenix, which is very low still. And if they get this Phoenix, that could change things entirely. Hoonbots focused on the blue buff. Merlin focused on the wave clear. This 1v1 between the Animal Gods on the left side, not really going to find too much other than a bit of damage stat padding. But Artio lurks in the left side, trying to find an opportunity to look for that burn. You can see they're sniping at it with autos, but they're not doing too much. And again, no physical carry means it's not really all that scary for the structures.
You have to find a pick. Sap has to be the one that you look for if you're I Love You Punch, but Sap's positioning has been bang on so far this game. But now he's going in.
Disco in trouble. Hoonbots and Artio once again locked alongside the left side, but Hoonbots has got a leap, and Artio does not. Late to join the battle, but Sap 7 could be in trouble. Gore to the Bear's hand. Sap 7 is now twitching lifelessly on the ground, but the Disco nearly brought down to 0 as well. Conviction keeps her alive for a bit longer. Adapting has no ultimate, has no hopes of catching up either. And Border Patrol, all that regen, all that penetration, it all crumbles into dust when Sap 7 dies.
Nika doing a good job using that cripple field to lock this Hoonbots in place. Finally, Adapting gets a run, but straight into the root and stun.
That feeds his trouble. That means that there's no stun for Adapting, no way for them to run them out. Benecue takes their head as well to do it on the front lines, but these roots, man, are ever-present, persistent. There's no way you can get out of this one alive. It's a quick D-side here from I Love You Punch, potentially a quick end call. Sap 7, back from base, has potential, but I don't know if they got enough shred in the world to finish the job here. No one there to back them up. No front line, no life. Nika gets the re-deicide initiation. I Love You Punch. Deliver the 1-2 to put a quick end to the game.
And done in half the time as the game that was unfortunately tossed aside. A victory chip from D'Lo as the rays of Ra himself
This hurts so
bless
bad,
us on
dude.
this day. They will stop looking into the light, man.
I need to close my window
Pair of
shades, but
sunglasses.
the shade being thrown here between these two teams is something to behold as well. I mean, I Love You Punch. They clearly have places to be. They have plans to attend to. I got a blind to close as well, and we'll be doing all of that in just a second. So, guys, don't go anywhere. Grand Finals of the Smite Prime NA Joust tourney right after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium, and they don't get any better than this. We're at the peak, the pinnacle, the cream of the crop. The very best at the Grand Finals here for the NA Grand Joust Tournament of Smite Prime. I'm D'Lo, joined here at the booth my friend Musey, Almighty Eyes in the Sky, Morton Man, and Tess. Keep the prod lights on that cam steady, rather. Jithens is your man behind the curtain, and you are watching at home with bated breath to see, does this go on for an hour? We'll find out. Grand Finals, best of 3. Musey, how we feeling?
I mean, you know, it had to come to this point. It did. It couldn't have ended any other way. having two teams out there in the finals. It took 99 other teams to get here, but we're here to the final two. We get a chance to peek the stats of the last game, where Border Patrol unfortunately got knocked out. I love you, Punch. I think the Guan Yu is putting in quite a bit of work here, I'm not going to lie. Zav's healing stat has got to be ginormous.
Oh, man. And if I'm not mistaken, do they have anti-heal?
26K.
Did they have anti-heal on Border Patrol?
I don't believe they did.
Yikes.
Or maybe Adapting had brawlers. I have goldfish brain. I already forgore.
Well, either way,
Can we go backwards?
it needed more. Can we go back in time? Only can sing a line. Won't sing one more. Then we get copyright struck.
Well,
but
never mind.
nonetheless, Border Patrol just had a really hard time getting it. Dude, yeah, just brawlers. Okay, all right. You know what? That's not the worst thing in the world, but the issue was Adapting just was not present in those fights for long enough that it really ended up meaning too much. And the added sustain, there's just too much to chew through. Zav on that Guan Yu felt like they could tank and spank with the best of them. Benny Q had such a great time launching out these routes that felt like they always found the mark. And unfortunately, the limited CC, the limited mobility of the Merlin just doesn't allow them to hang as long as when this Disco has that Guan Yu next to them. Big bracket coming on next to you. And we're going to see what the almighty result is as all these teams have slogged through all these other teams to get to the peak. Would you look at that? Well then. Yeah, yeah. I think
We
I think
zoomed
that's
in a little too far there.
whoops.
That's a bracket for ants. You know, we're not ants. We can't see it. Little guy bracket. Little guy bracket for ants there.
Test covered the bracket
Switch it down
invisible
to
ink,
size.
and you have to use a special UV light to see it. Everyone
With,
get on your
with
UV.
lemon juice and a UV light, and then you too can, figure out the treasure from the Declaration of Independence. I know Ball Deal. I know what movie you were talking about.
There it is. I mean, I guess
it
we'll
is.
get to see in just a bit. We do know at the very least one of the teams that's stepping up here. Oh, hold on, it's back. Hey, we got the lemon
Hey
juice
there.
out. Let's go. I love you, Punch, up against two goats and Tegveer.
So, getting over here to this point, let's talk about how we even got to this point, what we're playing for, D-Lo. Well, we are playing for some cash prizing. Wouldn't you know it? So we start our 2026 Smite Prime kickoff. Roll the tape.
A lot of monies.
A lot of money.
What you saying? Oh yeah, for buddy? No, I'm kidding. That ain't Conquest
yeah.
tournament, Feb 7th, and that's already been led up with AU Conquest, which we saw prior. But now it's a whole new playing field. It's a whole new place. 1050 on the board here in terms of cash prizing, and split between 3 players. So a bit more value, a bit more bang for your buck. That means we got a lot of stakes here, Musey, and that means there's a whole lot more reason to let these games drag out for 50 minutes.
Well, because we do have a best of 3, we have some extra rules in play here. Most importantly, we have vault bans. In a best of 3 set, once a god is played, that god is locked away in the vault and cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the set. So, for example, if a team were to play Thor in game 1, neither team can use Thor in games 2 or 3. So, the vault ban system has come to the Joust League. Because it is a best of 3, this does become incredibly relevant. You cannot slam the same team comps that we've been seeing all day. Got to come up with a little bit of variety here in those Joust streets.
That'll be nice, because we definitely have seen kind of the same 3 compositions, aside from our friends on Buzz, who unfortunately fell out of the making. So I'm curious to see what the backups are, and if they just kind of have the same team comp idea of just tank and spank, or tank, spank, and sustain, but in different fonts. Truthfully, I imagine that'll be the case, but there's definitely still some room for surprise.
In terms of, what we're going to end up seeing for like picks and bans and stuff like that. I mean, the Guan Yu I think is really good. Kabrakan as well. Maybe looking at Disco, Merlin, Hekate as mages to be able to pick up and use. Ho Yi made an appearance. I didn't hate that at all because it functions similar to what a Kabrakan can do, but maybe with a bit more damage, a little less survivability. But if you're running all Warriors axes, the ricochets can get very dangerous for anybody that's still stuck around. The Homebots, I think, was a good shout still, just because when you go the aspect, you have a lot of CC you can use to lock down. So there's a lot of good picks to be had, definitely enough to be able to build a strong composition every set in this Fearless.
Nope, P's and B's coming up for us to be able to see what we're starting off with. And again, that fact does mean that any of the 6 gods that you see picked up, not banned. The bans don't remain permanent. You gotta, if you want to see an Aladdin stay gone, you gotta keep banning every single round. But these 6 gods that are right here on my left and right, those are gonna be locked away in the big bad vault with the iron and keys. So won't be seeing those again. But Two Goats and Tegvir have been prioritizing a lot of times this Bari pick and rotating some big, beefy, muscly boys right in front of her to keep Paul safe. The bans come through. Again, Guan Yu and Osiris, no one wants them. Artio and Afro, sustain is no longer in lane unless it's on a Hercules. Dear God.
Yeah, that guy's going to be able to live a long time. This is the first time we get to see a Herc in-game. Usually he was either banned out or just kind of left to the wayside. Meanwhile, I Love You Punch, considering the Kerberos pickup. I do like Kerberos here because what this character is able to do with that Stygian Torment is it picks up people even if they're displacement immune, right? Because it's a levitate, technically. It's got its own special name, but also it absorbs some of that healing that other people do, so it's a good response to all the self-sustain that Hercules has in kit.
That's what I'm looking at, is the fact that you get to snipe away some of the healing from Mitigate Wounds. That's dangerous. Kabrakan's present as well. Hecate is going to be the lock here. I wonder if that's got to be surely going to Paul. So the Bari's no longer the call, maybe because she has a harder time getting out from Kabrakan's clutches. I'm not sure if Hecate's gotten any easier of a time with it, but certainly has a bit more utility with that Open the Gates.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Oh, a Bacchus. Interesting. What I will say about this Hecate is that Kabrakan doesn't have a CC immune ultimate, so we do have the chance to consistently pull the Kabrakan with Open the Gates. Same thing with a Merlin. If you have his beads down, you can pull him in, and think too, there's a Hercules as well to constantly move the position of people here.
So the reason I'm gasping is because they just locked in 3 magicals for I Love You Punch. That's dangerous because obviously you can very easily stack up Maj Prots. There's really great Maj Prot items in the game. I'm talking Sphere of Negation, I'm talking Genji's, Oni. Whoa. And the fact of the matter is it's going to be a lot tougher for I Love You Punch to grind through, chew through all those prots. At the same time, though I say that, Musi, sometimes it doesn't end up being as relevant. I mean, the fact that Hecate is not going to be building Maj defense in the first place, she's still going to be vulnerable. This Bacchus and Hercules, though, could be a different story.
I mean, in the place where we are right now in terms of itemization, Dilo, think about some of the items that are good to build all the time, right? If you're Hercules or Bacchus, items that are good to build all the time include Yogi's Necklace, maybe something like a Golden Blade, Spirit Robe is also good. You could opt for something like a Sphere of Negation for the Bacchus. He does as in-scaling, so he benefits from that. But a lot of the items that these tanks have to build, most of them have split protection.
Yeah.
So all inning on magical gods might not be the worst thing in the world.
Exactly. We'll find out if that ends up being something that they pay a consequence for as we hop into game. Two Goats and Tegvir up against Three-Headed Dog and a Kabrakan. Let's see which one ends up taking it. I see 3 Warriors axes on one side and 2 on the other. Two Goats and Tegvir wins.
I love this Bluestone for Benny Q, but also I'm a little weary. The thought process for this Bluestone is Merlin is able to constantly throw out abilities. Like, constantly throw out abilities. So I wonder if we're building a tank Merlin with, like, Helm of Radiance, Sphere of Negation, something like that, and then using the Bluestone to proc physical damage on somebody like Paul or Tegvir or Happen, because you have a full magical team. But, like I was saying before, Dilo, Two Goats and Tegvir, these tanks are going to be building split prots anyways, so I'm wondering how effective that'll even be.
Oh, dear God, what a great driving strike there to start things off. Purification Bead's already forced off Benny Q. Now we've got to turn back. A Phantom Shell goes both ways. Tegvir used some solid poke for the troubles, but already a show of force, a warning shot over the head of the Merlin. And that's also something you got to keep in mind, is that the Ghastly Breath, there's big channels on each side between the Ghastly Breath and the Belch. But these stuns are far more easily available at long range from Tegvir in that Dragon Strike.
And Happen has a great fight initiator with that flop. If Tegvir can't make it happen, Happen definitely can. You can see the damage already getting put in here. This Kabrakan's in a tough spot.
Oh, has to use that Aegis, and can they even escape then? Paul grabs first blood on top of Zav, just caught lacking by themselves. No friends there to back them up. Solid work there by Two Goats and Tegvir.
Not only do TG and T find that red buff, First Blood and the purple buff and their own blue buff is going to start to develop this snowball for Two Goats and Tagveer. So now the question is, can I Love You Punch start to pump the brakes a little bit on this game? Because I can already see that Book of Thoth being looked at by Benny Q. So I Love You Punch is kind of expecting this game to last long enough to get all their items online. Whereas Two Goats and Tagveer, because they have 3 Warriors Axes, they really are just trying to run it down and end this game as soon as they possibly can.
That kill is also a big display of the weakness of having that Aegis. There's just so much CC and also depositioning CC from Two Goats and Tagveer. The fact that you have the Driving Strike Earthbreaker combination as well as he's opened the gates. No CC immunity baked into that kit, Cabrakan. You're going to be all by your lonesome when that CC comes calling.
And that's what we talked about earlier in those picks and bans too. Paul can ult this Cabrakan pretty much on cooldown. And I don't think it's ever a bad play per se, because you can open the gates, flop, pluck, Driving Strike, all the way to the other side of the fight. This Cabrakan's going to have a tough time playing into that, but hopefully a Yogi's Necklace in the future for Nika and Zav will help them live a little bit longer in these sustained engagements.
Yeah, TGIT, they have a composition that really likes to play from ahead. This Bacchus will not feel good if it's on the back foot, so the fact that they start off with this early First Blood is really solid, a great testament to the understanding of what this composition needs to succeed from the players that are piloting it. Lost Knight's about to come up in about 3 minutes on the board. Small gold lead here to Two Goats and Tagveer, but I Love You Punch, not losing their cool, still staying strong.
I appreciate, too, the fact that Two Goats and Tagveer are not looking for anything unnecessary, right? What I mean by that is there's nothing to fight over right now. No red buff, no purple buff. The Lost Knight's going to be spawning soon, but beyond that, we were talking about risk assessment before, D'Lo. Two Goats stands to lose more from dying, even if they trade out, I feel, because I Love You Punch, that just helps get them into the game. You know what I mean? But now that Lost Knight is up, we can kind of take these fights, we can take this conversation over to the left side of the map. And if you're Two Goats and Tagveer, maybe go for an early Lost Knight. Because you do have, like, Happen and Tagveer can auto down at objective fairly well. With the chug and the mitigate wounds, you have the attack speed there. So you just gotta bait I Love You Punch into a fight, pick one, and go for an objective.
Red buff about to come up on the right side. That very well could be the minor objective that I want to focus on for a bit. Belch for Ghastly Breath. Whose breath stinks the worst is the real question here. Happen versus Nika. And you know what's also worth noting? I mean, Happen's been playing this Cerberus for quite some time here today as well, so a lot of experience beneath their belt of understanding the weaknesses of this character, how to outrange, how to pressure them. Maybe how to pressure his cab as well. Good mez following that knockup, but it's a great stun as well from the paralyzing spit. Brings back into Bacchus, but they can take the portal right on back. What amazing play from Paul to peel for their support. The rock comes through here from the Herc, but the driving strike's off the mark. No one dies just yet.
Red buff looks like it'll go the way of Two Goats and Tagveer. A beautiful ult there from Paul. Gotta love that one. Like you said, not even there to scoop anybody in, but to get Happen out because his flop was already down. Meanwhile, up in that top left section, Tagveer harassing punch at their blue buff. Makes space. Two Goats and Tagveer walk away with that purple, so we are getting more and more gold in our pocket to better prepare ourselves for the next stages of the game here.
Next stage of the game, which will last approximately 30 minutes if my clock is correct. We'll see, though, so far. Two Goats and Tagveer just trying to keep a stranglehold on the advantage they have so far. And you know what the issue is with this game as well, Musi? A lot of burn. I don't really see too much secure, so no E-set, no Vulcan. No one's going to really feel safe and happy with trying to contestedly rip this Lost Knight. And these teams are just far too skilled to ever put that risk on top of the board. So it's going to come down, like you've said before, to kills. And those kills are not coming quick.
You know what is here, though? A Void Stone for Happen is kind of a flavorful pickup. I'm not going to lie. You don't really see this item too much, but this might be where it really shows up, because not only does it give you, magical protections, it gives you a little bit of int and a little bit of health, I believe, as well as an aura. One of the few auras in Smite 2 that decreases the amount of magical protections you have the closer you are to the person who has the aura.
Yeah, really solid shout there from the C2, but also, again, good game knowledge from Two Goats and Tagveer, trying to take advantage of the small weakness that I Love You Punch have made, which is the fact that they only exist on one side of that damage spectrum. Are there any other items that can really fulfill that role? Probably not too much, but nonetheless, it's still something that could push the edge. And in a game where you only have 3 players and everyone has to execute at their best, these small advantages can make all the difference.
Speaking of small advantages, Two Goats and Tegvir slowly but surely building up a gold lead of their own to develop their own small advantage. In terms of itemization, the only one that hasn't finished their second item so far is Happen on the side of Two Goats and Tegvir. With the back now, Sage's Ring, Mana Tome, there's the Genji's Guard. But I Love You Punch right behind has second items of their own, so it's kind of a waiting game until both teams feel like they've hit their appropriate power spikes to actually go for a fight. If you're Paul, your power spike probably involves getting some form of penetration online, or maybe a good fight here.
Great CC immunity there, shown by the Hurricane face Stygian Torment. The portal does snipe up the cab, and that's what they're going to go for first. The Aegis does grant them some damage immunity. Decent heal as well, but there's no way out for you either, Cap. Best be careful, you're already quite low. And this Hercules is already empowered. Passive meter at full. Massive, this man. And some solid damage and poke dealt out. The issue is, of course, no carry, no physical. That means it's not going to be the easiest job of getting much tower damage off, but at the very least, Two Goats and Tegvir show that they still have the upper hand with the fights.
Two Goats and Tegvir, take a look at that red buff. Again, small incremental wins, but I like the way I Love You Punch is playing the map by moving over towards that purple so that they can try to stay ahead and farm, but look who's in the mix of it. Tegvir's causing some issues.
Stop and Happen in their tracks on the side of the jungle. Cerberus finds Paralyzing Spit. Tegvir knocks up Zav one more time, but doesn't have anyone in position to really do much follow-up. Leap for leap, Cerberus gets back underneath that tower and stays safe. And once again, I reach for my Pringles tube.
Pringles in hand. I go to bite a chip. Crunch. It happens to be very delicious.
And I eat it! Someone's got to write their death note, though, but I don't think anyone's going to be dying anytime soon, so it might not be the most realistic.
Yeah, both of these teams... That auto just hit for 6-7, by the way. Both of these teams...
So annoying.
There's not a whole lot going on, if we're being honest. These teams are just kind of poking each other out, feeling each other out, waiting for somebody to really screw up. Because if you overcommit here, you start a snowball against you, right? You stand the chance to lose something big. That Lost Knight on the left side can just die, and then you lose your tier 1 tower. So, both teams are kind of happy to... shake hands across the table and say, cool, we're just going to farm to 20. Is that fine with you? It's fine with me. All right, let's go back to doing it.
Yeah, it's, again, cost-benefit ratio. Sure, you might gain the love and adoration of the Twitch viewers by diving in and just trying to see what works out, but you won't gain that sweet, sweet 1050 cash prize. And unless those fans are going to pay your bills, I best keep my 10 toes beneath that tower line.
Yeah. You don't want to get too crazy with it. Plus, there's some layers to the game here, right? Because even if you go for an engage, everybody's got their relics up, they've got their ultimates up. You have to find a way to bleed those resources out, but that's kind of hard to do in a Joust game sometimes. In Conquest, you have rotations you can use, roaming characters that can gank a lane, that can force something to happen. You can wait a little bit before making it happen again. Not in Joust. I mean, you've got your one lane and then your side jungle, quote unquote. Like, the room for error is very slim. It does not take much to lose a Joust game.
And both these teams are painfully aware of the fact. And it's credit to I Love You Punch, the fact that they see that one on the kill board and they're like, it's not all cooked. We can very well just slow down the pace of the game and wait to see whose 3v3 is better once we all hit 20. So they've done a good job of resetting the pace, only 500 gold behind. It's really negligible at this point, and they're just going to continue to play their game. They're not going to march to the beat of anyone else's drum aside from their own, unless Tegvir's got something else to say about it. Triple Vision's off the mark, but the leap does find the Cerberus. Unfortunately, Stygian Torment finds him as well, and once again, the portal not only provides safety, but also snags back the Cabrakan. Do they decide to focus on the Cab, or do they instead look towards the Merlin in the back? Double rock forces a shock, as well as the bees out from Benny Q. Now they have a 140-second timer to maybe try to do it again.
Paul has finished up their Soul Reaver. It's a good pickup here, because there are 2 Yogis attached to the tanks of I Love You Punch, so they'll have a bunch of damage there. And clearly, Tagveer needs to do, or we need to do something about Tagveer, because they just gotta walk up, do damage, and never take any. We might be reaching a tipping point here. You'll notice that Two Goats and Tagveer are constantly the aggressors here. Even if nobody actually dies, it's still asking you a question, right?
Yep.
If I walk up to you and I try to hit you, if I try to harass you, are you gonna back up or are you gonna try to fight me? For the most part, I Love You Punch puts up a bit of a fight, but you'll notice the health bars after these fights. I Love You Punch, Benny Q and Nika there, half health as they have to go back to base, but everybody else from Two Goats and Tagveer do not suffer the same duress. This makes me think that pretty soon here, we're gonna get to a point where Tagveer or Happen is going to go in, Paul's going to throw some damage over the side, and this time it will be enough to actually kill somebody. That evil eye on the way. We could be seeing an Ob Shard there soon for for Paul. Benny Q has their Shred online, but doesn't really have the space to operate to get the damage off.
Tagveer's looking to predict the movements of Benny Q. That flicker nearly getting caught in the traps of the Earthbreaker. Bach has been poked out as well, but Tagveer's on the front lines, driving strikes right out of range of the Stygian Torment. That's going to be frustrating for Nika, who really would love to see this Hercules die.
Again, back to a bit of a staring contest here. But Nika with no ultimate could present an opportunity for Two Goats and Tagveer. But they're playing it very patiently. We really are just kind of waiting for that level 20 before we go for anything too crazy here. Or at least our penetration available for Paul. I mean, looking at some of the other builds, Void Stone for Zav is kind of cute. You know, you saw the Bacchus do it. Yeah, they're just hitting each other. I don't know if this is anything.
We'll find out. I don't know. This could be trouble here, but Zav does manage to sidestep the portals. A driving strike on in. The rock rebound, not going to find it thanks to a well-timed Aegis, but
there it is.
It's sucked right back in. Zav's in trouble. There's no way out for you, buddy, except for a casket. One more kill. The pockets Two Goats, Tagveer, and Tagveer is still at a full health nearly. Radiating with rage. That passive meter is going, and now the bat's swinging. Minion wave on in. That tower is good as dead.
Here we go. Finally, some blood on the dance floor. We can really put our two-tapping shoes on and make a spectacle of it. As the map state is finally altered, Two Goats and Tagveer will have a little bit of golden pocket to spend, so that'll finish up that Ob Shard for Paul. As well as a Shield of Rebuke for Tagveer, who hasn't picked up a second relic yet, by the way. How long has that been the case?
Biding their time. Just wait until
Biding
we
their
notice.
time, at least 70 seconds.
We see you, Tagveer. This is why you're not a goat, by the way.
Yeah. Goats remember to buy their second relics, Tagveer. SMH.
Might not even need it, man. He says, what? Second relic who? Look at this damage. Look at this rock. Look at this drive. Benny Q
Hold this
turns
rock.
away, does not want to stare at it. And is going to actually try to make him hold the portal instead, but no one was quite around long enough to get caught in the gates. Tagveer off the mark with the driving strike, but on the mark now with the invade. Did the steal end up being successful for our friends Two Goats and Tagveer? We'll have to wait to see their belts to find out.
Let's see. I think it might be around that Hercules. But
No, it's just like a Palmore
the
instead.
next play. Yeah. But as we kind of transition to the next stage of the game here, I've been talking about Lost Night all game, but now might really be a prime, I like that, opportunity to take it just because
Nice.
it'll hit guaranteed on that Phoenix. So that'll enable Two Goats and Tagveer to kind of walk it down the mid lane and take out that bird. I Love You Punch, I still feel like they have the potential to turn a fight around. They just haven't quite got there yet. I mean, you've got the erosion there for Nika. Good response to the shells that were
Blink.
picked up. 2 Shell of Rebukes there.
The blink from Tagveer now.
The,
Gives him a new engage
Oh,
option.
oh.
That's scary. That's terrifying for Benny Q because it grants them one more means of engage while retaining their driving strike.
This is true. You blink engage, you go crazy, you driving strike away. Hopefully you have somebody in your driving strike to go towards the team. You can do the blink pluck tech. Did that make it to
Oh!
Smite
It made it to Smite 2, but I don't know if they've patched it. I'm pretty sure it's still present. Yes. And for those who don't know, that means that when you hit an Earthbreaker, it doesn't just take you back a market distance. It actually takes you back to where Hercules is. So if you hit the Earthbreaker, turn back around and blink in the opposite direction, that person travels all that distance.
It's kind of tough to do because it's Like, you can't use blink when you're in combat. You can do it like that, though.
Nah, that's why you're not a goat tech, Veer. But nonetheless, you can get damage on top of Benny Q. We'll take it. Flicker out from Benny, though. Grants him a bit of safety. Doesn't sure it's a 2v3 here, though, in favor of TGAT. Some solid damage up against the Cerberus. Benny Q hasn't fully retreated just yet, but that very well could be something to live to regret. Or maybe Zap dies to regret it instead. Paul takes them out. The Kabrakan for the third time of the 3 kills TGAT have will reach the gray screen. And now, Two Goats and Tegveer look towards that last night.
I mean, unfortunately, Zav with no beads makes them very susceptible to all of the CC that Two Goats and Tegveer have. And that ended up biting them in the butt a little bit. Lost Knight goes down. Phoenix disabled. 15% penetration and 0.8 health and mana per
0.8%.
second regen.
Yep.
Gained. Consider that in the bag.
Acquired.
Acquired. We got it. So now...
Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
We got it. For the next
Everyone's claps.
93 seconds.
17 minutes. 3-0. Two Goats and Tegveer retaining that lead, 3K up ahead. And we've got to talk a lot about Two Goats and Tegveer and how they've executed their comp to success, but we haven't really got to talk about what I Love You Punch can do properly in a fight to ensure they not only sustain and gain, but also actually win a fight themselves. So how does their ideal fight go, Musi?
For I Love You Punch, if we can find a way to isolate Paul, that'd be pretty good, but who's able to jump in there and get crazy? Just the curb. Meanwhile, they're getting crazy to Pond. Wait, Kabrakan went the distance.
And unfortunately, he's going to go a bit further inside the portal. Paul switches places. And a great driving strike grants all the peel and distance necessary for Paul to continue to free cast in the back. Hippin' and hoppin', they know they're safe. It's a leap on in from the Serb, and a beads forced out. Stygian Torment forces beads right back from Paul. Good spit there, but not good enough. Paul finds the killing spree and puts that puppy dog back in the kennel.
3-2 now, I Love You Punch. On the back foot before, and even more so now as that bird goes down, but 20 seconds left for this Lost Knight buff. Two Goats and Tegveer go for that Titan, but I don't know if they can actually do it.
30 seconds off the board here for Nika. Beads forced off from Sap 7, but I promise you, Tegveer can make the same thing happen once more in just a bit. Slowly being whittled away, down to about 2/3. But Nika up in 15. No ultimates available here for I Love You Punch. But the Merlin's finding some okay damage, just not enough. The sustain is too much to deal with. And Open the Gates comes through. It's going to be a little bit more necessary, but they've got enough in the tank. Two Goats and Tegveer take game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of insane just how tanky the Hercules and the Kabrakan combination was.
Yeah, man.
Sitting underneath that Titan the whole time. That's why I was like, I don't know if they can do it. I don't know if they can end the game there, because where's your minion wave? You know, you only got the one little guy there, but hey, you got a Hercules. You know, what do you... Go next. You know, what's going on?
We shall be doing so. Once again, guys, 3 Warriors axes. It's greater than 2. Bye, bye, bye. Keep buying.
Axe. I don't know.
Axe. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. The peak, the pinnacle, very well could be the last game we see of the entire gosh darn broadcast. D'Lo here behind the mic. Musi joining me here in the booth. Tess and Morton, man, your almighty eyes in the sky, keeping the prod lights on, and that cam steady. And Jithens, of course, your ever-dependable man behind the curtain. Musi, we just got to watch a pretty interesting game here where Tegveer, potential GOAT status?
All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Let's
My bad.
You know, let's tone that down a little bit. Don't want to let it get to his head. But Two Goats and Tegveer did look pretty good out there. Only 4 kills in that game in total, actually, is kind of insane. But the way that Two Goats and Tegveer were playing their fights was fairly effective, and just making sure that they were able to keep Zavras from getting too much. What do you call it? Not potential, value. There we go. Stop Zav from getting value, constantly pulling him in that Open the Gates, and Paul being willing to use Open the Gates not to get a kill, but also to keep Happen alive so that the boxes could continue to keep the pressure up, I think is what really enabled this team to take the game away.
I mean, I think as well there's the small eking detail. Not the biggest thing for sure, but that magical stacked team, I think, became a bit of an issue for them as they continued through. At the very least, though, even, well, it might be magical or physical, don't see those gods either way. Because, of course, with Vault bans and a best-of-3 set, once those gods are played, they stay locked away. So, at the very least, no cap, no herc, no nonsense. It's going to be 6 new gods.
We do still have the Chiron that was very favored before.
That's true.
Ho Yi, I think, is a good shout here still if you need somebody who can make walls. Everybody else is getting banned, honestly. Like, the Guan Yu got banned. The Osiris got banned. Aphrodite's been getting banned. Odin got banned one of the games, but then we just never saw hair or hide of him again. Wonder if maybe we don't value the Odin as much here. I think that god's a very good pick. Very good addition to the team, as it were. Bari is still available for Paul, so we'll see if that's something that gets played for here.
Yeah, no longer having that Merlin available. As we hop into P's and B's, we get to see what these teams have developed. Of course, knowing that you have finals potential, I'm sure any of these teams are thinking about their secondary rotations of drafts. I'm sure that teams that are used to playing under the Vault ban system understand that there's got to be a Comp B option. And we all know that every single one of these players has a God Ocean available for them to draw from. So let's see what they dip the bucket into and what they pull from the wishing well.
All the bans happen simultaneously, which gives us a little bit of time to think about who is going to be next on the ban shopping block. I think bans are going to look a lot similar to what they did before, just because if you didn't want to play against it or with it before, probably is still going to remain the case now. Guan Yu's very good. The Osiris is very good. So kind of take that off the board a little bit here. Artio is still up for grabs for somebody who wants to play them. I think Artio was looking pretty solid in a couple of the games that we watched, especially now that Kabrakan isn't available to pick on the field. You also have the Sobek, which would be pretty solid. Granted, if Ario's out there, you know, you have to deal with the crippling vines, but that is dependent on you actually being able to have the timing proper.
Yes.
So, kind of give and take there, to be honest. But
Sobek.
as these bans come through, Sobek is going to be up and available.
Sobek, Chiron, Eset. I'd say those are the big 3 to look for, right? Beyond that, they really could go anywhere from there. But knowing I Love You Punch and how they've been playing, I imagine Benny Q might be catered to first. What do you give Benny Q, though? Do you just give him Eset non-aspect? Scylla's still up? Nope. It's the Sobek pick.
It's a Sobek behind you. I mean, it's still good here, right? Pluck is good. You've got the cooldowns. He does well because he can sustain himself, but also offer a bit of anti-healing on that sickening strike.
That's true.
You can pass around the disease, so there's less healing to be had because you have the anti-healing kit. Pair that with some anti-shield tech, and Sobek becomes a very potent problem for any tanks on the opposite side. You just need somebody that could follow up on the Sobek damage. That's the big thing. You pluck, you put yourself out of position, so when you pluck somebody, you need characters that can follow up and really nail it in and kill him there. I would say this could be a good chance for a 1-tank, 2-damage combo.
Got the Princess Bari. That's certainly some good damage. The Baron Samity. I was wondering if it got buffed, didn't it? Did he get buffed?
Non-aspect Baron Samity did get buffed. So aspect Baron is going to be the same, but non-aspect got some cooldowns reduced.
Okay.
But he's still very good. And honestly, I was with you. The fact that we never saw him in any of these games was a little weird to me as well. But in best of ones, there are going to be picks that are just a little bit stronger than Baron. But not anymore.
Not anymore. Disco, though, is certainly strong.
I don't know.
In the hands of Benny Q, I'm sure that will be something to deal with, especially considering how amazingly they did up against the SAP 7 team prior. We saw that before on the stream for the semifinals. Disco is indeed going to be boogie-woogie-woogieing their way into the game.
You've also got that the taunt into the madness as well. So not too bad there for a Princess Bari who's going to be relying on auto attacks. You can force her damage to somebody else, or even just hold a couple of tanks in place long enough to be able to find a bit of damage. Odin here. I like it because it does very well into both Bari and Baron. They don't have a way out of this Odin cage. So we were already building shell, but now we're definitely forced into the shell, which means Sobek can take a look at something like a shield splitter or an erosion. Odin can pick up the same items, and it becomes very beneficial for this Odin in a team fight. He throws down that ring of spears, and suddenly it's going to proc all your other things because the other team is going to throw down those shells and rebukes.
That's a really good point. The fact that you are cornering them in a pen. If you don't have Shell, you're done. So what do? You build Shell. What do I do instantly as a counter? I build Erosion. That's genuinely brilliant on their part, and also some solid shouts from you. We'll see if your crystal ball ends up bringing fruit with your predictions. I see a Thor, though, in my vision of the future, and it's on Two Goats and Tegvir's side.
I like what Thor can do here because while Sobek and Odin are, in theory, going to be playing very in front of this Discordia, the Discordia probably wants to hang back a little bit. That gives an opportunity for Thor to jump on top of the Discordia and create a sense of false isolation by keeping her away from the rest of the team and forcing the Sobek and the Discordia, or the Sobek and the Odin, to turn around to try to peel or help their Disco when that happens. So I think an easy solution to that already is Discordia needs to stay up with the rest of their two tanks, but that does leave them open and susceptible to the AoE damage from both the Baron and the Princess Bari.
We saw how a Thor can be very valuable when Aurora piloted. We also saw how it can be a bit difficult, especially up against a character that's slippery, like the Merlin of SAP 7 and like the Disco of BennyQ. If those dashes and leaps are kept in the right time for the Disco, she can very easily kind of slip and disengage away from Anvils of Dawns that otherwise would result in her death. Look to see when the Disco ends up using that evasive ability to ensure her life and when it ends up resulting in her death if it's wantonly wasted. Game coming up at you, potentially the last one. I love you, Punch. Two Goats and Tegvir, Musi and Dilo, Morton Man is your cam, and we're on the field.
Taking a quick peek at the starter items. Once again, 3 axes for Two Goats and Tegvir. It's going to be the Sands of Time pickup for BennyQ. Does not want to jump on the axe train. They're like, nope, I'm hipster. I'm too cool. Good hover here, actually, because we've been talking about it so much. We could talk a bit about what Warriors X even does. We get a brief refresher. Basically, you hit somebody with an ability or an auto or anything, any kind of damage. You give yourself a heal and then some true damage. Are we actually fighting already? Nika's in
Beads down off Nika, or rather off of the Bari they pulled, and Nika's going to be the one who's just going down straight up. Yikes.
Bruh. We were talking about Warriors Axe, guys.
Certified bruh moment. Oh wait, might not be over even. Red buff secured here by Two Goats and Tegvir, despite the attempt at a staunch resistance from I Love You Punch. And again, guys, 3 axes. Just saying.
3 axes, it's a good start. I mean, that's 90 true damage on a target if you all hit them together, as well as, 30 heal per person that hit that. But that's what makes it so good. Basically, you can trade very, very effectively with Warriors X, which is why it's such an easy pickup for pretty much any character on the team.
Wall splits the difference with a pull. Could put Tegvir in a spot of bother. Return kill on the forefront, and that Odin's going to be disciplining their son. Nika is the counter kill, though. And with level 5 difference secured, this could be trouble here if they're not able to retreat quickly. I Love You Punch. Make for the hills. Paul just going to satisfy themselves with some minion blood instead.
Paul let loose that ultimate, but... Or did they not level their ultimate? Because they don't even have the diamond. Oh, now they level their ultimate.
Now they did
interesting.
Okay,
Curious. Paul. I wonder what the reasoning behind that was. But as we talk a little bit more about items, you can already know Paul's going to be looking to pick up probably something like a Chronos pendant to constantly spam Bari balls. BennyQ, looking at that Book of Thoth initially. Yogi's necklace will be the pickup for the tanks on I Love You Punch, but for Two Goats and Tegvir, it's different. Spirit? No, Legionnaire Armor and Sage's Ring. That could be a few things, actually. That's an interesting combination, because Sage's Ring is the magical with the cooldown. So I have to double check myself to see what happens building there. And Skegox and a round shield for Tegvir. Physical and strength damage. So I'm a little confused as to what the builds are for Tegvir and Two Goats. But it is going to be super hipster and probably very cool.
All the Musi sauce points at stake here. Who cares with the 1050 cash prize? As long as you can win Musi's love and affection. That's maybe the love that they're fishing for. I Love You Punch? No. We love you, Musi.
Wow. Thanks, Dilo. Ever since I got my Yogi's necklace, I haven't had to get a blue buff even once.
Oh, prophetic.
Hi to the urchin? Or Prophetic Cloak.
Or is-
Sorry, I saw... No, Height of the Earth doesn't exist. Sorry, the Freudian slip. You caught me yearning live on Smite game. My bad. So Prophetic Cloak is the pickup here, which... The problem with Prophetic Cloak is usually it's kind of hard to stack in a Conquest game, but at Joust, you're constantly fighting. Might not be a bad game, but it shows that Two Goats and Tegvir are definitely trying to scale towards that late game, so we can get the stacks on that Prophetic, and then, once it's evolved, get some extra mitigations.
A little chaos.
Solid root there on top of the Baron Samity. Worth noting as well, this Baron having this slow immunity is pretty significant up against this team. You have this Sobek, the Lurking Waters, normally could be a really great slow pool. Might need it right now. Slow immunity, CC immunity, in fact, as try to free their souls from their bodies, but really can't do so thanks to the Odin Cage. Thor comes crashing down, but it's Zav in the back, who's the only vulnerable member of the team. No longer, thanks to a solid root. It's a good pull there from the back, but they're caught in the Bari ultimate. That could be trouble. The root dead. Paul takes him down and steps forward, maybe to their own demise. The tower shot does quite a bit of damage, and the madness has to be instantly beadsed away. Paul now turns their attentions toward the tower. That's one kill, finally, for Punch.
We don't really have the items to
Goats.
take down that T1 tower. But we do have the items to quickly turn our attentions to a purple buff and go from there. So far, it's kind of a tough situation for I Love You Punch because Two Goats and Tegvir are building to scale at this point, and they're maintaining pressure in the early game, right? This team is going to get better as time goes on. BenQ is also building to scale with that Book of Thoth, and in Evil Eye already, that's probably going to be a Spear of Desolation. But I Love You Punch just has to be careful. We haven't really been seeing the Nika, the Sobek pluck into big damage or anything like that. And as the game progresses, I feel like Nika's job gets harder and harder because the Sobek puts themselves out of position in order to get that pluck off.
Yeah.
So time does not favor I Love You Punch here.
And I will also say, like, Sobek pluck into what damage other than Benny Q's? Like, Zav, you have to charge up Gungir's Might, or if you want the Bird Bomb, obviously that's not the instant kind of damage that's on demand like many other players and characters would be able to provide. So you have to kind of put your hopes in the fact that Nika's not only going to land the charged prey, but that their opponent's not going to find some means of slipping out of it, whether it be a beads or some other means of CC immunity. So it's not the easiest case for you to just kind of pluck and blow up someone like a normal Sobek comp.
Happen in Tegvir. Motes of Chaos. Oh, it's a shield splitter that Tegvir is building. Yeah, it goes to show just how little this item was built before this patch, by the way. Because I'm looking at a Skagox and a round shield, and I'm like, what are we doing? But Motes of Chaos means that Happen and Tegvir are going to be upgrading their relics soon. Either an upgraded shell or a upgraded beads. You have your Talisman of Purification, so that means that I Love You Punch's CC and damage is going to get significantly wounded. And also,
Upgraded shell.
There's that Shell of Rebuke. So now when Zav pops their Odin ultimate, it's almost better for Happen. He just pops the Shell of Rebuke. It says, sweet, extra shell for me. I'm going to take a little bit less damage. I'm going to walk out of this Odin cage. All is well.
And you know, Musi, despite the fact that it's the shells that they're being forced to purchase, that shout you made where I Love You Punch could try to counter with their own shield splitters not being seen yet. I wonder if that's maybe the next item that could be on the board, but would love to see that counterplay, them recognizing the fact that they are forcing Two Goats and Tegvir to really rely on that relic. It's a good stun there on top of Nika, but doesn't really find much other than some safety for him to grab that red buff, which they will oblige by.
You've got some poke from I Love You Punch, but there's a fair bit of sustain on the side of Two Goats and Tegvir's. For the simple reason that Baron can keep themselves up, and you've got health chalices for the other two players, so not too worried about it. Baron's Brew as well. Yeah, we don't need wards in this house, by the way. We just have so much healing and sustain from our consumables that it don't matter too much. Also, worth noting, when you throw that Baron's Brew, it can proc your Warrior's X, so just another way to use that starter item.
And the Thor aspect, too, means there's just a bit more of extra sustain, maybe potentially forcing I Love You Punch to consider some anti-heal in their near-distant future. Benny Q. Gonna return back to lane, says the purple buff's not really as important as trying to push up the wave state. I don't disagree, especially when you have those big pushers to try to maybe get some tower damage off, but Paul quickly sidesteps in and says, no way, Jose. Go back to your blue buff instead.
Well, and it's also important to get these waves. There's no real farm on the map, right? There's no back camps to go do. These camps that you can get are fought over constantly once they are spawned. So your mid wave is your main way of getting farm online. You can't miss any of that. If you miss 1 or 2 waves, you are on the back foot until you're level 20. And even then you're going to be down in gold as a general rule. So good use of playing the map from BennyQ, being like, hey, if they're going to stand around here, I'm going to force their wave out and make them rotate.
Force the beads out of Tegvir. A good pluck there from Nika is what did it. Baron's stepping up rather aggressively, despite the fact that their Thor is lacking that relic and also not really too far up with the rest of the team. Wrap it up combo. Forces BennyQ back a little bit. Here comes the big fat pull. Beads as well as the ultimate. Comes out from the disco. The apple finds the mark, but the Baron's still healthy. A Phantom Shell in response, and the Bari ultimate gets dropped down on top. BennyQ trying to assist from range. Sobek has their ultimate to ensure safety, and BennyQ's able to sidestep the Bari balls as well. That means, despite all the flare and fight, no one's going to drop.
But every ultimate was used except Tegvir's. So this Thor could have had an opportunity to maybe look for something off of that, but they just decided, no, we're just going to back and reset. Kind of like the last game, Nilo. Cost, risk, analysis. What is worth going for, right? Once you put so much into a fight, you kind of realize, yeah, I just don't want to fight over it anymore. You know, I'd rather just chill here.
And they're doing a good job of making those assessments in the blinks of an eye, right? You have very little time in these situations, these scrambles, to decide, all right, are we going to really send it or are we disengaging here? Red buff, the next point of contention. Really not too much to talk about here as Tugas and Tegvir quickly take that away. It's about 10 minutes into the game. 1-3 in favor of TGAT. And about a 1,500 gold lead goes their way. And once again, a situation, Musi, where there's not going to be any big lost night rips until someone dies, because no one has easy guaranteed secure.
That's a good shout. You think about it, how what are you going to use to secure any of these objectives? Lurking Waters, question mark? A Paul ultimate? Not really. So it's going to come down to playing for picks and finding what kills you can, but those are few and far between. I will say I Love You Punch is doing better this game than they did last game. At least they have 1 kill as opposed to 0 now, so that's a good start. But now where can you take it?
Ooh, leap over through the wall there. The Thor wall actually might, in fact, delay the ability for the Golden Apple to find the mark, which it does. Now, Thor in the sky comes crashing on down to the back line. BennyQ can be in trouble, but it's a good route. Not enough. Paul finds the kill. The cage comes up too late to save their back line. A pluck there from Nika means they have no dash left, but they are close enough to their Phoenix. They should be able to get back to safety. The shark lurks in the waters, but only to jump in and out of the surface. And they have to go back home with 1 more member dead.
Thor gonna scoop up that purple buff for himself, so we get a blue buff invade, a kill, a mid-wave pushed in, and a neutral farm secured. 2 goats and Tegvir are gonna start slowly building this lead, and Paul's just gonna farm damage for a little bit to pad stats. That's good. Got that. Checking back in with some of these items, Dilo. Ansile for Happen, I like this. For those of you who aren't aware of how Ansile works when you activate it, the next ability that you cast, when it damages a god, it silences them for 1.5 seconds, right? Perfect, there it is. Thank you,
Yep.
Mort. When you Baron ult, if you Ansile before your Baron ult will silence. And even if you hit somebody with the Baron ult, and then you turn around and you hit somebody else, it'll silence both of those characters.
Yep.
So it works like the
makes-
whole duration of the ultimate there.
Makes it essentially a Izanami ult that lasts for 7 seconds. A really solid means of synergy.
Tough.
I can only imagine, but we'll see if they're able to execute it to the extent they want. BennyQ's got to be careful for that exact reason, stay out of range, and make sure to use theirs properly as well. Get some solid damage off, but unfortunately that Consigned Spirits shrugs off a lot of the damage. Disease applied. May have been too late though, the sustain already was there. And Zab, the big question here for this Odin, we talked about how important their cage is going to be. When do you want to see it dropped in the fight?
Right at the start. Right at the start of the fight, force shells out, and then immediately back off. And then try to look for a re-engage afterwards. I think that's, you know, what you're using your ultimate for in this instance. It's a bait tool to see how many resources you can panic force away from Two Goats and Tegbeer.
Oh, they were looking at Happen, but quickly hitting that wrap it up instantly forced the Odin to reconsider. Happen just doing a great job of landing these skill shots that normally would make a Baron have the rough spot in terms of their positioning, but because they're such a threat with these roots, these heals, no one really wants to step up to contest.
So far, you know, in deal, I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's just going to be kind of quiet until this game hits its boiling point. We do have penetration available for Benny Q and for Paul with the Ob Shard, but Paul also has their Titan's Bane online now. Or Titan's Bane, excuse me, their Rada Tahuti online now. An interesting pickup there from Zav, I will say, is the upgraded Sunder. That's kind of tech. Could deal a lot of damage to somebody if they're not really ready for it. So Zav's trying to jump on this backline, put pressure on top of Paul, pop the Sunder, a shield splitter. Get a lot of damage off that way.
That pole being off the mark was so important, and now it's the Ansile combined with that amazing ultimate. The wall's a bit off the mark, though. Means Sobek is able to actually still escape. The cage keeps Paul locked inside, and Mika is able to successfully escape. Now before being wrapped up one more time, Benikyu gets a bit of poke off as a quick retort. But already we're seeing the potential that this Baron's itemization has led them to.
That Ansile is putting in a lot of work. I do like that. It's sick tech, and it's fun to see it on the big screen. Two Goats and Tegbeer looking for a little bit more, though. In fact, Tegbeer himself, the Knock Goat, taking quite a bit of poke here.
Down the beads, thanks to that really solid pluck. Find a bit more as well. Purple buff? I don't know if that was... Yes, it was garnered there by Benikyu. Their own blue going to be secured here on the side of Two Goats and Tegbeer. 15 minutes about. 1-4 in favor of the team of Chaos, and gold lead still about 2k their way. That can quickly change, though, if you get this nice solid pluck. Good tail up as well, forces Happen back even further, but again, they don't have the 100-0 comp music. That means Happen's actually further forward, can potentially find some damage of their own. Golden Apple gets the cripple off and forces Baron to drunkenly step to the side. Thorald to the response, dash forward there. That could be trouble. A rebuke comes out, but does that save the life of Nika for right now? Paul could be in danger as well, but to blow back and the bird bomb on in. One last cage and one last swipe of the spear. Shut down here from Zav. Nika staying alive just long enough to wait for the pluck. It's a great wall in response, and Tegbeer might be able to stay alive for it. Baron in the back line decides to just completely abandon all hope and leave their Thor for the Wolves. Benikyu happily feasts. One more kill there for the Disco.
Big difference in that fight compared to the last one. Zav was able to get to the backline and jump on top of Paul. You see that Sunder on cooldown. That damage was instrumental to the kill of that Princess Bari. Finally, I Love You Punch has managed to stall the game out to such a degree that they're able to fight back a bit. But think also, what mistakes were made from Two Goats and Tegbeer in that engagement? Tegbeer, the Thor ultimate was just a bit out of range, right? And we lose the value off that Thor ultimate when it's not hitting the way that we need it to. So, in the same sense of when the Sobek goes for a pluck and it doesn't hit, and you're like, oh, that's not too good, at least the Sobek pluck's on a shorter cooldown. That ultimate has got to connect on top of somebody. If it doesn't, that's got to be a call to back up, reset, look for something else. Because even off that little skirmish, I Love You Punch, it's small, but they pulled ahead.
I mean, it just seemed like there's a bit of miscommunication as well. Happen was trying to clearly leave the fight, felt uncomfortable, wanted to exit the party as soon as possible. Tegbeer was like, dude, just 15 more minutes, let me say goodbye to all my friends. And then it was a lot longer than 15 seconds. They ended up actually dying for the cause. Happen having abandoned the fight entirely. Mika did also a great job baiting with their life, too. Might be doing so again. The Ansile comes through, and they'll eat the entire grout of the damage, but maybe baiting a bit too well. Tegbeer will actually take them out. Beats forced off for Benikyu in the sky. Here comes the Thor. Thorl perfectly on the mark, and Disco's no more. Paul takes the kill, and it's going to be only left alive the Odin to just wander away, but maybe get a bit of extra damage before they go.
Level 20 across the board here for Two Goats and Tegbeer. Finally taking a look at this Tier 1 tower. As that falls down, I look forlornly at that Lost Knight, thinking to myself, gosh, wouldn't that be just such a cool objective to have? Paul's not interested. Paul's farming damage right now. Padding damage dash, 32k for this Princess Bari. Just putting in a crazy amount of work here.
They've been playing it all day, and for good reason. Look at that. Just grinding through all those procs without really any sweat being broken. 18 minutes now, 3-6. Two goes and Tegvir double down on the kills. And now look to maybe double down on the OBJ. Sobek is present, but they're quite aware, thanks to the flare. Nonetheless, Paul decides to do a quick reset, having earned quite a bit of gold to begin to itemize back up. Totem of Death online alongside the Blink.
The Blink. It's here. You've got 2 Blinks actually here for 2 Goats and Tegvir. Combat Blinks as well, so they can be popped in the middle of a fight. You get a little bit of damage off when you do. Landed ability after you hit that Blink. So, not too shabby at all. Means the engage from 2 Goats and Tegvir is going to be scary. You can blink in with your Baron, proc your Ansile, go for the ultimate. Not a whole lot you could do about that if you don't have beads, and the only one with beads is going to be Benny Q.
19 minutes. Let's see if we can see that balance shift any further, or maybe I Love You Punch can try to reassert their dominance instead. We'll find out shortly. It's Odin on the front line, eats the Rapid up. But these Bird Bomb shields at the very least do allow them to try to suffer through some of that pain with a smile on their face. The Gungir's Might's off the mark though, and that could have been useful to set up for a potential pluck. Instead, it's a Sobek being set up on a platter here. A lot of poke applied to Nika. That could be trouble alongside this Ansile silence. Benny queued up in the back, launches the Golden Apple. It's going to find the Thor, but they're able to find enough distance to guarantee their safety, that no one else gets infected. Benny Q dashes back. Now they're out of the fight, have to quickly rejoin.
Big madness.
Unruly Magic finds solid poke there on top of the Paul, but now they're inside the jungle's clutches, and it's going to be instead inside of Odin's fist. Paul will fall. It's a killing spree, and Benny Q liable to the Thor, but it's a great backstep to ensure they won't find the mark. Leap over the wall, but she can still toss that magic right back at you, casting Fireball as many times as possible. Tegvir rolls for evasion and manages to try to hit a critical fail as the Thor is going to fall to their father's side once more. I Love You Punch. Get the counter.
They've held out long enough here, and I think part of what helps enable that, we do have the erosion that was built by Zav. So with that in their item pool, means that when all those shells get popped, Zav gets ever so tanky, but being able to actually jump on top of Paul and consistently kill them will win you fights. It might even win you a game, as the Lost Knight is scooped up by I Love You Punch. It'll disable just the T1 tower, but hey, if anything, it means 2 Goats and Tegvir can't have it for themselves.
It also means you get 15% penetration, as well as 0.8% health and mana regen. So, it's pretty good stuff here so far. I Love You Punch. This time around, starting to see the fruits of their labor. Again, it's difficult to spend so much time, especially in a game mode that can feel as tedious as the farm game of Joust. Just one lane, a few camps. It's hard to exist for such a long, stagnating period on the back foot, but patience will find its rewards. Muse, you talked about eating the marshmallow off rip. Well, these guys know about delayed gratification.
Yep. And you get 2 marshmallows, which is significantly better than just a singular marshmallow. Or so I'm told. I always eat the marshmallow off rip, if I'm being honest. So I don't know what the joy of 2 marshmallows is like. So,
Can't even imagine.
God, it must be so freaking sweet.
Well, a Game 2 victory would also be pretty sweet for I Love You Punch. Tier 1 going to go down without any issue. But the Phoenix is a different story. Defensively, how does the TGAT comp look?
Honestly, still pretty good. Happen still offers quite a bit of value. We just have to kind of turn our attention and offer a little bit more peel to Paul instead of putting more pressure on top of Benny Q, right? If Happen plays around keeping Paul alive long enough to kill Zav, who keeps trying to kill Paul, then we can take that man advantage and turn it back around. This means Tegvir is going to be fighting in no man's land versus the rest of the team, so he'll have to be careful.
Nika already used that Aegis after missing the charge prey, which means a lot of cooldowns were actually wasted on top of their scaly hide. Benny Q in danger, in the grave. Tegvir takes them down. The cage is dropped, but that's not going to do too much to stop the roll. Odin decides to go back in, trying to look for Paul. He's got plenty of health to do it. One last swipe from the axe. Nika will answer back. It's a 1-for-1 so far, and it seems that they're happy with that. I Love You Punch. Debating whether they want to go back in. Still pretty solid health bars here for TGAT, so they decide to lick their wounds. They'll accept the trade.
I mean, you take one buff away and you bleed the rest of the time out too. So Two Goats and Tegvir kind of keep the pressure away from their Phoenix. I really like the fact that they took the fight to I Love You Punch, even though they still had some time left on that Lost Honor buff. Or Honor Restored, I believe it's technically called. Lost Honor Restored. Yeah, play a little bit of Joust here and there. But what this does is it buys some time for Two Goats and Tegvir to take a look at a Lost Night of their own and stop the snowball from developing too much for I Love You Punch.
Also guarantees I'll probably be finishing this Pringles tube before the cast's end. 23 minutes. He's looking to kill more. Might be changed in a second.
No,
God. Yeah, but hold on a second. I don't think they like that very much. The Barriolt's going to save Baron for a little bit. Consigned Spirit's not going to be able to find a mark, so that means Happen quickly will meet their end, and now the scoreboard 7-7 instead.
This is going to open up that Lost Night for I Love You Punch, unless... No way we kill Odin in a million years. Now, especially, they got that Pridwin online, too, so just a crazy amount of shields to be had. Unfortunate that Happen gets picked off here, but Two Goats and Tegvir, they're going to go for it anyways.
In the sky is the Thor. The instant call to disengage. Knowing that big cooldown will be off the mark. Did they go back in? Double stun. Actually, pretty solid damage on top of Zav as well. Did they stand 10 toes down is the question. Tegvir is going to have their attentions turned towards them. It's a good stun from the Rift, but they quickly decide to TP back out to safety. And Paul can just dish out these little pokeballs in the meantime. They did their mission, though. They got the enemy team off of the Lost Night.
That's all you really have to do there, because with Happen being dead, you don't really want to commit to a real fight if you're Two Goats and Tegvir. What you're trying to do is appear scary enough that I Love You Punch says, okay, there's a chance that they could go in and ruin all our plans. Even though it's not the smartest thing in the world, you don't want to risk it, you know?
I mean, making an awfully big risk here inside the Odin cage. Benny not wanting to risk it either. Steps back, but again, when they disengage, that means there's no damage present on the front lines. Odin is certainly there, though. Finds the bird bomb, but the wrap it up is going to affect both him and the Sobek. Barrialt is dropped. The Ansile finds the Sobek, trying to free the soul from their scaly hide, but Mika's staying alive for a bit longer. The Bari balls, but do they have the blowback to actually find the last dregs of damage? It's going to be going a bit wide. Mika manages to evade, but the wall blocks their retreat. Up in the sky goes the Thor. Bennycube's looking awfully tantalizing. They go inside the blue buff instead, trying to zig where they zag, but Bennycube is still in trouble. One last stun, one last swing of the hammer. It's a trade once again. Happen for Bennycube.
Tegvir wanted to cut off the option with that blue buff, anticipating that Bennycube was going to try to dash away towards that pit. But Bennycube remains strong, actually dashes forward to the rest of their team, but ultimately still means that they won't be able to get away from Tegvir. Paul is still alive as well. And I'm beginning to understand how we had a game that went to 40 minutes before, because this looks tough.
It's tough for Seg. Could be trouble here for Zap. The Bari ultimate dropped as well, and they're going to dash right through thanks to the Phantom Shell. But Sobek is here to provide a good amount of interruption. Not enough, though. Paul gets one last auto on in, and the shutdown's applied. Zav is fragged completely apart, and now Nika's the sole survivor of I Love You Punch.
Are we going to take that TP over? Oh, no. I was like, Lost Night? No, not quite. We're going to go for that reset. Zav's down for about 40 seconds or so. There is an opportunity to play this game right now. There's a chance to do something silly with the 30 seconds that Odin is gone. Gun it to that Lost Night. You can see Happen and Paul doing that right now, as Tegvir also takes that left side TP to get there. We have the burn, we have the capability, but can we make it happen? I Love You Punch. It's going to be in the toughest spot so far.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy on that Lost Night. No one wants to contest, and I gotta say I respect that again. Cost-benefit ratio. The risk of dying and losing the game right then and there, which is too great with that Phoenix disabled, it's going to make it all that much more easy for TGAT to run them over. Defensively on the I Love You Punch's end, how do they stay alive?
I Love You Punch has a winning game plan, right? If Zav is able to get the Paul, they can kill them. It takes a bit of time. We just have to find a way to thread that needle to make it happen. You also have Nika who can go for a pluck for anybody who can walk into a tough space, but in terms of defense, like solid defense, I Love You Punch feels more like an offensive team, if you kind of get my meaning here.
In fact, we have this Bari as well. I mean, this Phoenix is a lot easier to whittle down, but it's a solid block on top of the Thor. But the tail doesn't find the CC. Now Sobek's finding quite a lot of damage on their end as well. Forced out the Aegis. Phantom Shell as well to ensure that Nika does not fall just yet. That would be far too early in the fight. Still too much game left to go. Consigned Spirits off the mark. Nika stays alive. Zav on the front lines. Good root. Solid damage on top of Tegvir. The Golden Apple nearly gets the Ricochet. But the Disco Ultimate goes wide. That forces that Love You Punch to disengage.
Phoenix is down, but that was a given for Two Goats and Tegvir. Because it was disabled, it should have died for sure. Now, with Tegvir at such a low health bar, I Love You Punch could force the issue.
That got a bait out of the charged prey, but still has Lurking Waters on top of it. These roots from BennyQ leading to so much, but it's Thor in the sky. Forces BennyQ to dash on back. Ripped off the mark. Nika in trouble. But the charged prey will get them back to safety. Can you save Zav, though, as well, is the real question. BennyQ has to focus on saving themselves with a quick blink. Beads there to immune the root. But BennyQ's still got plenty of distance left to go back to Fountain. It's a good, nice shift there from the Thor. Forces out Beads there from the Disco. One last apple, one last miss. This is looking to be trouble here for I Love You Punch, but they're still standing strong. Looking for ball in the back, but he's got the res. No death just yet. Nika applies the final blow, and Tegvir might just be next. The Sunder, one last tick's all they need, and Tegvir will fall as well. Happens the last one to go. Stay a while. The after party continues. It's a rampage for Punch.
And with that, dead for 40 seconds, there's a real chance that I Love You Punch might just be able to end the game off of this too. Two Goats and Tegvir got way too aggressive, looking for way too much, trying to force way too much, feeling themselves for real. And now it might just cost them everything. This Phoenix taking a quick second to chunk down. And Paul's gonna be up in 20, but I think I Love You Punch wants everything in this moment.
Tank meta, baby. They can eat up those Chaos Axes all you want. God of War, you are not. I Love You have found the counterpunch to even the odds. Even the series, we're going to Game 3.
Woohoo! Going to Game 3. Let's go, gamers. So, we're just gonna put the chips away. You gotta lock in here, man. It was very well played there from I Love You Punch to kind of keep their heads in the game the whole time, but also Two Goats and Tegvir, I really do believe, just got way too aggressive. Really wanted to force and push something. After we finished that Phoenix, back, reset. Maybe there's a 3K pot on the horizon that you can pick up or anything like that to kind of exacerbate your lead, but we didn't really look for those options. We were just trying to force something through in a meta where these tanks will just regen if you don't burst them down immediately, and burst them we did not.
Only consumable I'm going to be focused on, Musi, is the one I got in my hand right now. But we're going to see plenty more consumables, plenty more items, a lot more plays and kills in the near future. Don't you dare go anywhere. Final game of Smite Prime Grand Finals for the NA Joust tourney right after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. And finally, where we get to crown a grand victor of our NA Joust tourney. Game 3 is coming up here. It's D-Lo here to bring you the action inside the booth alongside my friend Musi right next to me. Tess and Morton, your almighty eyes in the sky. Just that man behind the curtain, and you watching with bated breath to see who takes home the 1050 cash prize.
Woohoo! It's been a long journey to get here, D-Lo. I mean, how many teams? 99 plus since, 12 p.m. since noon today. We have been getting through it, but it has reached the pinnacle. It has reached this point, 1-1 so far between Two Goats and Tegvir and I Love You Punch. And I Love You Punch had the turnaround of a lifetime, capitalized beautifully off of some overcommitment and overaggression from Two Goats and Tegvir.
Oh boy, it got to be a pretty slow start, but when you started to see Zav, when you picked up that Sunder and you called it out, you said the fact that Zav is going to be looking the backline to dive Paul, and we need more peel for Paul rather than more pressure on top of Benny. I don't think Tegvir really ever obeyed that kind of lifeline you gave them, because it was still attempts to dive onto BennyQ, and even if you got the kill, it took too much time, and usually either happened or Paul would fall in the meantime, and Zav and Nika were still capable of actually putting up quite a stalwart fight in a 2v3 to still even the odds. So now you don't have to worry at least about any of these 6 gods to harass and harangue you. No more Odin, no more Sobek. But nonetheless, it's a worrying sign that Two Goats and Tegvir maybe have been called out on their one means of playing the game.
Because of those vault bans too, it means that we're really reaching towards not the bottom of the barrel, right? In terms of like what gods we can pick through, but it's gonna be the third round picks for your teams as we get a proper explanation on vault bans on screen here for you. But the long and the short of it is, when you lock in a character for a set, you cannot play it again. It goes into the vault, right? So the Discordia, never going to see it again. There was a characters played in the last set, we're not going to see it again. You'll have a chance to see in picks and bans those characters grayed out at the bottom next to the player names. So anybody who's late joining will have a pretty good idea of why players are picking what they pick.
And it was late joining. Strap in. We're going to be here for a while. We got P's and B's coming at you guys in a bit. But yeah, like you talked about, the fact that Vault Bans is now kind of entering its third leg means we're really starting to enter the back burner of gods that are possible. Surely Chiron gets picked or banned here, I have to imagine. But I don't know, maybe as we get closer to the peak of the mountain, people are realizing that there's less value in it, I guess. I'm truthfully not sure why he fell off so hard, but it feels like decades ago when we last saw the great teacher actually take to the field.
Yeah, it was all the way at the start of the day, but as time progressed, it started to be less and less about the Golden Blade using characters and more about just raw tank potential and having a mage that can back you up.
Indeed, and we're going to find out which mage that might very well be as we hop into these P's and B's. Tegvir Paul Happen, Zavries, Nika, Benny Q, 1-1. That's all that we got left before it's all said and done. All the marbles, all the chips in the center, Musi. Only one team can leave home a first-place victor.
Thinking about what characters are going to be banned away, I think to myself, the Aphrodite, the Osiris, the Guan Yu, probably not going to have a chance to see the light of day. Naja Aspect was also banned away in the last game. There could be a repeat there. And then we have a couple of more options here in terms of what we want to see no longer on the field. But beyond that, seeing picks like Bacchus already in the vault, while there could be, no, there's the double Guan Yu ban in the Afro, and the Hoyi and the Ardio as well, other characters that I think would have been very strong are going to be taken off the field, so we play an Agni now? Like, you know, what's super good in Joust at this point? You need somebody that can be there early game, just in case it gets wild, but also scales well towards late game. I think Achilles could be one of those picks for sure.
Is Moja a shout? I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my brain around things here, but I feel like maybe that could potentially be something, just given the fact that she can so easily use those walls in a similar fashion to Odin to take up the entire lane circumference. Achilles, though, like you said, great god. We talked about it before. It's the fact that you're now playing with 3/4 of a health bar instead of 100%.
Yep. But what do I love you punch scoop up here? I think anybody that would have a tough time playing an Odin would be good here because you don't have to worry about the Odin pick anymore. Chiron. I like the Chiron. I like the Naja. What mages are even left at this point, right? Because Akate and Merlin and Baron are all gone. And Discordia as well. Shock? Hello. I mean,
good.
you know, when we can't play Hercules and we can't play any of the other sustain tanks, just get the guy who's got the rain on the parade. So between Naja and Shock, we also got a little bit of a 1-2 punch in terms of ultimates as well.
Some solid poke that can be applied between the Universe Ring as well as the Lightning Strike. Speaking of, Lightning Strikes twice potentially. Thunderbringer, potentially.
Potentially, maybe. I mean, you know, little Warrior Axe Zeus action. Why not? Get crazy with it. It gives it now. So it's not bad at all. The only thing is that the Zeus could put himself in a bit of trouble as he's not the most mobile mage, but he does give himself a speed boost, so he can kind of skirt and kite around pretty well. You have the Ganesh as well. Those Dharmic Pillars offer quite a bit of damage just for burning down a Lost Knight.
I wonder if that's also going to be a Ganesh aspect that we saw prior utilized by our friends on Team Buzz. Likely the case just because as long as you're building the tanky items, you don't really need to go a tanky kit. You're just kind of going to be fine. And you can rely on Paul to dish out enough damage to dissuade anyone to dive on in. Wow, Musi, you really are staring at your crystal ball. Agni Hover?
Agni Hover? We're playing Agni? Well, he's not bad. He can throw out some damage over walls. He's fairly safe. He's got stuns, so he can self-peel or set up for his team. But just looking at the raw drafts here, that I like way more. Now,
Okay.
I wonder if it's Cuckoo with the aspect, right? Cuckoo aspect has been played a bit, definitely had some rumblings here, where you're able to utilize things like the Yogi's Necklace and the tank build very well. So it would fit right in with everything else. It would be a mage that could do damage like you need, but can also kind of live through a fight a bit longer and force more resources out of the other team before you fall down, if you do fall down.
I think that the Cuckoo aspect is, it makes the most sense, but at the same time, if you can't close that distance, it can be very frustrating. If Zeus is able to stall your approaches with those lightning bolts, that becomes frustrating. Slipstream, though, I will note, no matter what, is actually really good up against this competition. Zeus, of course, very well known for that chain lightning. The slow that it applies is so deadly, so debilitating. Slipstream allows you to just easily shrug that off, so honestly, not too shabby for that reason as well to have the Cuckoo alongside two amazing secure ultimates from I Love You Punch. If we do decide to try to take a risky rip around that Lost Night, it's likely going in their favor.
Plus, you also have the Naja ultimate with the Kukulkan ultimate. I mean, it's like when
Oh!
we would watch the Founders Edition, you know, we had the Mordred that would get played. And
Mordred.
we talked about it. It was
New Age Naja.
the Naja at home. New Age Naja, right? Current age Naja, no longer New Age Naja, real Naja here with us right now. You can have one. Here you go, Dilo. It's Naja, right? So we have crazy good setup for this Kukulkan, for the Spirit of the Nine Winds to be able to rip through and deal a bunch of damage.
We'll see if they're able to get that done, or we'll see if they end up going home demoralized and in defeat as we hop into Game 3 in particular, in the grand finals, the final game of the final set of the day. Two Goats and Tegvir, I Love You Punch, Dilo and Musi on the mics.
Minions have spawned.
Axes for everybody over for Two Goats and Tegvir makes sense. Sands of Time is the pickup for Benny Q and for Zav, and notably, Cuckoo is not going the aspect. So,
Lightning bolt.
we don't have to worry about any of those shenanigans. It's just going to be raw damage. So Benny Q is going to be trying to scale really hard towards that late game. Oh, hello, health bar there for Nika.
Yikes. And Paul isn't even focused on them. They were too busy being occupied with that red buff, which they will indeed secure quite easily. Shock no aspect. Ganesh C aspect. So that does mean there's going to be a bit of additional damage, and as well, this fact there's no silence there, but I think happens just fine with that.
So far, it's kind of interesting. We have to like slow down our talking points and rethink of everything all over again. But I think because Benny Q is playing this squishy Kukulkan, they don't have the Warrior's Axe. That does make him kind of vulnerable. That's why you have 3 Aegises over there for I Love You Punch, just to try to immune some of the damage.
And you're seeing one be popped right now. Unfortunately, it's not going to stop the end result of Happen taking them out underneath the lightning storm. Nika didn't pack an umbrella, just a Warrior's Axe.
That's going to be the level 5 difference, and that's why we go for those neutral camps. Tegvir and Paul each have a purple and a red belf on them, respectively. Because of that, they're going to hit level 5 first, catch a Naja out. How are they going to get away from a Zeus ult, right? They don't have ultimate. They're stuck. Sitting duck. So a good first blood play there from Two Goats and Tegvir. Just leveraging farm on the map as effectively as possible. But we saw this from them in the last game too, you know? They got their first blood. They were able to push a little bit, but then it went back to kind of like a farming simulator for both teams because they realized, all right, well, now the fun part's over. We got to farm until we're ready to end the game.
Staring into my crystal ball, I see a Stampede and I Love You Punch's future. The slows from both the Lightning Storm, Chain Lightning, and those pillars. A lot to deal with for a god like Benny Q, who, like you said, now that they're on this Cuckoo aspect, squishy, but also not only squishy, doesn't have the dash available to them unless they're inside their tornado, and that's really rough stuff to deal with.
Talking about crystal balls, we talk about these 2 Yogi's necklaces that are en route here for Nika and Zav. It's going to be so much health to chew through. Got that shield splitter on the way for Tegvir again. It looks like Happen's going to be building a little bit more of that damage tank. They are going the aspect, so Helm of Radiance around the corner. And a Chronos Pendant for Paul, so it looks like Paul's very comfortable just playing characters who could spam the cooldowns, try to get a lot of value from those lightning strikes, and disrupt the fight as much as they can.
Now with Ultimate's online for All of I Love You Punch, I'm curious what their means of engage is and how they start and also end the fight. Nika, of course, has the potential to start things off with Windfire Wheels, which we haven't gotten to see shown just yet. And Zav's got the Storm Call. Both amazing initiations, but when and where do you decide to use them and in what order?
I mean, Naja just then goes for the sash, but ulting away actually is very tough. I was going to say, D'Lo, if you can find a way to burn the beads away from Paul, that's your #1 target for a Naja ult, but now you don't even have it.
Spirit of the Nine wins. Pulverizes the blue buff and ensures that there's no farm to be found here from the invaders of Two Goats and Tegvir. They say it's just fine. There's no secure up, so why don't we instead look to this Lost Knight for this purple buff, or maybe both. You greedy sons of guns. They're gonna be able to take that purple buff, no problem. The Lost Knight, though, still a foregone conclusion. I Love You Punch is present. Zav has their ultimate ready. Happens is down as well, so all the big confirm is off the map, except for the shock. Even that's not ideal. I Love You Punch. Hipping and hopping. They know that Two Goats and Tegvir cannot afford to roll the dice on that. Again, gambling is not suggested in Joust. Or at all.
Definitely not something that you want to allow. Pretty much, I mean, not to get too soapboxy, but, probably just don't go gambling. It's probably just not worth it. I lost $40 at Vegas at Founders.
I hate fish.
That's stupid fish machine, man. I mean, that thing was ridiculous.
Don't go gambling
unless you're Malum. How big could a fish get? Like, it's for real. Oh my god! Don't even get me started.
That guy probably's got a parlay on this set already. It's already about to hit. Just waiting for Two Goats and Tegvir to take the W, and Malum's going to hit up my DM saying, look at that, guys, 400, stake.com, everyone. Not really sponsored.
Thanks,
5 minutes. Appreciate it, buddy. Me here, just struggling to eat my spam on bread meal. Nonetheless, I Love You Punch not eating the best either. 5 minutes in. Eating some solid damage, but that's not what you wanted for the menu. Kukulkan able to slipstream away from the Lightning Storm, but does take good poke. Move obstacles as well. The Chain Lightning gets detonated, and Nika takes Tegvir up for a ride in the sky. They're going to descend right back down to the pillars. Spirit of the Nine wins, still not going to result in the kill, and now it's actually Nika in danger instead. Aegis not going to be enough to save you. Happen takes the kill. Fatal Strike, not furious enough, but the dot damage afterward, Benny Q will still fall. It's 2 more kills in favor of Two Goats and Tegvir, and they move on towards the Lost Knight.
I'm pretty sure Tegvir just killed Benny Q with Shield Splitter. Holy W. I love my new Shield Splitter, but it's so good. Just being able to throw out a projectile every 15 seconds. Lost Knight is going to be the focus. Zav doesn't have the ult, but he does have a will.
Oh, the axe nearly was managing to clinch it out, but the Vermilion Sash does catch up to Paul, forces the Phantom Shell out. But Paul's got that movement speed stim you mentioned earlier, Muse. That's going to be enough to get them back to safety. They're just going to turn back and watch as the Elephant gets hunted down. Ivory there for the side of Love You Punch, and their first kill on the board, but not on the biggest target you wanted to take out.
But it is something, right? It is something. You'll take it, you'll have it. But this Lost Knight was confirmed so early for Two Goats and Tegvir. So now the question is, can they immediately put pressure on that tier 1 tower? Or are Love You Punch still close enough in terms of farm and gold to maybe dissuade a full commit underneath that tower? Looks like so far Punch and Goats have other things to worry about before we get to that point.
Does the Whirlwind secure it, or do they get the steal? Does Tegvir survive, or instead do they have a meal? Spirit of the Nine wins, splits the difference. The Lightning Storm does great damage on top of Zav. I am the true master of the storm, says Zeus, and Shock will have to bow their head in defeat. A 4th kill there for TGAT, and a tier 1 on top.
We're seeing an example of a game that is starting to snowball a bit in the favor of Two Goats and Tegvir. With a very, very aggressive kill-heavy comp. I mean, Paul on this Zeus is able to deal a bunch of damage, but Tegvir has a crazy amount of confirm potential with their own ultimate. And Happen as well. Slamming down a bunch of damage when you have that Helm of Radiant Sphere negation combo. Makes them very hard to fight against. Doesn't matter if you get caught by the tornado, you got the shield. And Nika and Zav aren't really doing enough damage for you to be scared of anyways right now. They are in sync in terms of builds, though, and I think that's very cute, and I am on board with it. Yogi's Necklace Shield Splitter.
Twinsies.
Nice.
Not everyone likes doing that. I'm a huge fan of twinning with my buddies' music. I don't know about you, but I think it's so overrated. People are like, that's cringe. Like, yeah, and what? We look adorable.
Yeah,
Ah,
what?
but
We
now the
look
Cyclopean
good.
ring in the shield. Now they don't, though. Look at them. Come on, guys. Why do we abandon all hope? Abandon the fashion and
No longer
instead...
cute.
Yeah, Draper Drown, no longer cute. You guys lose. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Tegveer. Gonna go in after it.
Tagveer, no
But-
fear, man. Looks in for BennyQ and gets some solid damage on top of the Cuckoo. Again, squishy as heck is the Serpent. They have the Whirlwind when they meet back down upon the ground. The Windfire Wheels get some decent value, but happen. Thanks to a Phantom Shell's able to get out. BennyQ can't! Tagveer will take him out and Fatal Strike right back out of the Phoenix's Flames. It doesn't really seem like Two Goats and Tagveer can be dissuaded by anything, God or structure.
It is impressive to me that Naja is able to lift Ganesh into the air. Can we talk about that? Like, that's a whole
good
elephant.
point. That's a whole,
Look
like,
at that guy.
yeah, like
He's
Nika's
built.
arms are, you know, size of twigs, and yet is still managing to get up all 300 kilograms. I don't know. Can someone get a stat of how much elephants weigh? It's a lot. He's got 4 arms too. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with.
The power scalers are gonna go crazy with that knowledge.
Can't wait for the death
It's pretty
battle.
impressive. Yeah, right. Witnessing a death
200,000
battle right now,
gigatons.
G-Lo.
That's true.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Two Ghosts and Tagveer with the power of 200 tons of megatons of TNT step forward to look for this red buff. I love you, Punch. Have a kill on the board at the very least, but they're 3k gold behind, and with his Lost Knight being potentially looked at next, they have potential to try to steal it away. BennyQ does have ultimate, and that means Two Ghosts and Tagveer do not want to test.
Yeah, Happen has not arrived quite yet. What Paul and Tegveer are trying to do here are try to keep eyes on a Love You Punch and keep them in the area, just so that they can monitor their movements and keep them in predictable patterns for the most part here. Clear a wave, go back over, purple buff's up, blue buff's coming up, there's farm on the map, so we can't pull that Lost Knight quite yet. We can start looking at it pretty soon, especially now that they know that Cuckoo has to deal with that wave getting pushed up to the Phoenix, so it's going to be a 3v2 if I Love You Punch wants to try to contest.
It's taken a bit long to whittle this down, and Tagveer is taking a bit of poke in the meantime. Move obstacles quickly results in the team turning tail to try to look for the kill on top of the Naja, but Nika does find the Windfire Wheels, but doesn't find the hit. They come back down, but on top of what? Only the backline. Paul's still fine. Nika's the one who's separated from the rest of the team, stunned and dropped down. That's going to be one dead Naja. All that left lifting, and for what? Still couldn't carry your team to victory. Now it's still the Achilles in the backline, trying to finish off BennyQ, but beneath the Phoenix, they'll remain safe for now. Tagveer turns back home to assist the team in finishing off Zav. Good storm call, though. Could result in a potential reversal. Not enough damage, though, to follow it up. The Whirlwind, just a light gust, and Tagveer blows Zav over. Killing spree there for the Achilles.
Once again, in that fight, we had BennyQ throw out the ultimate, though at the time it was just a little bit off, and Two Goats and Tagveer were able to sidestep the damage. This Cuckoo pick has not been able to get the value that we need from it because the ultimates just haven't been landing. Whereas Paul does not suffer from such issues, his ultimate is a giant circle, so it's very, very hard to miss that. And when you've got the damage from your team online here, Lost Knight's going to be the call.
Geometry privilege. That's what I'm saying in the chat after this game. Geometry privilege. You guys have big circles, I don't. Get carried much? Oh, God. Might not even need it. Line abilities do damage, too. Lightning Storm as well. Nika's in trouble already. Did you pack your umbrella this time is the question. Spirit of the Nine Winds is a big whiff. Happens still feeling healthy and chases down after his Averies. Takes a bit of damage for their troubles, but that's A-okay. Two Goats and Tagveer lose all their ultimates. And I Love You Punch still has the Windfire Wheels in pocket. That's going to be enough to force TGAT to reconsider their attempt at Lost Knight.
Dharmic Pillars comes out, helps defend this T1. You might think to yourself, is it worth it to hard defend a T1 like this? Honestly, yeah. Any bit of gold on the map that I Love You Punch could get is gold that you want to deny them. So clear that wave. Do whatever it takes, right? You're not going to use that ultimate for another however long until it comes up anyways. They're not really building cooldown, so it'll take a hot minute, but that'll be fine. We're playing the long game. We're playing the patient game.
12 minutes in. Certainly has been patient on either side. 7-1 only. About 3k the way of TGAT. But I like the fact that you mentioned the fact that I Love You Punch. They're trying to apply this pressure, but Two Goats and Tech Veer recognize that they're looking at the whole enchilada. You can't let any wayward gold, even a single septum, going in the pocket of a Love You Punch is something that you have to fight for because there's just so little farm available on the map that every single source counts.
Little septum action, huh? Did you do Latin back in the day, Dilo? You know what a septum is?
I genuinely, is that Latin? I just thought it was from Skyrim.
Oh, you know what? It might be from Sky. I don't know.
Oh, we are cooked,
boy.
chat.
Oh,
Well,
boy. All right.
Benny might be too. A little dash back
Mods.
to safety. Ban us.
Yeah.
We are in trouble. Buddha will get you in the. Buddha will get you with the revisionist history. Don't you worry. Wipe that one
Thank
from
you,
the
Buddha.
record books. Get that out of the
Shout outs,
archives.
Buddha.
Shout outs,
Aye.
Buddha. Lost Night. Getting a little shout here from Two Goats and Tech Veer. They've been looking at it for so long. It's so tantalizing. They know what that buff means. 15% penetration, 0.8% mana and health regen. I love you,
Very
Punch
nice.
say. Did someone say 0.8% mana and health regen? That sounds awesome. Let me in on that, please. Tech Veer. Not really wanting to allow that. Says, I'm gatekeeping. Sorry. What's that restaurant that gives you 15% penetration? Oh, I don't know. I think it closed right after it ate there, actually.
Yeah.
It blew up, actually, in a giant fire. Nudge on the back line. Looking for Paul. Spirit of the Night wins off the mark. Does not reach the Zeus. And the beads actually manages to immune the Windfire Wheels. Can't immune this. A fatal strike results in Nika's head rolling. And Benny Q's barely able to escape happen. Takes a wayward stroll the side of right lane. But this objective is still leashed. Paul could potentially be liable to a counter engage from Zab, who still's got full health. No aspect of fulmination. The rain doesn't do damage, but it does slow you down. Shock enters the scene and tries to storm call it down, but instead it's Paul who grabs it for Two Goats and Tech Veer. And Paul's able to escape shortly afterwards. A quick, easy reset. I love you, Punch. Have to go back home. Heads hung in shame.
I almost thought for a minute that Happen was going to chase out Benny Q because that Cuckoo had like 0 health and no business to be standing around there without an ultimate. But you got to respect the moxie from I Love You Punch to still try and give it that go. That Phoenix belonging to Punch's team is going to be disabled. And like we alluded to before, and like we've been alluding to all day, 15% penetration and 0.8% health and mana regen per second in the pockets and bodies of Two Goats and Tech Veer. They'll have that for about 70 seconds or so now, which is going to be good for their push. They've been fairly handily winning the fights leading up to this point. You can expect more of the same, but we do have an opportunity here if they can get their ultimate back online. Zeus's Beads is down for another 60 seconds. Benny Q has their ultimate. We can wombo combo the Zeus and delete them. I am a believer.
Phoenix deactivated. 3 members step beneath its waves. But it's Nika in the back line. Does hit the Windfire Wheels this time on Paul, but that Zeus is still tanky. Do you have any follow-up is the real question. The Typhoon, or rather the Whirlwind, could be enough, but it's Nika instead suffering the inclement weather. Paul takes them out because no one else was there in the back to assist with the kill. Now it's Benny Q tossed up and served up on a platter. Happen will have their head, and the Birds up next. Could this be the end?
This very well could be no ultimates in pocket except for Tech Veer's. Zab's full health, but it's not going to be for long.
This is trouble. Titans already dropped down to half. Zab's going to follow them to the grayscale. One last deicide's all they need. TGIT. Thank God it's Tech Veer. They'll take it in 3.
Two Goats and Tech Veer. Official name change to 3 Goats. Congratulations, Tech Veer, on finally making it big. You did it, man. Well done. This is a big dub.
The theme song is like goats, 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 goats. You get the reference? Goats, 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 goats. It's 2.5 men. Get us out of here, buddy. We'll be back. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays were certainly premium. We just got to watch Grand Finals wrap on up. 2 Goats and Tech Veer, now promoted to 3 Goats. Congrats, Tech Veer. You also get that big old badge next to your chest. Big on you. D-Lo here in the booth. Join my friend Musey right by my side the entire, 6.5 hours we had here? Tess and Morton, man, your almighty eyes in the sky, keeping the prod lights on at the camp steady. Jithens, dependably, loyally, staying behind that curtain. And you, watching at home the entire time. Mwah. Musey, we saw a banger of a set to finish things off. Your thoughts?
this was the Joust set of all time. That is most of my thoughts. I really think this last game could have gone a lot differently. I liked the comp that we had for I Love You Punch. I feel like there were some very good ideas in the draft. We just didn't get a chance to see it executed. That Spirit of the Nine Winds never really had a chance to land. It wasn't coordinated that well with the Naja.
Yeah.
So, and that is most of the draft identity, right? And without being able to execute on that, it is just not going to hold up against, Zeus, Ganesh running at you, and unkillable Demon Lord Achilles just standing in front of everybody who matters,
I think usually there's an alternate timeline where they take your suggestion and they rock that Cuckoo aspect, and I think maybe it goes a better way, because the fact that Cuckoo Khan was just too squishy to stick around for a lot of these fights, the fact that they couldn't be in the fray and had to constantly stay back, that's what resulted in those Spirit of the Nine Winds oftentimes not connecting, because you couldn't be diving with your Naja. Big bracket here. You see it before you. Well, we've seen bigger brackets before in my day and age. Let me tell you, it's actually quite a pitifully small bracket if you ask me. But see who stands at the top.
Bracket,
2 Goats and Tegvir. And it's going to be them who take home that 1050 grand prize. I know it says 5,000 there, folks, but for this tournament, 1-0, 5-0 schmackaroonies. Congratulations to them. But we still have had plenty of fun across Smite Prime. You've seen it. The NA Conquest, EU Conquest, and now NA Joust comes to a close. But don't worry, still plenty of more coming up in the near future, including the March Circuit. Woo! You tell them that.
Well, as you can see there on this beautifully handcrafted, created graphic here featuring this totally dope Artemis skin, it takes place between March 7th and March 28th every Saturday, just like the Smite Prime that you all know and love. Up to $7,000 in cash prizing and even more in diamonds. So if you are interested in playing in Smite Prime, be sure to head on over to smiteprime.com, bring your 5, and join up and get in here, because we are ready to play and watch some Smite game, and we want to see the best of the best, and it could be you!
Or it could just be Tegvir again.
Could be Tegvir again, He lost last time. He lost the last
true.
one. We can talk about that. It was the Sunprod team. I watched it happen. That was real. So
Where were you when Tegvir got his pockets ran by Sunprod?
Yeah. A little bit of a reverse today, but that's okay. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, Sunprod and a lot of big staples kind of did get their grass mode, man. It got absolutely sidewinder, but nonetheless, it's been a good day full of some interesting Joust fun. Muzi, your conclusions from watching this grand Joust tournament of all time about this game mode?
I mean, the first half of the day, I was kind of like, oh, okay, Joust. It's Joust. It's not that serious. I found out today it is, in fact, that serious. Joust is that serious. It is crazy. I'm still flabbergasted that we had almost like 100 teams join up and sign up today. I just think that's the coolest thing in the world. So shout outs to all the Joust mains out there. You are valid no matter what Twitter tries to say about you. I, Muzi, see you for who you are. And that's a goat. So keep on gaming, gamers. That was amazing.
Well, there's nothing much more to see here beyond that, folks. You heard it here first. Smite Prime NA Joust Tournament is what you've been watching. I've been D-Lo. Joined here with my friend Muzi Clan. We've had our almighty eyes in the sky, Tess and the Morton Man, keeping the prod lights on and that cam steady. Folks, please thank our production for all they do. We could not yell at games without them. A big special shout to our friend Jithens, of course, for being the man behind the curtain, running everything. 99 plus teams beneath this man's belt. Holy, get him a promotion. Get him a Smite Prime badge. Probably already has one. And last, but certainly not least, thank you, loyal, obedient viewer, for your time. We hope you've enjoyed these sets just as much as we have. Keep an eye to the sky for more Smite Prime content coming at you in the future. And until then, good games and good night.